Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. At this moment, a ghostly hand appears in front of our eyes, reaching for freedom. There is a boy who is clearly burdened with something. The hand, or rather the hands, keep touching him, asking him to save their world, save them all. For some reason, they call him a hero who must save their world. However, why does he have to become one at all? He asked his mother why he had to be a hero to all of them. How can he stop all this? Because it's really very hard for him. It was very strange for him. But at the same moment, the mother of our protagonist told us that he is the hope of this whole world. She tried to soothe him with her touch and told him that this was the only reason he had to become what they wanted him to be. Our hero thought that now his mother would calm him down, but she pushed him away, as if into the abyss, and said that her son was not so weak. It was necessary to die like a hero. At the same time, the body of our character immediately began to fall into a tornado, which remained only from ghostly hands. A certain person is lying on the floor, a drop fell on his face, a lot of drops began to fall on his face, so our protagonist woke up. He was clearly not in the best condition. In front of us was an awakened named Kim Sung-in. Of course, everyone knew that he should have just rested quietly, but he had definitely already overslept the moment when he wanted to get up. The man walked to the edge, or rather to the hole in the wall. He, on the ground, saw a crowd of monsters that clearly did not give him a single second to rest. There were definitely too many monsters running under the building at that moment. We also keep statistics that say that the mana coefficient was 97, but the rank itself reached 9. Many monsters noticed our enemy, so our hero had no choice but to simply break through them. He ran at them and began to cut up all the bodies, because he had the hero rank. He performed flips in the air, dodging punches and fangs, and continued to throw punches that crushed the ground beneath him. All the ground that was under his feet, all the monsters were damaged, until a voice was heard that said that finally a truly human hero was in front of him. A huge purple monster came out from behind one of the buildings. It felt the incredible life force from Kim Sung-yoon, so the monster confessed that its name was Fafnir. He recognized that our protagonist deserved to be a part of a creature like him. He said that he would quickly defeat the hero and immediately gain his strength. A kick followed, so our hero's body immediately bounced to the side. The system said that the level of fatigue had already reached 98%, which could definitely affect your well-being. Kim Sung-yoon only thought that this was probably the end, that there was nothing he could do about what fate had in store for him. Monsters, a countless army of monsters was already approaching the place where our poor character was lying. His entire body was trembling, many broken bones tormenting him. But even at that moment, remembering his mother's words, he realized that he couldn't protect anyone. Fafnir immediately realized his hand and wanted to finish off his opponent, and all that was left for our hero to do was look and understand that he was a simple non-entity who also could not protect anyone. It was pitch dark, but at one point, for some reason, the eyes immediately began to open. Many people were standing over the body and did not understand why their friend just fainted. Many thought that he died. But what exactly happened? Our hero immediately got up, which really scared everyone, because why does he even act like a ghost? But our character still didn't understand anything at all. Why does he breathe, see his hands, see a clear sky above him? Many people thought that he had gone mad, but Kim Sung-in only thought that a second ago he saw Fafnir kill him. Of course, at the same time, we realize that the guys are not his friends, they are people who have gathered to beat him up. The man immediately wanted to strike at the young hero, but his instincts made themselves felt, so the hand was immediately moved to the side. The guys couldn't understand what was going on, but it was too late because our protagonist took down one of them and threw it to the side. Everyone was shocked, but Kim Sung-in, without realizing it, began to apologize. Immediately, people started calling Kim Soo-hyun and saying that he was a complete freak for doing this, and then they said that they should just leave because the police were coming. They asked him not to come to school, but our main protagonist did not understand because he thought that his name was Kim Sung-in and not Kim Soo-hyun. Of course, our main character immediately got up and took the phone out of his pocket. He thought it was a very strange thing because wasn't it his phone? It looked like 20 years had passed. However, as soon as he looked at the phone screen, he noticed his new face. At the same time, we realized that in 2042, the world has come to an end. After the dungeons began to appear in different parts of the earth, monsters began to come out of the dungeons that had been cleared and began to invade the real world. This event was called the Flash, and it ruthlessly destroyed absolutely everything in this world. But on the other hand, there were people who were born with the power to fight this catastrophe. People all over the world began to call such people awakened, and Kim Sung-yoon was one of them. Even after all the humans died, he was the last one to stand and continue to fight the monsters. He became the very last representative of humanity, and the strongest awakened one. It was at this point that he was in the police station and talking to a police officer. The policeman could not understand, because what is the name of the person sitting in front of him? Our main protagonist said that his name was Kim Soo-hyun, so at the same time, the police officer asked for his date of birth, how old he was, but of course our character couldn't answer any questions. At the same time, turning his attention to the calendar, he noticed that the year was 2022, so if his memory serves him correctly, then most likely the time was rolled back by 20 years. The police officer was still peppering our protagonist with questions, so he had no choice but to say that he was 19 years old, because he actually looked 19 years old. He was definitely still in school. The policeman asked if the person in front of him knew his home address. Again, there was no response, and while the policeman was very angry, our main character thought only that he was absolutely sure that he had died from Fafnir. Had he been dreaming, or was it just Fafnir's magic? But then it became clear that the sensation of the monster's fist touching his body was real. He was actually in the past now, only in the body of another person. What does it even take to return to your old body? There are too many things that you can't and won't be able to figure out yet. Of course, at this point, when none of his questions were answered, the policeman said that there was no reason to talk to his interlocutor, so he only told him that his mother would come for him soon. He said that after he left this place, he shouldn't wander around, but just sit quietly at home. At that moment, he was warning him about some places, but then a certain woman's voice was heard shouting Kim Soo-hyun's name. She immediately ran up to her son. It was clear that the mother was worried. Her face was filled with fear and panic. But our protagonist could not understand what was happening, because really now in front of him is the mother of the owner of the body in which he is now located. At the same time, it was evening, and the sun was sinking below the horizon, and my mother was asking him if he had forgotten his home address. Of course, they had moved in recently, but she definitely couldn't think that it would be impossible to remember. Maybe it was all because of stress. But at the same time, she immediately laughed, because she would never have thought that her son would address her so formally. Our character immediately jumped up, realizing that in this new life, he was going to play the role of the old owner of the body, Kim Soo-hyun. But what was he supposed to say now, seeing his mother so depressed? Should he apologize? But the mother immediately reached out with a handkerchief and said that her son would only have to wipe his face a little. She said that she heard that the children who constantly bullied him in shock did it today. When will they stop doing all this at all? He continued to wipe his son's face and asked him to tell her about it next time. She held her son's hand, which made Kim Soo-hyun very confused. Of course, at that moment, my mother couldn't understand what was going on. Why was it so quiet outside? Our protagonist also noticed this, and it was at this moment that a certain wolf could be seen baring its teeth, while mother carelessly continued to walk forward. She was saying that we should keep going until our Kim Soo-hyun started looking back and noticed the wolf. The wolf immediately pounced on him and tore out a piece of his clothes. Many things fell out of the backpack. It was clear that it was a werewolf. It was this threat that the police had warned him about. He recalled that it was in 2022 that outbreaks began to occur much more often than before. The problem wasn't how to mate with werewolves, but how to find the right weapons. Of course, my mother was worried. She understood that there were monsters in front of them, but our character asked her to sit still, armed with an umbrella. The wolf immediately charged, but even so, the wolf was injured. Since there were two wolves, the second one attacked from the back. It was clear that the body in which our hero is located is incredibly weak to cope with such a monster. If only he were an awakened one. Another wolf was approaching, and our protagonist thought that everything would be over with him now, but at the same moment he noticed how his mother rammed one of the wolves with her body. The wolf fell to the ground, but mother was also wounded. Why did she do it in the first place? It was so dangerous and reckless that one couldn't even think of such an outcome. However, the only thing my mother said was that only her son should get out of here alive. These words could not give our character any peace. He could not find a word while the wolves were behind him. At the same time, a strange sinister aura began to emanate from Kim Soo-hyun, which made it clear to the werewolves that they probably just had to ask for their last wish. The wolves sensed something and at the same time just started running away. Our Kim Soo-hyun ran to catch up with them with his umbrella in hand, thinking that he could beat them, but he immediately fell down. Is he that weak? He immediately went to his mother and took her on his back, telling her that they were going home. But as soon as our character took it, he felt the pain in his back again. He realized that most likely his back pain was due to the same injury. But as soon as he thought even more, he realized that he didn't know where his home was. By that time, by the evening, he was still able to find this address because it was in his wallet. He put his mother down on the sofa. He was very out of breath. He was very pleased with himself. But at the same time he began to hear that his mother was saying that her son should run away, that she would stay with the wolves. This was all very annoying for our character, because why did she do this at all? How could she put herself in danger by trying to protect him? Then he looked down at his hands and began to wonder why his body was so weak in the first place. Why is it so weak that it can't fight off a few ordinary monsters? Of course, he was very angry that he had been reborn into something so pathetic. Was it only to repeat all the mistakes he had made in his previous life? However, he then decided to calm down. It was important to keep a cool head in times like this. But behind our hero's back, a strange glow immediately appeared. The system asked for some permission, and then the user's confirmation began. Once the user was confirmed, the hole in the wall said that the gate was open. Of course, it was very similar to a certain abyss. What is it anyway? If the abyss gate opened, then this body must definitely have the talents of an awakened one, which means that it can start its journey like in the old life. He immediately looked at his hands again and realized that in 2022, in his old life, he was also an ordinary person, so it only meant that it was now possible to enter the abyss much earlier than in his previous life. He realized that there was no reason to hesitate, so at the same time, he entered the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials is also known as the Abyss. As soon as someone can clear the first floor, they can get the right to become problematic. With each floor, your strength will only gradually increase, so that's why many people are going and want to go as high as possible. Even so, the tower has a system that is much more important than the floors. It was at this point that our protagonist was already going to his first test, realizing that the most important thing in the tower is the complexity, and that's what he was going to choose. The most important thing was the difficulty level system of each floor. Of course, levels are a system that exists in parallel with floors. Even though it's the same first floor, the higher the level, the stronger the enemies. And the stronger the enemies, the higher the reward. Of course, this meant that the risk was also higher, so in other words, the higher the risk, the greater the rewards. The tower began to transform a new area, like the Colosseum. A test of the 10th level was created, but our main character could not understand whether everything would be alright with him, because in the past he was able to master the 8th level at most. But if anything, he should at least try to change something, so that he doesn't have to build up that sad ending from the past. It was at this point that the system asked you to choose a weapon. So as soon as the weapon was chosen, our Kim Se-yeon knew that he should move forward while the crowd of monsters was coming at him. A few hours later, on the street, one of the humans was surrounded by werewolves. He was screaming for help, screaming for someone to save him. But it was at this moment that our main character appeared, who said that he had found the very creatures that attacked him in the morning. Our Kim Se-yeon immediately threw a few punches at him, and Hatem started laughing to finish them all off with an umbrella. Seconds later, one of the werewolves was defeated, and our character reminded us that he had warned everyone that he would not let anyone go just like that. The werewolf was scared, but our character asked not to worry because soon he will join him. At this point, we could see that the awakened Kim Se-yeon had cleared the first floor with a difficulty level of 10, gaining incredible strength in the process. At this moment, the TV broadcast that recently the number of gates has been increased. Compared to how many dungeons appeared for the first time in 2019, now they have become 3 times more. The sudden appearance of the dungeons had a huge impact, causing a lot of discussion. Of course, everyone had to understand that the challenge tower and dungeons were similar, but they had different shapes. On the phone, they began to study them. Of course, the Hangover, the Tower of Trials, and the system all appeared around the same time. No one knew what they were, and the whole world was interested in them. Attention and desire for the unknown began to grow day by day. As long as people found more and more ways to use the energy from the resources they found, the ethereal stones, the price of them just skyrocketed. The rewards found in dungeons are sluggish not only for everyday life, but also for the global economy. The born ones, by themselves, received a material reward from capturing the dungeon, instantly charmed by the fame and sense of superiority that followed them. However, what people didn't understand was that in some places, a phenomenon called Flash was discovered, where monsters could escape from Dungeon X, but still the dungeons were considered to have too positive an impact on society. The Flash, this is what shocked people in the future, because as the dungeons grew, more and more powerful monsters made their way into the real world. In the near 2029, the situation will accumulate to the limit. It is this catastrophe that will destroy the world that we all know. By then, many people were looking at each other's rank, meeting for the first time the name of Kim Se-yeon, who was ranked first in dungeon clearing. They thought he was a rising star, so who is Kim? As soon as they said that, our hero entered through the portal. He realized that it had been a long time since he had been in this place. Tower of Trials, a place often referred to as the Abyss. In our character's previous life, it was a vast world where countless awakened ones could gather to explore the floors. Each floor is a separate world with its own environment, climate, and even its own culture. However, they all have one thing in common: before you can go up to the next floor, you must pass a mock test. Right now, all the awakened ones are on the 2nd floor. Compared to other floors, it is very easy to find all kinds of resources, but in order to take advantage of all these amenities, you must collect the required number of achievement points on the 1st floor. As soon as these words were spoken, it was possible to see how Kim defeated another monster, completing the trial test. He couldn't believe that it was even possible to deal with level 10. It was clear that if it wasn't for the experience from a previous life, it would definitely be bad. Fortunately, the more our protagonist fights, the more feelings for him return from his previous life. At this rate, he will definitely be able to reach the end this time. As soon as all this was said, the system once again added up a huge amount of points, giving out the final rating as the first place. Of course, it was clear that this is only the 10th level, and the rewards are simply incredible, and all the characteristics are growing much faster than in the past. He can now safely move to the next floor with as many points as he currently has. Our main character was very happy with such a huge amount of points. Shouldn't he go shopping now? First of all, it was worth first going to the store that was right in front of him. As soon as he got there, he was met by an attractive elf who noticed that Kim had just come up to this floor, so she asked him to tell him everything he wanted, and if there was anything specific, the elf could advise. It was a dark elf, Valley. Only our protagonist understood that this merchant was the same as in the previous life, but now it won't work on him, so he immediately said that he needed a transformation skill, a jump skill. Valley couldn't believe that such a young man had been given so much advice, but would he have enough points for all of this? After all, these skills are worth a lot of achievement points. But our main character just smiled and immediately put 1150 points on the table. She couldn't believe it, because what had he done with those glasses anyway? Sure, Valley said that no one had ever scored 1000 points on the first floor before, but did they really make it to the second floor? Our Kim said that of course it was true, that he had just gone up there, he was just a regular customer. As soon as our character came out of the shop, he decided that he should look around a little. He opened the spatial bag and saw that he had bought a sword, a spear, and everything else vital, like he didn't even forget anything. It was at this moment that he took out 2 books and activated the analysis. He understood that each skill had the required level of mana required to master it. Skills. The skills that you master will become stronger as you increase your skill in using them, but some of them have levels that skill alone is not enough to achieve. These skills are called skills with a level of growth, and it is very difficult to get it. There is only one skill with a level of growth that can be purchased in the Towers of Challenges, and this is transfers. And something as important as the skills to use a mana catalyst in this way. It is this catalyst that will increase the level of mana and adjust it according to someone's abilities. It can also be purchased at the regular reward shop when someone's challenges are over, as an item that will increase your magic power to the desired level without going up in the tower or capturing dungeons. Our hero even thought that it was quite easy not to notice this, but still people just miss a lot of useful things. This item in his hands is also incredibly useful. Kim didn't know how useful it was to have memories from his past life, however, transformation and magic catalyst were pretty good decisions to begin with. But just as he was still pondering, he was approached by a person who wanted to talk. But who was it? Why couldn't you smell it for 3 seconds? The guy was standing still at that moment. He said that he didn't want to frighten, but our protagonist definitely recognized him. He remembered how he was standing on the mountain of corpses with a grin. It was Choi Han-jun. Choi Han-jun was the genius of the Abyss Awakens revenge in the past, but he was the main culprit in the death of a large guild in the near future. Right now, this man was standing in front of our hero, not understanding anything. Why was Kim even looking at him like that? But our protagonist said he was just a little surprised. Of course, he had met him in the past. He remembered that the person he knew had a more bloodthirsty aura. But what did he want to talk about anyway? Sure enough, at this point, Choi said that he was just following him from the moment he was in the store. It seemed like he was buying a lot of different items and thought that Kim had an eye for buying equipment. Our main character couldn't believe it. Was he really being followed? So at the same time, Choi started to draw out the topic. He has been waiting so long that our character is excited. But at the same time, Choi asked us to enter his room, which was very surprising. He was like the kindest dog, which put our main character in a not very comfortable position. By the time a new stage had already begun on the 10th floor, our Kim was able to escape with the treasure of the Charles clan. Evil members of the Charles clan will come for him to take their treasure back. This was the task, to escape as quickly as possible, and far too many lizards were on the way to the forest, so our main character had no choice but to perform his mission incredibly hidden. He understood that the Charles clan were monster hunters who were excellent at tracking their prey. Why does this mission have to be so difficult? As soon as our main protagonist looked at the pendant, it was written that this pendant has no effects, so it's probably just useless. I wonder what would be the best method to pass this test. The mission was to survive, so Kim immediately had an idea. At one point, he descended on a lizard that was alone and immediately turned it off. He realized that if he wanted to survive, it meant getting rid of everything in this forest. Right at this moment, a crowd of lizards were standing around our main character. They threw themselves at him, but Kim easily began to crush them with his newfound abilities. Since the lizardmen were now moving in groups, there was definitely a high probability that the battle would be prolonged. It would be much more profitable to come with a team or a group. But due to the fact that the difficulty will increase after level 5, it will be very difficult to invite people to join the team. Our Kim wanted to pass level 8, but as expected, it would be too difficult. That's what he talked to Choi about. He knew that level 8 was too low for his purpose and mission. As soon as he came out of his reverie, the boss of this floor popped up in front of his face. Our protagonist had no choice but to use the jump and clearly state that it would exterminate all the members of their order. A second later, the boss was defeated like an ordinary mob, and the system said that the reward of the second floor of the Tower of Trials is the unique ability of the treasure of the Charles clan. This pendant could now heal all damage and restore stats that affected the player. This skill can be used as many as 5 times. Of course, no one would ever have believed that the reward would be so unique. But as our character thought, the idea of destroying monsters rather than running away was a good idea. Because of this test, all stats grew several times faster than in the past, and with the transformation, he was able to understand how the boss would behave. The unique ability of the head of the Charles clan is Berserk, a skill that increased one's physical abilities in proportion to one's fatigue and strength reserve. This could definitely help in the future. Although it was tiring, but our hero was able to extract an incredible way out of this battle. If it can continue to grow at this rate, then it will definitely be able to do something in the future. However, as soon as he thought about it, the system alerted him to his fatigue again, so it was decided to think about it later. By the time he got out of the dungeon, he immediately returned to his house, where he saw that his mother had prepared an incredible amount of dishes. His mother said it was because her son saved her, but Kim himself said that his mother must be tired, so she should definitely go get some rest. But my mother said that she did not regret anything for her beloved son. Kim lowered his gaze back to the table and immediately began to eat his food. He was incredibly grateful for such a great chance. He knew that even though he couldn't become her real son, he would also thank her today by eating everything off the table, and he would definitely protect her in the future. At this moment, the news was once again breaking that the second floor of the tower had been passed by the points leader, Kim Soo-hyun. Everyone thought it was all a lie, everyone asked for proof. But Kim himself knew that things were bad for him, because now he would definitely have to hide. He leaned back to his keyboard as he continued to read the comments. Many even thought that every guild would want to get it, which would be quite problematic. At this point, in Seoul, one of the Aries Guild headquarters also started talking about Kim. There was also Choi, who also knew about the guy in first place. The guy was told that he woke up together with our protagonist at the same moment, but does he know anything about him? Choi thought for a moment, then said that he didn't seem to have met him before. So it was at this point that the man said it was worth postponing, and then asked what was going on with the attack on the 3rd floor. He knew that the 8th level was very difficult, so Kim Soo-hyun also appeared. Choi said at the same time that he was looking for people to go there with him, but because of the level of volunteers, it was very difficult to find them, so he would go there himself. The man smiled and said that if Tom didn't have enough people, he would find them for him, so there was no need to think about anything but climbing the tower and then something that Tom knew would happen. The man only asked to defeat Kim Soo-hyun. At that moment, Choi knew that it couldn't be that the guy on the bench was Kim, so even if it was him, he didn't know what to do with him. Choi thought it would just be better to focus on his own path. We are again transferred to our main character, who successfully cleared the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, the 4th, 5th, and so on. The results and final reports of his exams were also passed. His mother asked him to call as soon as he could, but Kim himself went where he wanted to go. He said that he would come back one day. By that time, 1 year had already passed. He was constantly worried after passing the final exams, but even so, he managed to protect the 9th floor. Then comes the 10th, which will definitely take a lot longer, and since he doesn't know how long it will take him to clean up, then a great option would be to go on vacation away from home. For the awakened who have challenged the tower, the 10th floor is a barrier to overcome, as the challenge difficulty increases every 10 floors. Increases so much that it is more difficult than 1/12 and 11th floor. For this reason, most players usually choose a level smaller than they usually pass, but if you lower the level in this way, then other floors will become more difficult, so to overcome this test, you need to definitely become stronger. It is at this point that the information is given that the green dungeon that will appear in Anyang in a year, a large-scale outbreak, the first time that humanity will be under threat, and after a while, an incident in Gyeonggi-do on New Year's Day. This is the future that is worth changing. By that time, the sun was shining and Kim decided that this time he would definitely protect everyone. The entrance to the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials, our protagonist was making his way to it and he was met by an old man. He said he wasn't trying to stop anyone, but would our character give him a coin before he went. It was the gatekeeper of the 10th floor. Most people, seeing this beggar, just pass by, but the role of this person is incredibly important. Our main character gave him as many as 5,000 points. The old man was very surprised, because for some reason many people just ignore him and leave, but he was generous. Our Kim immediately said that he was quite an important person, so he wasn't sorry. The old man immediately thanked him for such kind words, but does our main character need any information? Kim immediately asked for information about the 10th floor. The old man initially thought that this was all quite valuable information, but now he just can't refuse after receiving so many chokes. So at the same time, the old man asked to be careful with the village head. Kim wondered if that was all. Our peritonitis understood that if this was all, then so be it, because you cannot doubt the words of the gatekeeper. He immediately entered the portal, was asked to choose a difficulty, so our character immediately said that he chooses a difficulty of 10. At this moment, he was standing on a mountain looking at the city. The system said that it would be necessary to find the target of this trial and deal with it. It was impossible to die. At that moment, there was a tower of challenges in front of us. Some girl was picking berries. She thought that she was very lucky. Since she had so many berries, it wasn't even a big deal if he ate one. However, as soon as she pulled the berry into her mouth, she noticed that a scary creature was bumping into it, which opened its mouth. It was a huge lizard of incredibly huge size, so the girl had no choice but to start running. She was screaming, she was terrified, she couldn't say anything, she wasn't thinking that someone would come to her rescue. But just as she was starting to lose hope, Kim came running over and grabbed her and asked her to hold on as tight as possible. The lizard thought that it had already eaten the girl, but the lizard realized that it did not succeed because our main character walked through it with a blade. He was the one who was able to defeat her with a single punch. As soon as the girl and our protagonist landed, the girl was incredibly scared. She couldn't say a word, so our protagonist asked her if she was okay. But the girl immediately started twitching. Of course, after all this, our protagonist tried to take her to his parents, but the parents just closed the door in front of him, saying that he wanted to kidnap their child. However, as soon as they closed the door, the woman immediately began to say that even if he just saved the child, he had ulterior motives. It was pointless to try to hold a child hostage, and there was nothing to steal in this Derwin. He was being asked to get out of their sight as soon as possible. Kim didn't understand anything. He said that he was probably misunderstood and all that, but it was too late. Most likely he was actually considered a kidnapper. He didn't say anything like that. However, just at that moment, the girl was looking out the window at her rescuer. The system also said that it is worth saving this village, because it is that is in danger. The protagonist knew that in addition to this atmosphere, the locals were also hostile to him. This floor is clearly going to be different from the previous one, so it's likely that the 10th floor isn't really as simple as it sounds. But here's a mission that says save the village and survive, something out of the ordinary. He's sure there's something else behind it. Where else can I get information? But the worst part is that every person in the village is either watching him or hiding in terror. They imitate the behavior of real people, but in reality they are just copies based on the similarity of people. Our character just stood up in the middle of the street and started thinking that they were too human. It was like these people were just afraid of something, but what exactly was it? Like their world was about to end. For people who didn't feel it, it's not so easy to understand, but our protagonist understood everything they were up to. He sat down under a tree and began to realize that he simply had to meet someone who would have at least some information, so that there would be at least some progress. But he didn't even see a single ant, let alone humans. However, just as he was about to get upset, the girl he saved came around the corner. He greeted her, and the girl just came over and quickly gave some berries that were in her hand, and then went back behind the tree. She was silent for a moment, then thanked her savior. Kim smiled, then asked her if she could come over for a moment. At the same time, as soon as the girl approached our protagonist, he took out an incredible amount of food from his bag, which the girl would definitely like to eat. She thought she was incredibly lucky, but did they run out of food in the village? The girl immediately replied that everyone was afraid of each other. Everyone thinks only of themselves. Our hero suggested that the time is quite difficult for the residents, but the girl replied that they are still holding on because of the head of the village, because he is a hero for them. Our Kim asked what that meant, but the girl only replied that she repeated the words of her father, who said that the head works very hard to protect the village and that all of them should trust and help him. The girl, as soon as she told everything, asked why the man had come to their village at all. But our protagonist said that he was just wondering how the head is doing, that he can help him or deal with the with you in the same zeal. However, at the same time, the girl remembered that lizard and said that they can't attack the village, and it's all thanks to the head. Our main character immediately asked to tell us more about the whole situation, but at the same time an old man appeared who asked what kind of stranger had come to their village. The old man immediately said that he was the head of this village. All the advice from the old man at the entrance immediately popped up in Kim's head, but the old man continued to say that he was sorry. But at this point in their meeting, their village clearly needed food, so giving out due in this way might cause trouble for our protagonist. So the head has made it clear that our Kim will stop distributing food in this way. He would really appreciate it if they refrained from exceeding the limit. As soon as the chapter was finished, our protagonist asked if he was really the head. After all, this was the one he wanted to meet. Kim said that he was just a passerby who happened to come across the village, so if the head himself would allow it, he would like to stay for a couple of days. The approximate asked the head to listen, but he immediately apologized, but still said that the locals were afraid of wanderers. Kim could see that he was still being cautious about his leash, and then he turned to the child in general and asked if he hadn't told her not to take food without asking. The girl immediately began to apologize, fear appeared on her face, but Kim went up to her, put his hand on her head and asked her not to worry because he shared his food with her and also does not intend to harm the village. At the same time, Kim threw a spatial bag on the ground and the person was able to discover that it contained an incredible amount of food. Our protagonist said that if the head allows him to live in the village for a while, he will share it while he lives here. Kim said that he could get even more, but the head said that it would be enough and then asked to follow him, saying that he would leave our main character in one of the vacant houses. At the same time, as our character was passing behind the head, he saw a strange performance on the square, where most likely the whole city was going. Many people were praying at this moment, so it was probably some kind of religious ceremony. It is on the verge of the death of the world that people start to go crazy all in their own way. Some hide behind the face of faith, others deny reality and start doing terrible things, and naturally, in the end, there is nothing left. Of course, Kim thought that none of the people were throwing themselves at each other, but as soon as he looked at the scene, he noticed that a certain person with a dagger in his hand was saying that they were about to sacrifice a corrupted soul. As soon as the sentence was said, the rope was cut off with a dagger so that the person who was sitting on the stage immediately fell under it. This gave our main character a shock. He realized that all places of the same plan are always the same, no matter what happens there. While he was leaving, the people began to confer and say that they were obliged to do this, because if not for this, the spell of the gods would have passed. It was the spell of the gods that the village chief was able to obtain. They knew that they should sacrifice someone in 3 days, but at the same time, they immediately looked at the person behind them and realized that it would most likely be him. At that moment, the head's confidant reported to the old man and said that the ceremony was successful, but they had not yet found a new victim. The old man immediately asked about the wanderer who had come to their city, but the attendant said that he had not done anything like this yet, but did the old man really want to use him for a sacrifice? The old man didn't deny it, he just took out a certain potion and said that God had sent him for this, and the hypnotic potion that he had on the table would help them get rid of the wanderer. They all had to understand that one life was nothing compared to the safety of the village. Does the confidant want people from the village to die? At this point, it was said that the snake monster appeared under the village and it only eats people. Fortunately, the rest of the monsters this snake stops from invading the village, so that's why the village is safe. All the villagers are in a panic right now because they don't know when the monsters will attack them. And there's only one thing the old man can do as village chief, and that's the price of the villagers. So he doesn't regret anything right now, he just needed to do what he needed to do. 4 days later, people in Kapuganesh brought our main character to that wooden thing. They apologized to him, but said it was for the sake of the village. At the same time, the Vervica was cut off again, so that our Kim immediately began to fall down, where a huge snake was hiding, under which the eggs were located. By the time the old man himself entered the room, he realized that it had been a day since they had thrown him into the abyss, so it must have been clear that the snake had to be digested and soon become extinct. However, as soon as the old man entered the dungeon, he couldn't believe his eyes, because the snake was now cut into even pieces. Kim asked him what had brought him to him. The old man couldn't understand what that meant. Did the person in front of him kill the monster? However, at the same time, our hero said that the old man was so wonderful, as if he did not want this monster to die. The old man didn't understand anything. He immediately gritted his teeth and started shouting that it was all for the sake of the village, that he was acting in this way. However, as soon as that was said, our Kim asked, after all, wasn't it for his own personal gain too? The old man was shocked by this information, and then our character started talking about the snake behind him. He said that this snake spends most of its time eating and sleeping like a lazy. It nests and marks its territory until it leaves it, which is why weaker monsters would never dare to enter the territory. But it also means that to save the nest, you need to feed it. However, the main reason was that the person who feeds her will never become her prey. The old man was shocked. He could not believe a single word. But our hero was already walking towards him and started saying that most likely all his words were just assumptions. But it seems that knowing about these nuances, he pretended to be a hero, feeding the locals to this monster. But it was at this moment that his hypocrisy came to an end and the snake was defeated. At this moment, our main character appeared on the square with the snake's head and told the residents about the whole situation. They couldn't believe that the chief was lying to them. Of course, everyone was thinking that it was a religious ceremony, but they could not believe that they were losing their loved ones because of it. Many were dissatisfied, but also upset because they thought that now the monster will start attacking them. What is Kim going to do in turn? But at the same time, he said that he would just help all of them. The residents did not believe and did not understand anything, so our main character said that now he would show one thing. He also showed snake eggs at the same time. Many people were shocked, but our character asked to listen to it. Of course, he already told everyone that this predatory snake has a special feature that always leaves its breadwinner unharmed, so that with the help of this feature, you can raise baby snakes. Our protagonist asked us not to worry, they won't have to sacrifice people. Residents immediately calmed down, but what should they do? So Kim said they would feed the snakes to other monsters. However, who will catch them at all? Our hero said that at first he will help them all in this, but he is just a wanderer who will soon leave the village and everyone will have to take care of themselves. The villagers immediately started shouting and telling him to stop talking nonsense, because all they have is farming tools and he thinks they can catch monsters. But our protagonist asked them a question: is this their village? After all, if so, then most likely they will and should protect. But if they have any objections, they can just give up or start sacrificing the locals again. It is the unwillingness to protect yourself and have a constant dependence on others that gives rise to the so-called heroes. But a weak hero formed by someone else's will cannot be a hero. But were all his words too much just now? He thought that all was lost, but they immediately shouted that they would do it. There was even the same girl who said that no matter how dangerous everything will be, but she wants to teach how to protect her loved ones. Kim told her that she was doing a great job, so if everyone joined forces, they would definitely succeed. Of course, at this moment the girl was glowing, and our hero turned to everyone and said that even if the girl says that she will do it, then they are even more obliged. At this point, a chain reaction began. One by one they began to agree to the conditions, but the approximate of the last chapter said that while the wanderer is with them, they would all like to learn how to manage everything that will be needed in the future. At this point, the system announced that the villagers had gained willpower, so that the progress of the task increased to 60%, and our character could not understand where he should start. By then, we could have outshone the old man who was going down some stairs to the cave. He really didn't like being humiliated by the wanderer. The old man thought that he would destroy everyone now because there was another bird monster in front of him. By that time, many residents in Servani were already continuing to learn how to catch food and so on. They knew that if they put the baby monsters in the rain and started feeding them, they wouldn't be eaten. They thought that the wanderer was simply incredible at everything, because at this moment he was fighting a huge monster alone, continuing to deal fatal blows to all his enemies. Of course, it was already getting dark, so people from the village were calling for the wanderer to come back. Our hero said that as soon as he finishes with this creature that is under him, they will immediately return. Of course, the system kept repeating that the tower was already 90% completed, but it was not clear why the strip was exactly standing in one place. Of course, I wanted to finish everything as soon as possible and move on. But just as he thought about it, something very strange was released from the ground. The only capable monster that could attack their land was able to get out, the blue fire divine bird. Our character realized that most likely it was because of the old man. The old man believed that since the monster would destroy the village now, everyone would definitely think that he was a hero because he could control the monsters. He shouted to the bird that he had raised her, but the bird immediately took and used its fire on him, which turned the head's body into ashes. Only our protagonist could feel how strong the bird was. He decided to run after her because he understood that he was moving towards the eagerness he used to jump. He tried to get close to the bird, but it only dodged him. Why couldn't Kim have hit it? However, at the same time, he was sent flying further with an attack. Our character was very upset that he just managed to convince the villagers and this happened. Many people talked about it while our protagonist was in flight. But at the same moment, both of them turned around and noticed a huge monster. They were scared, shouting in fear. The bird was about to use its spell, but at the same time, Kim appeared, throwing his sword at it while covering its mouth. He realized that if he couldn't get it, he should just try to do something easier. It was at this point that the bird was tied up, and our main character stole its ability and was also able to defeat it with fire. There's nothing going on there, and Sehyun also said that he wants to take a vacation after the final exam, so he's out of town now. She's not worried, because she's sure he's fine, and it feels like he's suddenly grown up a little. Sometimes it seems that he has become a completely different person. We see a guy in a fight who fights a monster bird, and he does it. Of course, there is a skill limit that he can use through transformation, a level increased skill with which strength depends on the skill level. Transformation. It can copy the physical characteristics of a certain target. The number and difficulty level of the target will increase depending on the level of transformation. This level isn't enough to hurt this guy at all. He had an attack flying in. He was trying to hold back, but it was too hot. He doesn't want to die here. And he was also asked to save the village, which is in danger, and survive. The pendant will also be useful for him, except that he needs to protect it. The guy remembered it. He needs to focus. He can still fight. The guy took his pendant. It's a recovery element. All the injuries on his body were healed, and the number of remaining uses was 4 out of 5. The bird flew away, and the guy flew after it to attack, took out his sword and stuck it right in the back. He and the birds fell to the ground, she died, and the guy finally managed to defeat her. Then we see how someone screamed and the hero also screamed. He was in the hospital, injured. What a relief it was for the people nearby. They are glad that he finally woke up. The girl thought he was dead. She saw him burned alive in that fire. Yes, he lost consciousness, but what happened? He was asked to lie down and not move, because thanks to him everything is finished. It was an overgrown bird. It is dead. They have no more problems. They cut up the body of this bird, so now they can not worry about food for a while, and all thanks to the guy. Just like he said before, he couldn't believe it, because it was impossible to survive in that fire. He has a few bruises from the fall, but other than that, he didn't see any other more serious wounds. Everyone was looking at him with delight. Wasn't his act enough to call him a hero? He's just a lucky guy. He seems to be fine except for the pain in his muscles. A girl ran up to him and hugged him. He received 1,000 achievement points. Also the highest achievement in tower testing 10th floor was hell completed. Everything was done 100%. Now he has nothing more to worry about. Now the villagers can live in peace. Besides, it was going to be a little noisy. Everyone was extremely grateful. He was their savior. There were people standing around his bed. They will never forget that every villager is grateful to him for what he has done for them. He didn't believe that he had become a hero to them, but when it was time to leave, the teleport in the wall opened. A girl ran up to him. Why was he leaving? At this moment she scared him. Why did he leave without saying anything, and what is it behind him? Maybe he's leaving to save another village, and maybe he really should go anyway. He was confused because he wanted to leave quietly, but the girl was very grateful and handed him a certain bag. Wishing them luck, she said that no matter where or when he was, they would never forget him. This bag contained some fruit that she had picked, which he could eat whenever he wanted, and her name was Melly. She thanked her uncle again, and he said goodbye. Then we see a car driving down the road. A guy, June, is sitting in it. He was looking out of the window. A man was talking to him, but the guy didn't answer. Apparently, he was worried. He turned his attention to the man and said that not at all, of course. How could a guy like him, the best among the rookies, be worried? Since he had already reached the 15th floor, he was now at least B rank. He might even try to become the highest ranked player. It looks like they're talking about different rookies. This Kim Seon's rank will be evaluated soon as well. Well, how does a man know about this? It's just intuition. After all, the guy recently cleared the 10th floor. Isn't now the time for an assessment? He's even informed about the floors he's protecting. This Kim Seok, he thought. He also does everything to attract Jun Dongyoung's attention and sympathizes with him. But the man just wants to say just in case. It doesn't matter if it's the tower or the exam hall. If he meets this guy there, then he has to bring him to their guild. In that case, if he enlists Kim Seon, he can let the boy go. The guy in the car understands what will happen if this hero replaces him. He can be free. We can see the building. This is the Awakened Certification Commission. That same guy came there. He remembered the man telling him that when he was done, he would prepare everything for him to climb to the top of the abyss. He should speed up after he finishes the exam. If he comes up with anything else, let him remember that everyone will suffer because of this. The guy smiled back at him and agreed now that he was standing in front of this building. What an idiot he was. When he started going in, there was a hero standing behind him. Great, he came on time. It's been a long time since he confirmed his rank. The Awakened Certification Commission is a government-run commission where awakened people can find out their rank. Whether they are newbies or foreign awakened people, they have to mess with everyone. Many awakened ones often visit this place. To enter the dungeon, you need to get a rank, and you need to get into them to earn money. Even though he had come here just to enter the dungeon and not work, he still had to wait here. Those who have confirmed their rank become active awakened ones. If they possess both a good physique and unique skills, they will be recognized as an awakened one. Therefore, they often come here from the guild to recruit others as a promising person. The guys in front of him were talking about the Hawk's Eye. The man who was being escorted said that when everything was ready, they would tell him his name and tell him everything. There was a guy swearing behind the counter. He asked them to stop joking and just do their job normally. Let them take a look at him again, because he has the 3rd level of mana. It should get a C, so why is it only D ranked? The requirements for obtaining a rank suddenly changed, and those people couldn't do anything about it. He grabbed the back of his neck and started yelling at him even more. This is their problem, that the conditions have changed. Why did he decide everything himself and cut the man's rank? The income received from the dungeon depends on the rank, but you can't behave like this even if you are not satisfied with the received rank. There were scouts all over the place, and the fight was getting worse because the guy didn't agree with the verdict. Suddenly, that guy from the car came up to him, twisted him and knocked him to the floor. Are there still people who use such tricks? The hero did not understand what was going on, but he saw the guy's bracelet. It was an artifact. It temporarily increases magic power. This is a rare item that is not available in normal shops. He does not know where such a player got such a bracelet. Although his rank is small, it seems that he still has money. The man was still more angry, but the man wouldn't let go. Does he think there are stupid people working here who just look at abilities? If so, why wouldn't he take the test without this bracelet? The guy laughed. That's right, he wouldn't even get the lowest rank then. That's ridiculous. This guy was taken away by security. He can go on his own, let him go, he shouted. This kid isn't in the best of moods, so he's even a little excited, but still. Suddenly, someone greeted him from behind, and he turned around and saw the guy he needed to find. Hayek saw him for the first time on the second floor. Does he remember his acquaintance? This will be his first test of why he's so surprised, because the guy's too. Basically, the test for getting in a rank is taken a month after waking up. But the guy is a special case, so I would like to avoid a situation where everyone is looking at him. But he can't let his mother suffer anymore. The examiner was shocked, maybe because of his rank, although it's hard to say. As for the other guy, he would be able to get all the dungeon rewards if he passed the test. And he's on the 15th floor and still hasn't taken it. By the way, about this, he has personal circumstances. He's a freak, he thought. They don't know each other's names. He's Choi Hak Jun. But at that moment, he was called out and ran as fast as he could. The hero recalled the guild that he destroyed. It seems that at this time he contacted her. Watch the guy. Why did he do this? His rank is 4, load 44, rank assigned. How did he get such a high rank? He's still so young. Everyone else was indignant. The dark-haired guy congratulated him, but it didn't seem like he was too happy even though he was ranked like this. We've called the next one, Loner Kim Sahyuk, come over. They called the hero. Everyone was surprised at the expense of him. This is the guy who suddenly put the first with a bunch of points. His achievements from the 10th floor were incredible, discussed by everyone. Jun was excited because he also wanted to see this guy. A friend of his got up next to him and said that he would be back soon. The guy was shocked. This means that if he meets this guy in the tower or in the test hall, he needs to bring him to the guild. If he can do it, then he will be free. Is this person really this guy? As it was, he walked over to the counter and checked the rank. Later, he got out of this building. He screwed up very badly. A moment earlier, when he was standing there, he was asked to channel his mana into the meter, and he did so. But suddenly all that mana flew out. What's wrong with his mana? Still, we felt that something was wrong, so there's no need to worry. The hero received C rank, strength level 29. It was simply impossible, just that it was C rank. It must be at least a rank or higher. Everyone started talking about how these guys just had the same names, but it was a common name, and no one really believed it was him. Perhaps no one has felt it yet, but he is sure. Soon, the player will receive a record of awakenings and their results. This person is the same Kim Sahan. Suddenly the guy stopped, or he did. He doesn't know who's who. The meter showed that his rank wasn't that high, so the hero might be wrong. But he thinks that no one will be able to carefully control their rank and strength level. Even if this guy is a genius, only national level awakened ones can do it, not him. And the hero, when he walked, hoped that they all believed, even if only for a moment, but it seemed to him that he was losing control of mana. Fortunately, he was able to take control of it, otherwise things might have ended badly. It's probably because of the sudden increase in his ability level. Well, it's still normal, since his stats have increased significantly after clearing the 10th floor. In addition, the rewards were very good for the skill obtained after defeating the sacred bird, Divine Flame. It's a pretty strong growing skill, and it's especially effective against demon monsters, so it's very useful. Its stats have slightly increased, and it also likes the store the most. The items in the store are impressive because he cleared the 10th floor on the 10th level of difficulty. But the problem is that he bought an egg out of all these delicious items. Egg of an unidentified sacred creature. He ended up buying it because it's the only item he didn't know how to get, but he's confused by the fact that he doesn't know what's going to hatch out of it. However, there was one instance where a lucky awakened picked up an egg. He became a ranker with the power of the divine being from this egg. He's had it for a long time, and nothing seems to be happening. It can't be an empty egg. When the guy left him, someone shouted after him. It was his new friend. He was in the toilet, so he was late. He asked me how it went. The hero explained that everything is fine. He received a C rank. The guy hopes he doesn't mind asking something. Suddenly they were interrupted by the guy who was swearing at everyone inside. He must be one of those guys and trying to get revenge. The hero remembered the bracelet. Suddenly, a guy with red hair apologized to the hero, wanted to see how strong he was, and now he will look at it. But no one had time to do anything, when suddenly it was like a taser hit. It was a man. He was waiting for a guy. Why was he late? The entire man was waiting for him. He was looking with a murderous look. It was the guild head. The hero was looking at him with fear. It was the Aries guild head, Jun Dingyang. He walked up to the guy. Don't call him that. Fell to the floor. That guy, he was covered in blood and unconscious. He also told his charge to call him Hyung. The man was very angry. But wow, he made a new friend. This person was trying to explain himself. Kid, he just met him in the training hall and he wanted to offer him to join their guild if his rank was high enough. But the guy doesn't think he can. If he is interested in him, then there is something special about him. The man will check out the guy himself. The hero tried to stop the head, but he already approached the guy. Jun tried to point a finger at him to keep quiet and not say anything. But he introduced himself. His name was Kim Sahan. Behind him, John was shocked, but the man wasn't at all impressed, or rather, he was glad. Dai Pasati tried to dissuade the man. It was not the same player. He is C rank. This is definitely not the person they are looking for. The guy evaluated him, but the man told him to shut up because he decides everything here. If the guy doesn't mind, then let him show him his awakened card. Indeed, C rank, the man has changed because he is very similar to the guy they are looking for. Their names are similar, so he got mixed up. Well, if the guy turned out to be him, the man would have called him over. At the head of the guild, like he didn't have time to call an ordinary player, he apologized for disturbing them. Well, if he's interested, then let him come to their guild for the test. Even if he was that rumored guy, he wouldn't have joined them for anything. The man was surprised. If he joined a guild where the leader didn't know the value of people's lives, what would happen to him? There was already one, such a viddle that happens to those who challenge their guild members, right? Such people deserve to be punished. This player was low ranked. Isn't it too much for self-defense? The man thought about it. It seems that they think differently with the player. There is an unspoken rule that no one can engage in a battle between awakened ones, even if one of them dies in the process. And the stronger the awakened one is, the higher the chance that he will get away with it. A guild that has such a strong head, a guild that won't get anything even if they start a massacre. Doesn't everyone really want to get into a guild like this? Of course, as the man said, they think differently. They don't have anything else to talk about. They leave with the guy. He apologized to the hero for this and went after the man. Well, while he was walking, the guy handed him a note. If suddenly he needs help, then let him call the hero at any time. He left with a man, Jun Dingyang, the head of the Middle Aries Guild and a rank awakened. The guy was sitting at his computer at home and studying the history of this man. He used to be a criminal and was known for throwing his fists into battle before becoming an awakened one. When he awoke, he was done with crime and started a guild. But services, interest-bearing loans, human and drug trafficking. It's all left over from his past life. Aries is a dirty guild, so people say. And the way he killed a man confirms it. They say a leopard won't change its spots. The guy is sure that the man is hiding something, so he thinks that the other guy, Jun, also has something against him. But nothing came to mind yet, so what exactly happened between Jun and the Aries Guild? It looks like he'll have to find out. He still has so much work to do, but it's snowing outside. When the end came, the world seemed to freeze. There was no snow or rain. The situation was getting worse and worse every day. At that time, he didn't know that peace and quiet was also a luxury. It's supposed to be New Year's Eve soon for sure. He almost forgot because of the meeting with this guy and the test. He has another reason to go to the tower. The reason he stopped climbing further wasn't because of his rank. It was because he needed to get an awakened certificate from the Awakened Commission in order to participate in the raids, which was why he had to take the test. He wouldn't have been in such a hurry to get there, but he couldn't wait any longer because he knows the incident will happen soon. But what if it doesn't work out, even if it fits? He didn't even think about it. After all, he's the only C-ranked one out there. According to the database, he doesn't even have any experience in dungeons. Will they choose him for this? Right after all, there was a set of people for a raid in the dungeon. The difficulty was orange, and the location of Gyeonggi to Gwangju. He didn't want to do this, but should he try to trick them? We see two people sitting in a cafe. On Minseok, C-rank hunter, level 12 dungeon clearing. Lienmi, C-rank man, level 8 dungeon clearing. And Kim Yoon, a C-rank healer, the 5th level of dungeon clearing. It seems like nothing special is good, but the girl thinks that they work well together. These guys are just mediocre singles. Well, that's rude. She's also one of the candidates. Does it matter to them who will be in the squad if there is one in the squad? We need to calm down now. Mr. B rank awakened. In front of her was a man named Li Zhuo. Even so, it wouldn't do. They needed at least one more participant, he explained to her. Then they will not receive less. Is the man sure of this? He is already a high-ranking person. What is he afraid of? But safety must come first. She knows how high the death statistics in the dungeons are right now. He stopped climbing the tower because he didn't want to waste his life. So what's the point if he dies in the 4th dungeon? It's just an orange dungeon, he doesn't have to worry, she said. Let him do what he wants, she has to obey the leader, so what can she do for him? She reached out to him. There's someone useful here, isn't there? Luckily they've just received an application. but this person's name is Kim Sahyun. The easiest way to show differences in dungeon difficulty is by using colors. The closer the color gets to purple, the harder it gets. The orange dungeon is the second easiest in the ranking. If there are C rank awakened ones in their squad, they won't be able to clear it out without any problems. But this orange dungeon is somewhat different from the others. On January 1st, 2024, he was in this dungeon, welcomed and long awaited. It seems to be the last one, but that's okay, they just came here themselves. He was greeted formally once again by a man named Lee Juho, the leader of this squad. He introduced the guy to the team. This is the same Kim Soyeon. Isn't he currently ranked first in the Challenge Tower ranking? The man explained that this is not so, these guys just have the same names. This guy has C rank, this is the first time he goes to the dungeon. Buran, and he also studied first. The guy from the team understood everything. But it's good that the hero faked his rank. If everyone believes it, he will be happy. It's better not to show his skill level. Right now she wanted to see Kim Sahyun, but it's just a match with the same name. The girl was disappointed. She walked over to them, wearing a bright red jacket and wondering if the guy was too small for that, or even if he would be of any use at all. He doesn't think it's necessary to hear this from a hunter of the same C rank as him. The girl was very angry about this. She was very angry because she didn't look alike just because of her rank. They need to calm down. They're all ready to move out. Are they really energetic enough to waste their energy before entering the dungeon? The girl asked them. They'll see how nice the guy inside the dungeon is. What's the typical response for a third-rate? This woman next to the red-haired Kim Buran. She is the leader's friend and helper. Later, another girl came up to him. She said that her name was Kim Yoon. She would be the healer in this squad. He also greeted her back. There's no need to worry too much about what just happened. She said, some of them like to show off to other awakened ones. But I'm sure the girl didn't mean to say what she said. If she didn't mean it, what else could it have been the guy was thinking? In any case, he asks you to take care of him, and everyone around you should take care of each other. But who is this person on the side? He asked the girl. She doesn't really know him. It seems that the leaders don't know who it is either. But what was the point of him telling them that he wouldn't show their face or name for personal reasons? But they've made sure of his rank, so she's confident that everything will be fine. The hero does not think so. Now they will enter the dungeon. There is a reason why he stopped climbing up the tower and came to the orange dungeon. The first is because everyone here is going to die soon. On January 1st, 2024, all squad members were killed in the dungeon. Strange occurrences that occurred in a dungeon with a not very high level. The reason why it attracted so much attention was the confirmed death of 5 people. But at the same time, it was revealed that there were 6 people in the squad, which meant that the real killer was among them. And now, because of the presence of the hero, there are 7 of them. But this only means that now the killer will have 1 more victim. Protects the squad members, he must find the culprit among them. Well, what should he do? He thought as the rules were explained to them. Suddenly the man broke off and asked if the guy understood everything. He replied that, of course, yes, they don't have to worry too much. After all, this is just an orange dungeon. There won't be any monsters here, and even they will be animal type like wolves. Suddenly turning around, he saw behind him a huge monster with 1 eye, which swung at them broken. It was a cyclops. Why were they in the orange dungeon now? There was an explosion. No one believed that it was an orange dungeon. The guys were thrown several meters away. Cyclops in the orange dungeon. Something strange is happening here. They only appear in yellow level and higher dungeons, which means a dungeon with a growing level. It's just like a transformation, a growing skill. There are also dungeons that gradually increase their level. So the reason for conquering this dungeon is because of an unexpected level up. Not at all. This reason doesn't explain much. Even if they are criminals, they can't change the level of the dungeon. If they just wanted to kill everyone, this situation is just the way to go. But who was this man guarding his charges among all the surprised faces? A man who was truly happy. The girl screamed and said that they should run because of this dungeon reward. What is more important than her life? How are they going to kill such a monster? She's leaving. If she leaves now, what will happen to the others then? Now is not the time to fight. They were attacked by a monster. They weren't exactly busy right now. The man was stopping the monster's strike. He wasn't lying about being a high-ranked player, however. He is not yet able to resist the Cyclops. The man was thrown into the walls. He was lying unconscious. You need to take control of the awakened B rank in 1 blow. The guys didn't know what to do, but suddenly everything lit up. What was it? It was our hero. He attacked with a monster. Suddenly a girl ran up to the leader to save him. Thank God the man didn't seem to be hurt, the guy thought, defending himself from the monster. He threw punches at him and flew back as he dodged that punch so easily. From the Cyclops attack, how long they will stand like this? Let them pull themselves together. Even if they want to run away, they can't just run away. But why there was no way out? The way was blocked, the hooded man explained to them. Starting from the yellow level, the entrance and exit work differently. As soon as they enter, they will not leave until they find a path. The guy is right. The man doesn't know why the dungeon level has changed. Now they will have to fight to escape from all these monsters. They can leave the Cyclops for a man, but they will have to fight the others to keep the monsters growing. We need to gather. There were about 30 monsters here. The guy hit them, with the exception of Cyclops. The rest of the monsters are still orange level, you can leave them on the rest. Of course, even in such numbers, he would deal with them in an instant with this skill. But now is not the time to focus on the main monster. Usually the Cyclops' weakness is his eye. But that's not the eye that's on his head. His real weakness, his hidden eye. The guy flew and landed on his hand. This eye, here. He hit Cyclops' hand. The reason he's gripping the club so tightly is because of the eye inside his palm. Cyclops not only attacks, but also protects his hand with a club. This monster was finished. The others are still fighting. When the guy was looking at them, the man shouted at him to be careful, because the monster was grabbing him with his hand. He didn't understand what was going on and how it was that he didn't die. It wasn't the same hand that held the weapon, it couldn't be his other hand. The monster slammed him in its fist, the man shouting how this guy, this arrogant kid, could have been killed. It was all hopeless, you just need to run away, but let them see. Suddenly the monster's hands trembled and a guy flew out like a bullet. It might have ended badly, but he managed to get out. It was a good thing that he had borrowed this guy's abilities beforehand, and he had survived with the transformation. The guy landed on the ground, and the monster's arm was injured. He thinks that raising the skill level was worth it. Patriarch Charles is a berserker stat, and also a sacred bird. Her stat is blue fire. Until now, he could only superficially copy his target's abilities. But right now, he can copy all of its power, much stronger than he thought. Maybe he should see how far he can go with this. When a man ran up behind him, the guy was already flying into the air with his power. He swept past the monsters in one blow and killed them all. And later he flew up to the Cyclops, but where is he looking? The guy hit him over the head. His speed was simply incredible, and his technique was also admired by the man. It can't be that these are C-rank abilities. But suddenly, he was also attacked by a monster. They must deal with it all together. It doesn't matter what happened now. Now a man must fulfill his duty as well as girls. He will take the front position, and let her remember to support Minseok and UNSSI. You've heard it, haven't you? You've got to stand up straight. The hero noticed how they start working together. That's right, now it's time to end it all. He hit the Cyclops on his arm and all over his body. He died without a trace. They barely managed to deal with all the monsters. The girl thought she was going to die. What should they do now? Even though they've defeated these monsters, they still don't know where the exit is. If more of these monsters appeared in the future, nothing would change. Isn't it worth asking for support from your superiors? The man asked. To be honest, this is also his first time in such a situation, and he doesn't think that there are any recommendations for such situations. Now the guys are safe and can rest. The man asked if the hero was okay. He was not injured in any way. But he's still C-ranked. It was an emergency, and he went a little overboard. However, he feels like his whole body is shaking. They can ask the girl to treat him, and he will discuss with this woman what they should do next. A girl ran up to him and asked him if he was badly hurt, but she wasn't really casting healing magic right now. But in any case, he fought very well. Just think that he killed a Cyclops alone. Even a man of his rank can't handle it. He was just lucky, the guy explained. But why isn't he worried? The girl is referring to the difficulty of the dungeons. This is also what she means by these people. The guy is afraid to die and is not able to fight properly, while the girl continues to complain. And the hooded man they don't know anything about. And also 2 representatives in the Abyss network find conversations about them. They don't distribute dungeon rewards properly at all and come up with low-level excuses for their squad. Even if they somehow finish the chat trade, they won't be able to get the corresponding rewards. Even if it worked the most, so that's what's going on here. He told the girl not to worry. He understood everything that was going on right now. A man approached them and said that he would like to talk to the guy. They need to move away. The girl was excited, and the guy agreed. In fact, the hero himself would like to ask something. All the guys went through the cave. Fortunately, the girl no longer sees other monsters here. They had already dealt with all the monsters that were previously here. They'll be safe until the next zone. Well, how was the conversation between the man and this guy? The woman asked. How was that plan? The hero had a question he wanted to ask, but the plan was cancelled. He told the girl, recalling the conversation. She didn't understand why there seemed to be more to come. The guys came to a huge door. Very soon the real color will be known. The huge doors in front of them opened and they entered an empty hall. It was all gray, and it looked like they were in the middle of a dungeon. Perhaps there was a way out, for she had noticed some golden doors in the middle of the gloomy room. Wasn't this the way out? It looked like they would finally be able to get out of here. Well, if she just ran stupidly, the man was trying to stop her. As a scoreboard appeared in front of them, it was the dungeon system. It turned on. The system welcomed those who had come all the way here. The dungeon trial would start soon. It was the voice of the tower system. The exit right in front of them. What was it about? Starting from the yellow level, the raid does not end after killing monsters. Just like in tower trials, a raid can be completed when certain requirements are met. For example, you need to save the village and survive. The guys had to choose a way to pass. The first is to kill the monsters. The door behind them will summon them for 30 minutes. Second, the door opposite will open and they will need to run away from the monster for 30 minutes. The summoned monsters will chase them. We'll throw them out within 10 minutes. If they don't open the door themselves, the path will be chosen randomly. Why does this system do whatever it wants? The girl was indignant, so they won't get out until they've finished with one of the options. It looks like they should choose the second one. The difficulty is too high, they won't be able to fight them. Well, if the reward is better, if they fight before then, they did a great job. How can he say that? Boy, he's completely useless. They started cursing and were stopped by a girl with red hair. They should stop fighting. Do they have time for that? The man turned back, not meeting the boy's eyes. The girl asked him what to do in less than 10 minutes, and he was still thinking. The reason they were able to defeat the Cyclops and make it here is because of this guy. So it's worth asking him what kind of C rank will be the raid leader. Cool. The girl in the red jacket was indignant, but he fought and everyone saw his success. He thinks it's better to fight. What does he even think of himself after such monsters? The girl was dissatisfied. He wants to get the best rewards because they can either run or fight. At first glance, it seems that it will be easier to run, but if you think about it from the other side, it is possible that they will be chased by those very monsters that they will not defeat. Besides, they don't know that it might be more profitable to take up positions and fight here. If you think about it, this is probably the best option, the man thought. If no one objected, then they would agree on this. Everyone needed to get in line. The guys stood in a circle and defended each other's backs. They chose the first way to fight monsters, and in 30 seconds the battle began. The system wished the travelers good luck and the gate opened. All sorts of monsters came out and they started attacking people. Everyone had to be careful. Why are they so fast, these monsters? One of the monsters grabbed the man by the neck and twisted him. He couldn't even breathe, but the hero helped him with this monster lizard. It took only about a minute. The guys were fighting. Very soon, what will they do next? Show their real face or wait and see how everything will happen? While everyone was fighting, but suddenly they noticed the door. What was it? The healer girl was almost crying, and the guy in the hood was outside the door and he was stabbed with cues. No one understood what had just happened. They had to focus. The wave wasn't over yet. They had to keep fighting. But the first route was forcibly closed. They would start the second route in 10 minutes. They needed to pass the gate and reach the exit safely. But the guys didn't understand what was going on. They had less than 5 minutes left to finish the test. Who opened the gate? The girl was crying. The other was indignant. No one knew. This person just opened the door and ran. What a terrible person. Will they be able to defeat these monsters or not? That's just not possible, the man said. As they just heard, they are surely stronger than the ones they were fighting just now. And since they've already been in combat, they don't have enough health and mana to deal with the rest. And if they run, there will be traps. There's nothing to worry about. They should go, the guy said. Don't they see these corpses? How does he think? Where is he going now? It's just suicide. Indeed, they don't know anything about what the system said about the second route. This means that the summoned monsters will chase after them. It doesn't say that you need to avoid traps, but they can see the trap right there. The system isn't lying. Maybe they are only activated for people who have abandoned the chosen route. Everyone here was already going to the tower and exploring the dungeon, and they still don't know. Just thinking about it, they would still be dead in 3 minutes. Wouldn't it be better to try to do something before that? The man set everyone up and said that it was worth getting out. If someone has an objection, they can stay here. But he agrees with the hero. He thinks it's better this way. They can then accuse the man of not being worthy of being a squad leader, but for now they need to focus on how they can all survive and get out of here alive. The team didn't say anything at first. In response, the girl agreed it would be better if they went. Altogether they need to hurry. They don't have much time left. Well, if they go out, well, the door is close. The girl killer asked the guy and whether he goes with them at all. He said he would stay here, but why does he want to stay? Is he crazy? Does he want to fight monsters alone or something? He certainly wouldn't stay here alone. He had to take someone with him for the sake of them guys. Isn't that right? He will take the girl with him, but she objected and she wants to leave. Why should she stay here with him? While she was talking, the man had closed the door and she wouldn't be able to get out. The girl did not understand what her friend was doing. He would tell her everything a little later. She shouted after them that she didn't want to stay here and asked them to take her with them. But the man did not forget about them in the contract. He did not forget everything. She kept shouting after them, even through the closed door, and then she fell to her knees and began to cry. Why would the guy do this to her? They would both die if they stayed here. She wanted to live, and he also wants to live once. She wants to live. Maybe she will say it after she removes this dagger from her hands. She thinks that he didn't realize that she was one of those Scavengers Guild members. The guy cut open her t-shirt and saw the sign, the most terrible guild of criminals. Scavengers are a hotbed of all kinds of crime, a crazy group of killers. They will sow even more evil in the future. Now the name Scavengers is not particularly known in society, but in a couple of years they will become a group that threatens humanity at the level of the end of the world. Also, their company became the culprit of a terrorist attack. If the guy wants to save the world, he must get rid of them all as soon as possible. The girl was going to kill the entire group to get an achievement corresponding to her guild. She was smart, she was less sociable, and she was too worried about her life. She was constantly thinking about how to escape from the battlefield. The guy wanted to clear the dungeon, but his skills aren't enough to kill everyone. This mysterious person, because he hid his identity, he looked the most suspicious. For this reason, she chose him as her first victim. She deliberately told the guy a story about the leaders, which made them suspect them after this incident. That's how he found out. But the girl noticed it when he still killed Cyclops. He really pretends to be someone else. After all, he is the same Kim Soo-hyun from the ranking. Then what's the point of him dying in a matter of seconds? When he dies surrounded by monsters, she opens the door and escapes. The girl has the invisibility skill of her healer class. Lie. Her skills are designed to kill. She used her skill to hide from him and open the gate. The second test route opened. She wished him luck and disappeared. I wonder if this skill will be able to detect the smell of blood coming from her body. The girl noticed that her entire arm was covered in blood when he managed to do so. The monsters smelled this smell and attacked her. It remains to deal with them, with these huge Cyclops and other monsters. The guy dealt with all of them smartly. He apologized, but they won't leave here alive. He fended off one monster, then another, then a third, all with his skill. He was fighting monsters that were flying. As expected, there are a lot of them, no end in sight, and no end in sight. Well, maybe that's a good thing, because this is the right moment for the right technique. He will finish it all in one shot. Meanwhile, in the cave, the guys ran and ran away. You cannot stop, the monsters will immediately catch them. So this healer had killed this guy with a trap. How could the man even know about it? This is information that he received in advance. This information was told to him by the hero. He understood that the guy's rank was higher. In fact, he was talking to a girl. He is so strong that he was able to kill a Cyclops by himself. And the man thought that it was the guy from the rumors. If so, then he asks him to become the leader of the raid. Due to such a dangerous situation, he thinks that the guy is more suitable for this role than the man. He asked again about the guy's rank and the guy said that was how he was going to tell it. The man was right, he was the rumored guy. The man knew that he was deliberately hiding it. The guy has personal reasons, but the man seems to be someone who can be trusted, so he decided not to lie to him. What is he talking about? The guy refuses his request. He must be the leader of the raid. The guy was convinced of this after the man tried to assign it to them. When they were all in danger, he was able to control them, and he is willing to sacrifice himself for others. A man is a real leader. He is better suited to this role than the hero himself. So let him listen to the guy's request. He said he had something to tell him, right? In short, their raid group will open a murder case. The man was shocked at what the guy was talking about. He will briefly explain everything, but the man must promise that he will bring everyone out except him. He has to promise that the hero will stay behind because he came here to catch the criminal. The strongest rookie lost in the abyss, Kim Soo-hyun. Perhaps he thought that he could buy time with his strength if he stayed behind. Well, even if he can, what about the numerous monsters in the dungeon? The man thought as he ran, but he had to finish, even though he was worried, but he still couldn't do anything. In any case, it will just get in his way. But he can't do that. No matter how much he thinks about it, he just can't leave him and go. The man abruptly turned around and ran in the opposite direction. He apologized to the hero because he does not think that he can bring the others out. He will return to him and help. When the man opened the door and saw the dead monsters, but what happens? Everything was blue, and the hero was using divine flames. When the guy was running, he noticed a man in front of him and abruptly turned his power. He directed it at the monsters and defeated them. He swore at the man for coming back, and he told him to leave. But he couldn't leave one guy. But what about the girl? He took care of her, or rather, the monsters killed her. The man ran here like a madman, and the guy had already killed everyone, and he couldn't even do anything to help. But a man can help himself because everything is just beginning. A yellow ring opened up in front of them, a skeleton began to climb out of it, and the final boss finally appeared. The final boss was a skeleton with a cloak and a sword in its hands, as well as a yellow dot on its forehead. The man had never seen anything like this before. What the hell was this? As the hero said, this is the final boss of this dungeon. There are bosses that look like skeletons. The boss was indignant and asked him not to call it that rather rudely. It turns out that this skeleton also speaks, but he would have preferred to be addressed properly instead of being called a derogatory word like skeleton. That's right, let them call him the Dark Priest Slick. That's his real name. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a guy. Even if they don't try to sound cool, He's only half a lick. This thing isn't a lick, in fact it has almost become a lick. The real lick is completely different in mana level and concentration. Well, the boss was indignant. Does the guy think that such a trivial taunt will work on a halfling? Underdeveloped, it is a mistake, a carbon copy, half-hearted. The man was shocked by the way the guy called this boss names. The skeleton gets angry, it will tear off all their limbs and feed them to the monsters. He flew into the air and summoned his army. They were the dead. He thinks it's only half personal, but he still has the ability to do necromancy. This is probably the reason why the dungeon turned yellow. Why is he teasing him? He shouldn't do it, the man told the guy, but the hero did it on purpose. This was the only way to provoke him to attack them. The guys stood in a stance with their swords, the hero held his weapon in a circle and something blue appeared around them, similar to a ring. The guy doesn't want to say this to the man, but at the moment, he's not strong enough to fight these monsters. It will be difficult for him to fight in parallel with the monsters and protect the man. The rebels will not be able to cross this circle, it should just distract the monsters without going beyond the circle. Well, as for the hero, his opponent is the mounting thing, or rather, the boss. The guy flew into the air with a jump and headed for the skeleton. The boss dodged the guy, a very fast person, but he still couldn't reach it. It was teleportation. Usually liches don't have the skills for physical combat. They use the undead to avoid physical attacks, all to hide their fatal weakness. Their weak point is the life crystal on their forehead, the mana crystal that serves as their lifeblood. Liches must keep their distance from the enemy to protect this crystal. Their teleportation skill has also been developed due to this feature. Either way, it also means that you only need to catch it to kill it. The guy tried to hit the monster, but it constantly dodged. It uses the cloak to create a blind spot for the hero. The guy fended off his attacks and used his own. He used a Divine Flame attack, but he wasn't sure if it hit. Divine Flame was a skill that could definitely deal critical damage. In any case, it was useless as long as he didn't hit the monster, the boss said. The hero thought he hit it, but it seems difficult to hit a moving opponent. Meanwhile, he was hanging in the wall with his weapon, so it's fun to watch him while he's hanging there and reasoning. The monster thinks it's good that it's thinking it through. He should look at his sword first. The boss's magic can destroy anything it touches, and it will immediately corrode the hero's sword. He has about 5 minutes before he loses his weapon. But it probably won't happen, the guy said, and it'll be over in 5 minutes. He drew his weapon and leaped straight at the monster. The guy landed with a huge crash, smoke rising. The man was very afraid for the hero, but he did not come here to be protected. But if he tries to do something, he will interfere with the hero. He couldn't figure out what to do. He would instantly die before he could do anything if he went out of his circle. However, sitting idly by wasn't an option for him. The man swung his weapon and struck at one monster, and then ran out of the circle altogether and at another. So, in front of us, we can still see that the guy was able to defeat the same lizard, which really surprised Kim, in which really Kim Lee Juho sits down with the help of a divine flame, while not being in it. However, how is Tut even able to use it to fight now? How is that even possible? But as soon as our hero looked with his eyes at the Eric around that guy, it immediately became clear that in fact the mana level of that guy had increased since entering the dungeon. Did he become so much stronger in a short amount of time? Great, because if this is all true, then you need to change your plans. As soon as our protagonist thought about this, the skeleton immediately asked why he was running away. However, at the same time, our hero simply took and tore to shreds all the enemies. Our hero said that he wasn't really running away, he just started putting his plan into practice. The skeleton was shocked, but Lee Ju-HR just asked why our character approached him. But Kim didn't say anything, he just said that he wanted to apologize for what he said earlier. He said that the person in front of him was definitely not weak, so it would be necessary to first deal with all the monsters, or rather, put the skeleton in front of them together. Juhu was very encouraged by all this, but the skeleton just started laughing, because do these people really think that the two of them can handle him? Of course, Juhu didn't believe in such a thing. After all, is it even possible to do such a thing? Dark Kim will air the sun. Information. So Juhu only said that he trusts his friend's choice. He even said that he won't interfere if something goes wrong. Kim then took up his stance, and the skeleton immediately directed all of its other summoned creatures at our heroes, which triggered our protagonists, and they launched into battle. Of course, none of the monsters could have expected that they could just fly all over the field after the attack, and the skeleton could not believe that it would fight against a slow person. But as soon as the skeleton's attention was on our main character's companion, Kim, in turn, launched a charge. The skeleton said that a double attack seemed like a great plan, but they warned that they would not succeed. At this moment, Juhu closed his eyes, then clung to his storm sword as tightly as possible, then used it in Wind Dance. The two attacks came together in a way that the skeleton couldn't believe, because it would never have thought that two people would be able to combine two of their enemies so quickly and gracefully. While the skeleton was thinking, the attack still reached it. This made it clear to our characters that it was time to combine their efforts again, and after jumping on Kim's sword, Joo-hoo immediately jumped towards the skeleton. The skeleton wanted to protect himself from this trick, said that he would not fall for it again. He thought that with his attack, he would be able to hit Joo-hoo, but what he didn't know was that at that moment, our Kim was behind him, who had been ready to strike all along. That Prodigy that this is the end for the skeleton. He hit him with his sword. But what happened was something that no one could have expected. What happened was that the sword just took off and split in half. The skeleton was very happy with this information. He said that it seems that our hero forgot about the fact that his sword was cursed, that now our protagonist will fight against his opponent without any weapons. But Kim just kept smiling and then said that no one said that he was the only one with a sword. The skeleton realized that something was wrong, so he decided to turn around and saw that behind him was Joo-hoo, who was already swinging his sword and immediately took off the head of that vile creature. The head, as well as the gem that was imprisoned in the skeleton's head, started to crack. He screamed in pain, and then his body just fell to the ground. Kim, looking at all this, began to say that when they started fighting, the skeleton thought that he was using Joo-hoo as a distraction. So from the very beginning, the skeleton focused on our protagonist, because perhaps he also thought that he had a chance to win because the sword still broke. However, when they discussed the plan together with their comrade, they decided that it would be Joo-hoo who would kill them. They believed that the skeleton would succeed in a trick, but the skeleton was just trying to stand up on its own hands, saying that their king would come back, that it wasn't over yet, that the king would come after them and take everything that was precious and precious to them. Joo-hoo, looking at the whole scene, couldn't believe it, because was it really over? But our main protagonist understood that everything was over, but the last words of the skeleton could definitely possess people and himself. After all, words about their king can make you think. By that time, the two heroes had already got out of the dungeon, but they still couldn't understand what they were doing now, why they were sitting in the bushes watching other people being evacuated. One of the girls was asked what happened to her colleague, but the girl just cried and said that she hoped that he got out alive, but it may even be so that he was already dead. Of course, Joo-hoo himself was also looking at everything. He said that it seems that Baran called the rescue team, which may be bad for both characters, because most likely Kim wants no one to know about this situation. He doesn't want people to know that Kim is actually the person who is ranked first in the rankings. Of course, Kim was immediately worried, because he knew that sooner or later people would find out about it, but now he definitely doesn't want to face fame. After these words, Joo-hoo himself got up and said that he would then go himself. Kim was shocked, because would he really go there alone? But Joo-hoo replied that he was just very good at dealing with such situations, but there was still one condition. He wants to make sure that his part of the reward still belongs to our protagonist and not to him. Of course, Kim knew that such a large number of stones would cost hundreds of millions, but did Joo-hoo want to do it? However, Joo-hoo was definitely sure that he didn't want to take this award, he just felt that he didn't deserve it all. But why would he do that? After all, they were only able to kill the lychee by combining their powers. Of course, Joo-hoo was saying at that moment that the help he received from our hero was much more than the stones in the bag, and if he really wanted to, he could have handled the lick alone. It was Kim who allowed Joo-hoo to fight with him to help develop. Our protagonist just opened his mouth and smiled, saying that most likely it will not be easy to deceive him. As soon as he thought about this outcome, Joo-hoo continued, saying that he would like to ask Kim to go as far away as possible while Joo-hoo dealt with the whole situation. Joo-hoo immediately called his friend and said that he was the one who would take our character as far as possible. Of course, Kim himself, as he got into the car, couldn't believe that anyone would be willing to drive to a hole like this just to use a car to transport people. In any case, our hero was pleased that they were able to catch the criminal, although they could not save everyone. The only reason they were able to save anyone was because of Lee Joo-hoo's help. It would be very difficult for Kim to handle all this alone, so this means that our main protagonist is not strong enough. He must become much stronger than ever. Our protagonist understood that he used to think that he was really strong, but since he was the only one who survived when everyone else fell, it wasn't cheap. He knew that he had to become much stronger in order to change the future that he remembered and subsequently attract reliable people to their side, but first of all, of course, take care of himself. You should definitely start with something bigger and make some money. By that time, a person came to the head of the ethereal stones who asked for the attention of the head himself. Own said that someone wants to send stones even though they're C-ranked. However, the information that he would come with more than 500 grams of ethereal stone definitely shocked the person. Of course, the manager immediately went to the table and to our character, saying that he was very sorry that he was late. He said that he had heard that the man had brought some ether stone with him, so Kim immediately handed over the stones. The manager immediately began to inspect the stones, saying that all stones of this quality can only be found in the yellow dungeons, but is the person in front of them sure that he acquired them legally? This all upset our character very much, saying that he didn't understand what the manager was talking about. The supervisor immediately started saying that he didn't want to mean anything, but as far as he knew, this was a C-rank awakened person, so it might seem very strange that he possessed ethereal stones that could be found in higher rank dungeons. It was clear that the manager was trying to reduce their price, pointing out suspicion of their quality, so our hero immediately began to say that he considers himself lucky, because he was still able to get a certain reward from the Underdark. Our character reached into his pocket, and then immediately put a top-level ethereal stone on the pillow. This was the Lick's life crystal. Not many people knew about it, but this Kree was also an ethereal stone. It is necessary to destroy it in order to kill the Lick, but the chance that it will drop out as a reward is very low. Even our Kim didn't expect to be so lucky. Of course, he was able to use this information in the dialogue. He immediately said that since they didn't believe him, he would go somewhere else. The leader wanted to stop our character. He thought that he had managed to take a gray stone, but when he looked in his hands, he did not notice it. He only noticed Kim, who was already walking out the door, saying that he would hear the price that everyone was willing to offer for this stone just once. Everyone was shocked, but at the same time we can see that our main character is walking around on the street, having received quite a lot of money for this stone. Our protagonist thought that getting 600 million won for such a stone was pretty good. However, when a catastrophe happens, money will no longer mean so much, but even now you will have to earn some money, because in the near future you will definitely need money. By that time, Kim was already able to get home, but noticed that his mother has a strange mark on her face. It was a shock to Kim, but why would mother care so much? Our hero immediately decided to ask why my mother was so badly Exodus, and where did this wound on her face come from? The mother immediately began to tell her son not to worry, because most likely her son knows which restaurant she works in. She said it was just a bit of a turn-up when she was breaking up customers during one of the drunks. Of course, our character immediately lost his temper. He started asking why his mother works there at all. Why does he keep going there, knowing he might get hurt? My mother, on the other hand, did not understand what her son was talking about, because she understood that her son would soon enter the higher oblivion, which means that he would have to pay for his education. She just wants her son to get everything out of life so that the mother can be proud of her son, which we are doing right now. Kim was shocked by this information. He was a little surprised, as his memories of being scolded by his mom for not trying harder came back to him. That everyone was telling him that he had to be a hero. But as soon as our main character came out of his thoughts, then I noticed that we were worried about him, mother. He asks if everything is all right. But our Kim didn't find a better solution than to say that he has something to say. At the same time, they went to the table and our protagonist told us that he was an awakened one. My mother asked if he was like the people on TV. Kim immediately said that he was well respected in the community and could earn as much as all of them, so he plans to work as an awakened person and not go to college. Our hero apologized for something that should have been said much earlier, but now he just doesn't want to hide anything. But at the same time, his mother interrupted him and asked if he really wanted to do this. Not because of money, not because of respect, but just because of your own desire. Kim, remembering what the world was waiting for, immediately replied that it was all true, so my mother just sighed and said that she agreed to everything. Our protagonist asked her if she was mad at him, because he had been hiding it for more than a year and it was a dangerous job. He thought his mother would swear, but my mother interrupted again and said that of course she was worried, but knowing that he had been hiding it for a whole year, she now understood why she could not have woken him up just by shouting. She admitted that she does not want to forcibly change the lifestyle of her son and just wants him to make decisions for himself and be happy. However, he now asks to tell her everything that bothers him so that he can hide nothing more. Kim immediately smiled and said that it would be like this and then thanked his mother. Sure enough, at that moment, he reached for his phone and said that he had already made some money for the awakened ones, even enough so that mother might quit her job. My mother immediately reached for the phone to look at it. However, at the same time, it became clear that she was very startled, to put it mildly. She couldn't believe that they had become so rich in such a short period of time. Of course, our character asked if his mother was happy, but she, in turn, threw the phone into her son's hands and immediately said that she was very happy, and also that she would now prepare a special dinner in honor of this. Kim, looking at all this, only understood that this is exactly what he wanted all his life. He wanted at least moments to be as pleasant as now. Of course, he even thought about giving up everything and living a peaceful life, but he only understands that he is not the real Kim who should live. This warmth should definitely be provided not to our hero, but to him. But now our protagonist doesn't really care, because he was given a second chance to protect this world, so it is for this reason that Kim, when he returns to this body, will be able to count everyone further. He wants Kim not to lose such a loving mother. It is for this reason that our hero turned him into a hero, but all he needed to do was get stronger because he was still weak, and even the lick had caused him a lot of problems. So now all he had to do was climb the tower over and over again. And to do that, he needed a weapon, not the junk he would get from the authorities, but a legal weapon. so it was only necessary to turn to one person, the human blacksmith Kim Daho. Our main character at the same time began to knock on this blacksmith, preventing him from working. As soon as Daho opened the door, our Kim got in his way and said that he was very pleased to meet you. By that time, we can see the holy sword Bamang. Its name means sacred sword that kills dragons, and it was borrowed from the sword that Siegfried used. This was the sword used by the previous Kim when he was still called Kim Sung-jin, the greatest sword created from countless rare materials and the efforts of the awakened ones. And the creator of this sword was Kim Daho. At one point, Kim Sung came to the blacksmith in rainy weather. Sung-jin asked what was in there about the thing he asked to be done. The blacksmith immediately said that he was done, so now the very sword that looked just lovely appeared in front of him. Daho himself called it his masterpiece, which he created in his entire life. It was at this point that Kim said that he couldn't accept this sword, which shocked the blacksmith, but our character said that he understood what the blacksmith went through while trying to create this sword. The materials that he collected to create the greatest masterpiece of all time were used on him. How dare someone like that stand in front of Daho? Kim has never paid this blacksmith to work at all, so how can he accept all this? The blacksmith at the same time asked to listen to him and said that he kind of noticed that many people call our protagonist a hero, and the smithy heard rumors about it. However, the more famous Kim becomes, the more confident he becomes. Most likely, this all seems unfair because people around the world expect and want so much from the hero, which in turn can only cause confusion. However, Kim has been trying to live up to expectations all this time, so even if it is very hard for him, he must accept it all, which is why the blacksmith wanted to do a free favor for such a person. After all, he is the only person who can make a good weapon. Of course, Daho is a savior and craftsman, and maybe even a lifesaver for our main character. And he is also one of those whom our hero could not protect in his previous life. It's been a very long time since Daho hasn't seen Kim, so this time our protagonist promised to protect him. Kim is immediately personable, but the blacksmith couldn't figure out if this person was some big shot. How did you even find this blacksmith? But our main character only replied that he had heard that this particular blacksmith makes weapons for the awakened. Daho immediately started shouting and saying that it wasn't like that, and then immediately closed the doors. Our staff thought that the person in front of them definitely hadn't changed, and then said that they had prepared materials for the blacksmith. At the same time, the blacksmith opened the door, saying that since this was the case, he should at least take a look at all the goods that were brought by our protagonist. Of course, at the same time, our main character handed all the goods to Kunzite, which surprised the blacksmith very much. The man's eyes became very round, because did he really have a top-level ethereal stone in his hands? This ethereal stone that was in Kim's hands is another reward, which our character received after killing the Lick. It is believed that this item cannot be obtained at all, because only after breaking through the Gwangju dungeon. The world found out that the highest level ethereal stone can be obtained as a dungeon reward, so for this reason, our hero thought that he would have to clear the Gwangju dungeon. There are an infinite number of uses for ethereal stones, although its greatest value lies in crafting weapons. However, where did such a small person get it at all? The blacksmith wondered. But all Kim said was that it wasn't something to worry about at the moment. The blacksmith asked, "So what does our main character want to make of these stones?" Immediately, Kim said that he needed a great sword. At the same time, Daho immediately led our hero inside and said that he had found the right person, and most likely he would not need payment, because he had already brought the best material. The blacksmith said that now it is possible to encode the contract, but our protagonist said that he did not need a contract, which surprised the blacksmith very much, because does the blacksmith really not understand how valuable the material that is in the blacksmith's hands is? But our main character immediately said that he trusts the person in front of him because he knows that Kun Price is attracted to the process of creating a dream using the ethereal stone, and not the sword itself. The blacksmith immediately began to laugh, and he said that he was just a beautiful boy, that he liked everything in this case, so he would take the order with great pleasure. LN Outlaws for a guy is the greatest sword that will fit the material. Kim immediately thanked the master and shook his hand. Of course, the blacksmith said that it would take time to make this sword, so our protagonist could take anything from the blacksmith's forge. By the time Kim came out of the forge, he had taken the sword with him, which was lying in the most visible place, so he knew that it was time to go back on the road, or rather to the tower. At the same time, Kim passed through the old man, passing the 11th test, then the 12th, the 13th, and so on. Time after time, he fought monsters, rising in the rankings, getting paid for their work, so that 6 months later we can notice the same colleague with whom our main character fought in one of the dungeons. The girl brainwashed Tom all the time, because no one could have expected that his treatment would take so long. Who would have thought that he would challenge and raise the difficulty level to 5? But what would happen if the dungeon got a little stronger? But Juhu only replied that if he felt sorry for himself, he would definitely not be able to catch up with one person, meaning our main character. At the same time, someone called Juhu's phone, surprising him greatly. Of course, it was our character who said that if there was nothing wrong with him, then he would like to ask him for a favor. Our Kim asked Juhu for 3 things. The first thing is to find a good apartment near Seoul, because after he gave up the magic shop, he needs a good place to move. The second is to learn about the scavenger guild so that they can hear about the Gwange dungeon. Kim Yoon should be the lowest ranked member of the guild, but her co-guild members may wonder why she died without completing the guild's tasks. For this reason, it will be quite difficult to track them down, but definitely not Neoral. Of course, Kim knew better than to worry about this one right now, and Juhu was telling them to leave it all to him. Our hero thanked him, and then asked for a third favor. He said that on November 24th there will be a huge outbreak in Anyang, that the victims will be the maximum, about 10,000. Juhu couldn't figure out how this was even known. As expected, our hero only said that he couldn't tell us the details right now, and he said all this to Juho because he had to believe him. Juho and Kim smiled at that moment, letting each other know that they believed in each other. It was help in this outbreak that became the third request. Arsu Arst is less than 6 months away from Christmas, so he definitely needs to get stronger. He will definitely have time to get the weapon created by Dahl. And once he clears the 20th floor of the dungeon, he will need to meet the Flash, but before that, you need to clear the 19th floor perfectly. At the same time, we can see that the entrance to the 19th floor was made. There was a huge desert, a lot of rodents were near the skeletons. The task was to escape from them and survive, because there were too many of them. At the same time, as soon as our protagonist landed, he noticed that these rats had gnawed the body of one of the creatures, so most likely our character will be the next target for them. As soon as the rats moved forward, it was the trigger to start fighting against them. These rats were small and quite sharp. They tried in every possible way to ram with their body, so only one spell helped against such a number, Divine Flame. Of course, our character immediately used it, thereby burning all the rats. However, as soon as I looked more closely, I noticed that they were climbing up the creature's skeleton and running straight at it. There was nothing else to do but try to fight them off with his body again. More and more of them were coming, but at the same time, Kim noticed that there was a crack in the ground, so it would be possible to think of something, or rather get rid of them all at once, by throwing the sword directly into the crack itself. He realized that it was only necessary to remove the ground on which these rats run. As soon as the earth collapsed, our Kim got to a certain place that looks like a temple. It is likely that the real test will begin there. He looked at one of the rats that had survived, but he didn't understand why it was shaking. What was it afraid of? However, as soon as the rats started to run away, they accidentally stepped on the pressure plate and immediately went to another world. It was at this point that Kim realized that his guesses were correct, because there was a real defender of this test. A huge snake appeared, which also began to attack our hero. However, as soon as the first attack was aimed at the snake, it became clear that it was not taken by ordinary attacks, as well as the spirit sword, which definitely has better properties than ordinary swords. At the same time, our character tried to use magic. He immediately began to say the Divine Flame, but this time the snake did not feel anything. Kim just realized that it wasn't as strong as physical damage, but it was still possible to understand that the snake had resistance to magic and effects, and using the Divine Flame wouldn't do as much good if you thought about it. While he was thinking about all this, the snake immediately launched into battle again. It just took and made a diversionary attack with its tail, and then tried to bite off part of our Kim's body. Kim managed to react by blocking the snake's mouth with his sword, but the snake still gave him a good pat. At first glance, one would think that the snake had no weaknesses, but if this battle had happened a month ago, there would have been no chance. But now our protagonist had everything to win. The snake, of course, did not like this. It opened its mouth and again launched an attack. Our protagonist understood that he had half as much mana left as he did after a typical battle, so before he used up all of it to the end, he had to at least immobilize the snake. At the same time, our main character rose into the air and tried to stun the snake and then jump away from it. As he jumped quite high, he noticed that there were vines all over the surface that he could cling to and shift his position over and over again. Kim thought that no matter how high his magic level was, all he had to do was hit the right spot. At the same time, the blow was delivered. The snake began to cry out in pain. It was clear that he still felt discomfort. So once the snake was immobilized, there was nothing better to do than just launch an attack. Our character just took and tried to put his attack on the belly of the snake. The blow was carried out. The snake began to scream, but there was no effect as such. The snake immediately flew towards Kim at its own speed, but for some reason, Kim was smiling. As soon as there were fractions of seconds left before the collision, the snake felt that it had stopped. Our character was able to use creepers, with which he simply tied the snake. This monster was strong, it had resistance to almost everything, high regeneration, but it was possible to say with accuracy that this snake could not defeat our hero because he believed that he had more power than the snake itself. Kim immediately used divine fire to summon a phoenix bird. It was a skill he had obtained not long ago on the 18th floor when the level of the divine flame had increased. It's not exactly a simple skill, but you can use it to summon a beast that you can give orders to and control. However, the drawback is that it consumes much more mana than first thought. However, even so, the result was worth it because the destructive power of the phoenix is 10 times stronger than the divine flame itself. The main character immediately gave the order to the phoenix to fly, so at the same time, the phoenix just went right through the snake's neck. The 19th floor was finished. Of course, it was clear and everyone remembered that the difficulty of the challenge tower increases dramatically every 10 floors. So just like last time on the 10th floor, most likely on the 20th floor, our Prios now will also have a hard time. In these half a year, he had done everything he could to prepare for it. However, there was only one thing left, that sword made by Daho. By the time many people in the city started discussing Kim again, they couldn't believe if it was really a person. How do you get so much out of your own opportunities, ignoring all the association's attempts to connect with them? I wonder if anyone knows who he is. Juhu was already waiting in the cafe, nervous that no one was coming. However, a few seconds later, a car cut off to the restaurant, from which our main character got out. He apologized for keeping us waiting, but Juhu kept asking if our protagonist liked the car that he gave him. Of course, at this moment, Kim knew that she was too gorgeous, many people were attracted to her, but Juhu didn't see anything wrong with this because when he found out what kind of transport he uses, he was simply shocked. Juhu started to talk about all the advantages of this car, but Kim immediately asked him to go to the cafe and discuss everything there. As soon as the two heroes entered the cafe, Zihu asked if he was ready for the 20th floor. Our protagonist said that everything is fine except for one thing, that he has been putting it off all this time, but he will definitely be able to pick it up today, and also said that he is grateful that Joju was able to stop by Mama Kim's store. At the same time, their conversation got off to the right track. They started talking about cities and all the possible possibilities of outbreaks. Juhu even said that he had managed to arrange a meeting with the director at one agency next month, so many people would help Kim if he told them everything that happened. Kim immediately started thinking about realized that if all this happens next month, then there are about 2 months left until the next outbreak. However, his first question was about the scavengers. Juhu immediately changed the subject, saying that he had asked everyone, but no one had answered, so it looked like they were hiding very well. But still, he managed to find out that the death rate and missing awakened ones had increased due to the recent increase in dungeon difficulty, so there was nothing to be done about this information. However, he found a couple of cases where awakened people died right in the middle of the street. After an investigation, it turned out that they were poisoned. At the same time, a flashback flashed through Kim's mind, so he immediately asked her to tell him more about it. Juhu agreed, so enough time had passed for these conversations. It was already evening. Our hero went out on the street and began to count the days until that very situation. He even realized that Juhu was trying his best, but so far nothing positive had come out, so it became clear that the best way to sort things out was to step in personally and independently. At this point, our character's car pulled up to Mother Daho. He was looking at all the items in the window. While he was waiting for his product, he quietly opened the door at the same time and apologized for waiting so long, because it was difficult to cope with such a truly amazing product, but he really enjoyed working with it. Daho just guaranteed its power, and it was easier to just open it and test it yourself. As soon as I was unsheathed, our Kim could not understand, was it really a normal sword in front of him compared to Bomum? But even before he picked it up, he realized that the sword in front of him wasn't simple, it was alive. Our Kim immediately started swinging his sword repeatedly through the air. He realized that the sharpness and durability was just perfect. Not only did he react to his mana, but he also understood what to cut and what not to cut. It was definitely an excellent sword. Daho asked if he thought of a name for his sword. After all, it was now personally his sword, it would be worth naming it. Our main protagonist understood that being so, it would be worth actually naming it. In the same second I will say the name Graham. He's going with a dragon slashing sword, Graham. Daho immediately asked if he was talking about gramophone. But in fact Graham is an alternative name for Bomung in Northern Europe. He just couldn't call the sword Bomung, but also doesn't want to get caught up in a name that means Godslayer. At the same time, as soon as they were able to talk, Daho asked when such a customer would come to see him and if he would like some tea. But Kim said he still had things to do, so he would come back sometime next time when he had more time. At this point, we might notice a kingdom or even say a castle. At one point, a man was seen approaching the guard. He asked how the guard was doing. After all, if it is normal, then it would be necessary to hold on a little longer. The castle will be in danger if the Odoram kingdom invades. The guard immediately said that he would immediately go and start surveillance. However, the knight understood that times were changing, that everything in the kingdom was changing. But just as Mark started to think, a man named Attic came up behind him. What was the follower doing there? Didn't he leave to help His Majesty the King? However, Attic replied that he had come there to make sure that the people were guarding the kingdom. How are they doing anyway? He was told that everyone had concentrated troops guarding the fortress, but still, the situation was not pleasant as the army of the Odram kingdom was far superior to theirs. Attic immediately asked him to wait and asked if Marksman was telling him to leave the kingdom. Marksman immediately moved away and said that he only meant that it was worth doing in an emergency situation, because if the confrontation drags on, it will be difficult to supply the army with provisions. But Attic said that it is not necessary to do, because rather than abandon this fortress, it is better to die just altogether. Marksman immediately fell silent. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him would even dare to say such a thing. Why would his soldiers even give their lives for it? After all, not long after declaring war with the kingdom, it was this person in front of him, who was a first-class follower of the king, who became the commander-in-chief. Complete submission to the orders of his superiors, this is the duty of a soldier and the rule on the battlefield. But the man in front of him believes that the life of a soldier is equivalent to the life of an ant. How could the king even hire such a person? However, while Marksman was thinking, Attic tapped him on the shoulder and said that in any case, these conversations should only be tolerated for 1 month. He was addressing the hero of the kingdom. At the same time, Marksman clenched his fists. He didn't want to speak, but then turned to attack and started shouting at him, saying that if they are confirmed, then nothing will change. As soon as that was said, an incredibly loud sound was heard. Marksman started shouting and asking what had happened. A man ran up to him, saying that they were being attacked from the outside. A few hours ago, we can notice that in front of the gate of the 20th floor, there was once again a portal, our hero and gatekeeper of the 20th floor. Of course, the gatekeeper said that it was rare to see such a rich man, but did he really come for advice? Our protagonist asked what exactly was wrong, so the gatekeeper immediately said that if he was satisfied with the price, then he would help so much. At this point, it became clear that the higher the floor, the harder it would be to bribe the gatekeeper. So while the gatekeeper was just sitting, our main character offered him a fabulous sum of as much as 10,000. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was paying for so many points at a time that ordinary people would have to save up for 10 years. He realized that this was actually a rich man. But where is the person in front of him even going to go? Kim said that he wants to try difficulty 10, so what should he watch out for? However, the gatekeeper said that our character should not worry because he himself will kill whom he wants. This was the end of the advice, and it was also supplemented by the fact that no one is better than you should kill, and under all circumstances you need to be sure of what you are doing. At the same time, the gatekeeper immediately kicked our main character out of the gate, and Kim, in turn, was already very bored and fed up with the fact that the gatekeepers all speak very incomprehensibly. As soon as Kim realized that everything was already starting, he began to feel like he was falling down. He was able to grab onto one of the branches, and then he began to see that there was a certain kingdom in front of him. The system started saying that he had entered the 20th floor, a level 10 challenge. In front of him was the Grand Elm Kingdom's fortress, which was a fortress with iron walls and 1,000 soldiers. The task was to conquer it, but remember that our main character is not their enemy. During the trials, he will even be able to save his comrades. It was necessary to reveal all the secrets of this dungeon. Of course, the explanation was quite large, but the larger the explanation, the more you can take from it. The gatekeeper also said something similar, but how can you even capture a fortress without fighting? By that time it was already evening. Our proto-Petes understood that the wall was so thick that it would not be an exaggeration to call it a fortress with iron walls, and the level of soldiers was appropriate. There are also many who have used real magic. This was exactly the situation where Kim was losing both in numbers and position. Of course, he had time to complete the test in 1 month, but there was no freedom of action. So that after lying on the grass for a while, he realized and decided that it was time to act. He immediately stood in front of the guards and decided to face them all. Our protagonist immediately said to the crowd of guards that he was just a traveler, so he asked to stay in the fortress for a while. The guards couldn't believe it, of course, but was this really a madman? Doesn't he see that they are not in a very favorable position? But our hero only thought that the outbreak in Anson was only 2 months away, so it was worth overcoming all the adversities of the test as quickly as possible. So if the guards don't want to let him in, then he will use his power. At the same time, he rose into the air and destroyed the doors to the fortress to everyone's surprise. Everyone was shocked, but it was at this moment that Marksman saw him on the attack. Everyone shouted that this was an invader or something. But Kim only looked at the sword and realized that the sword in his hands was actually a famous sword, because it was he who was able to resonate with it and through it freely feel the sharpness of the blade. A lot of the guards wanted to catch the bastard by then, so Kim had to attack all the guards. He knew that the sword was incredibly sharp, but at the same time, it couldn't cut anything at its master's behest. Many guards were checking their wounds, calling for reinforcements. Arrows were repeatedly fired into your character's body, but were cut in half. One of the men had to be thrown off the bridge altogether to keep his voice down. However, as soon as our hero looked in the other direction, he noticed that Marksman was already ready to rush into battle. But he was stopped by soldiers. They said that the commander simply could not rush into battle or the whole operation was over. Kim realized that this was a commander, that many people were putting him above their lives, trying to make jokes. Despite the fact that he commands them, they do not obey his orders, putting protection as a priority, of course. To understand the situation, our Parasnaj made a bit of noise, so attacking the commander will just speed up all the actions. As soon as Kim was in the air, the knights immediately stopped him with ropes. Our hero, of course, was able to stop the entire attack, which caused surprise, and then went into battle on Marksman. After only a few seconds, he realized that the man in front of him was strong. Both of them began to fight, but the guards couldn't figure out if their commander was all right. Of course, the commander began to command, saying that he will become an opponent of our character, while all the Stratinka will stand up for the defense of the fortress. However, the person in front of him is definitely not a spy of the kingdom. He was certain of this because of the will of his opponent. But Kim could only smile because his opponent actually had an excellent judgment skill. As expected, but the commander is definitely worth it. At the same time, the guards began to support their commander, saying that he was the one who led them to victory 20 years ago, so if he will be in this battle, then everything will be fine. Of course, Kim realized that most likely everyone trusts their commander, believes in him, but they certainly did not understand that this faith is nothing more than shackles on a person's feet, just like on our main character's feet when he was song-bitten. At the same time, Kim stood up and said that he was very sorry that he had to open the gate without permission, but he definitely had serious business to attend to. The commander began to say that everything our character says is nonsense, because there is martial law in their kingdom, so you definitely shouldn't let such a person in at such a time. The protagonist immediately said that if this is the case, then he will have to commit the crime again. In fact, our hero's idea was to capture the fortress without spilling blood, that is, to convince the person who has the most confidence in this fortress. The commander couldn't figure out who was in front of him. However, as soon as the commander recovered a little, he noticed that Kim had tied his hand with a rope, which he had received from the previous time. Our character didn't waste any time, so in the same Senkudu, he used Gigantomachy with the same skill and hit the target. The guards immediately began to worry. They realized that they would need to search not only for the commander, but also for his body, because everything was in the rubble. They couldn't figure out where everyone was. But we can also see Kim and the commander in a certain room. Our protagonist thought that the waist on the 15th floor was not empty. He understood that the skill that allows you to move from one shadow to another is actually useful, even though it takes a lot of time and mana to cast. But this skill is exactly right for perfect penetration. Kim prepared it just in case, and now he was definitely able to get into the fortress. But there was still one thing that confused him. There was only one thing to do, deal with the commander. He immediately went over to him and started to get up. He started apologizing for the whole situation, but also said that it was the only way to talk in private. The commander immediately couldn't understand why it was necessary to break down the gates and attack the knights at all, since the latter didn't want to attack the kingdom. Our character just said that he had no choice, he was simply not allowed to go to the fortress, and besides, he is in a hurry. The commander couldn't understand why there was such a rush, but the hero only replied that there would be problems in this fortress, which Kim himself does not know anything about. He said that if all this happened, it would be much worse than just a battle between two kingdoms. But were any other incidents strange in the fortress? The commander recalled the attack, then stood up and asked how even he could harm the person in front of him. What would happen if he was a spy from the kingdom next door? Kim immediately exhaled and said that if he was a spy, he wouldn't have used such a complicated method, because he could single-handedly incinerate this kingdom, and also realized that this is all true, that there is not a single person like him in this queen. At the same time, the commander said that he would tell everything, but in return he would go along with KTM. Kim smiled, which might have meant they agreed. By that time, both were walking in a certain place, and then they came to the place. The commander said that this place used to be used as a prison, but because of the spiritual power, all the prisoners there died. He was saying that not many people knew about this place. However, why did our Kim ask him at all about the place where the light does not fall? But our character only said that he would find out for himself because the fortress reeks of the never-vanishing smell of the dead. At the same time, Attic stood behind our protagonists. He asked what the commander was doing in a place like this. Why is there a kid standing around? But our character did not do anything now. He asked what to do in such a place to attack. After all, it was like a prison that was closed until the commander opened the door, so how did Atake know about this place? Atake, in turn, said that he just felt it. Kim asked, so was Atake following them? Asank found all this outrageous, asked the commander to come to his senses. But it was too late, and Atake lost his head. The commander started shouting and asking what kind of person was standing in front of him. Why did he kill the king's follower in the first place? But our protagonist just said it was funny, and then he turned around and they both saw the lick. Everything was clear from the first glance and smell. It was the smell of the dead that gave the lick away. And all thanks to the fact that Kim recently had experience of confrontation against such a creature. However, this time it was definitely a real lick in front of him. The lick immediately asked where the person in front of him came from. But Kim only drew his sword, which made it clear that he would not answer. Leech said that two people are preventing him from making his plans come true, so he's going to get rid of both of them. We see an attack fly at the two boys. The boy rushes at it and fights it off with his sword. The man next to him is as shocked as the kid attacking. His resistance to magic is much better than he expected. It's probably due to the fact that they used the highest grade etherstone material to create it. The sword won't break like it did last time. But the fact that the weapon is perfect won't solve all the problems. The lick is a monster with dark abilities. The attack won't work properly unless it's a critical strike, sacred attribute, or life force skill. I think that's what Maxima said. This man is powerful in his own way. It's hard to team up with someone who doesn't have sacred attribute skills. But in that case, he would use his sacred flame to suppress the monster. The guy tried to jump on top of him, but it didn't work. He fell stone-faced. The lick flew up and launched his attack again. The guy was able to fight it off. Their attacks collided and turned into a huge ball. This was something he didn't expect. His flames can't suppress the monster's deadly spirit. Its power can't be compared to other licks as it surpasses them by more than half. If he continued to use the sacred flame, he could at least hold out somehow, but he didn't want to waste his mana. In any case, if the fight dragged on, no advantage would appear. The guy had no choice but to target the stone of life with his sword. This stone is right in the monster's forehead. He did so, stepped into the attack, but he missed here too. The guy kept attacking. Even though he failed, the monster fought back, but the guy kept going on and on. When he stopped at one place, the monster managed to attack him. Hitting the wall, shards flew around. Turns out the guy had gotten back and was behind the monster's back, which gave him an advantage. The monster noticed him, but he acted quickly. Magic appeared from the lick's back. Spitting out a deadly spirit with his back, he prevented himself from falling. The monster aimed his attack at the guy, but the guy defended himself with his sword. The man asked the guy if he was okay or not, but here's the strange thing. Having so much death spirit doesn't seem like the monster is seriously opposing him. It feels like he's showing me his full power. Does he have other intentions? What is he up to? The monster stood with a smirk and was thinking about something. All set, the guy didn't realize what he was talking about. Now the games are over, said the one from the gate behind, and started to appear something dark. It suddenly flew out and headed straight for the man. The guy was able to fend off this attack by defending him. He was silent. That's what it was all about. Now he understood everything. A sudden attack from the back. The man was surprised. Such monsters are able to control the darkness even at a long distance. It wasn't like that at all. On the contrary, this was his nest. A dark, gloomy space where no light enters, and a place where human grudges, hatred, and energy are entangled. He seemed to have it all figured out. The lick remarked, right, this was his sanctuary. The screams of dead people still echoed sweetly. It's their hideout, he added. The guys didn't realize what was going on. More monsters came out of there. This is just unbelievable. There are several licks. There were 3 monsters against them. Now the hero is definitely sure. Although the fortress is big, there are thousands of soldiers concentrated in a limited area. The licks entered the fortress under the false pretense of royal followers. If there are 3 monsters, it only means one thing. The Leechies have procrastinated too long. They won't waste any more time on these losers. We should have killed them from the moment they came down the stairs, added one of them. Would they be able to carry out their plan that way? These reprobates, what nonsense are they talking? They were just talking about some plan. Does the man know that these monsters also have their own king? A lick king that rules the world of the dead. There are several ways to summon him, and one of them is human sacrifice. The man was scared out of his wits, wasn't he? Rather than abandon this fortress, it's better to die here together. That's right. They will sacrifice the soldiers of the kingdom and call their king to this place. And the boy is very clever, such a lowly creature. How did he know their king existed? His words are indeed true. While searching for a suitable victim to resurrect their king, they discovered the kingdom while they were traveling. After invading the kingdom and killing the king by manipulating his corpse, they appointed him as their follower. It turns out that these foul creatures are lowly monsters. The man got angry. The rite was originally supposed to take place in a month, but the altar was ready sooner than expected. The hero stopped the man with his hand. Now if the monsters would deal with these guys, they could perform their rite. He realized that the 3 foul men in front of him were difficult opponents, but not so much that he couldn't handle them alone. If the hero adjusts his magic power properly, while he was thinking, a monster drew a square around him. It turned out to be a cage. Barriers of Darkness leeches conductor. It shrinks all darkened space. It's a top-level lick skill. It's just nonsense. A normal lick can't use it. Is this monster a kinglick apostle? He walked up to his toucan and said to forgive the humans. When the monster clenched his fist, this space also closed. The guy was not for such a thing. Ready, even the flames do not work against this possibility. What a horror. He tried to break through. He used the phoenix inside this wicket. Suddenly everything exploded with light. The hero didn't understand how the barriers of darkness could shatter. It was a man. The monster didn't understand, because it was not possible at all on the skill of the lick guides. Neither magic nor physical attack would work. How could he destroy it with his weapon? Who is he? There is no doubt that his weapon is a holy sword. What are they saying? His weapon is not a holy sword, it's just an ordinary sword. That's right, he's just an ordinary paladin. What kind of paladin? He thought. They killed His Majesty the King and tried to sacrifice the kingdom's soldiers. This is a terrible act. He will never forgive these monsters. No matter what their plan is, he will put an end to it right now. The man rushed at them to flee. The monsters stood still calmly. Paladin, it means they met a rather annoying human. But he's human after all. They can crush him and won't waste so much time. After all, the realization of the plan is very close, and the other lick should come out of the castle and send the dead. Let them surround the castle so the humans can't escape, but the man won't let them do that. While he was trying to attack from above, he was attacked by a monster. The man didn't expect such an attack. An arrow flew into him. The sacred flame was used by our hero and protected his partner. He shouted Phoenix. Suddenly a bird flew out and headed straight for the monster's attack. It grabbed the arrow with its beak and bit it. The undead were shocked. What kind of crazy bird is this? He can't handle it. It attacked the monsters. They said they did nothing wrong. Why would they have such a nightmare? The man asked who the hero even was. Aka Captain Maxman. With the death of the king and the fact that the soldiers of this fortress will soon die, no wonder the captain is hesitant. Regardless of that, now is not the time to give in to his anger. Then what should he do in this situation? Thought the man commanding this battlefield. He, Captain Maxman. The man was disappointed. However, if he was alright, at least this time he could trust the guy and follow him. The hero held out his hand. The bird was still fighting the monsters. Is the man ready? He still doesn't know if he's doing the right thing. Would he do the right thing by leaving the hero and walking away? He still owes him a debt. He could pay by fighting alongside him. They don't have time to make a decision. It's a fortress or a life and a soldier. Which of these is more important to the man? He realized. The man stood later, rushing to run up the stairs. The gatekeeper clearly meant it. Under any circumstances, one must be sure of what one is doing. Those words mean what a hero must do in a separate task for someone else on that battlefield. He is not their enemy during the trial. He will be able to save his comrades. Captain Maxman is left to protect the soldiers. Then the hero would do what he had to do. The monsters watched him and then saw him in a completely different place. What was he even doing? The guy stopped and laid down his weapon. He held onto it still with his hand and walked through the falling rocks. This crazy kid, what had he done? The walls were crumbling and everyone inside was doomed. What was happening? The fortress was crumbling. There was a huge crack in the ceiling and a monster flew out from there. They are causing trouble because of their stupidity. He wouldn't say what he wanted to say again. The monsters should go and summon the dead. If not, they would die at his own hands before this guy. His servants immediately obeyed and the other monster must go and check the altar. The ceremony can only take place if the altar is unharmed. They understood the orders of the head and immediately ran to avoid receiving. The guys flew out of the fortress. Suddenly the unclean man in the red cloak. The guy asked where the guy was going. Let him so not in a hurry. The monster did not realize when he had time, but the guy had already chopped him in half. The lick's plan was falling apart because of this cocky human offspring. The guy was attacked with an arrow, but once again he was able to fend it off. He found himself on the battlefield with the head, who sealed him into that cube again. He's still in the air. How did he end up in this space? The guy summoned the bird again, which flew out and shattered this cube. The guy fell to the ground. Maybe he went a little overboard. The monster told him to stop floundering. He realizes that this holy fire bird is consuming all his mana. If the guy gives up right now, the monster will kill him painlessly. Even though his words are true that bird is absorbing more of his mana, however, who said he would be powerless if he ran out of power. He remembered talking to the man before he left. Was there anything he could do to help? The lad shivered. After all, it was all right. The man had already done enough. Now the hero would start in earnest. There were knights outside, being shouted at to remember to keep an eye on the enemy's movements. Well, what was going on in the fortress anyway? Why did it suddenly start collapsing? The soldiers saw the monster that it was. Anyway, it always grumbles a lot. If they don't do what he says, that one will immediately get angry. When he is angry, they get scared. The monster ordered the dead people to wake up and let his attack go. Suddenly, they all rose up from the ground. The soldiers were very scared. This guy called out these monsters. The guys didn't realize what was going on. They had to attack this monster. Captain Maxman came out to them. Everyone is very happy that he is intact after capturing the gate of the fortress and now the fortress itself. Everything was fine. He had evacuated all the nearby knights, so there shouldn't be any casualties. But that wasn't the priority right now. Had the rebuilding of the fortress gates been completed? In principle, yes, but it wasn't finished yet. It was necessary to block the gate in every possible way. It should keep the fortress safe. The man will take care of the monster and let the soldier watch the others for now. They are ready to watch the man's back. But what about the monsters climbing the walls? The others asked. One forward squad is enough for the sprint. This time the guy won't let the captain fight alone. The men were welcome. They should get on the defensive and follow him. It is not a matter of fighting them hard, the duty of men to protect their soldiers. Other matters would be completed by our hero, who was just then fighting. There was a lot of dust rising around. Monster attacks and heroes came into contact with each other. The guy tried to attack the monster and at some point he still managed to hit. The monster collapsed to the ground. He didn't understand how the kid managed to do it. For almost 100 years, he had become stronger and stronger, and now he dared to say that he was the strongest among the apostles. However, how could he not be able to stand up to just one lowly man? The guy's attack went straight through his death point. He destroyed the thing in the monster's forehead. The undead couldn't believe it. He can't fall in such a horrible place. What about their plan? This monster doesn't disappear even after cutting the stone of life. Is he really an ordinary lick? It's all in vain. No need to rant. Their plan has completely failed. Everything denied, because it is just a stupid person and his work is in vain. He thinks that only they had a plan to summon the king. Thousands of apostles labor day and night to resurrect their king. Even if the hero had 10 bodies, he still can't stop them. Eventually, the king will rise and plunge the world into darkness. Here's the hero saying it's all in vain. The Lick King, he's going to die by his hand anyway. What is this guy saying? He took a direct blow to this monster's head and he vaporized. What he told the Lick was true. Their king that invaded his past life's world because of outbreaking. And the one who killed him was exactly the hero. By the way, in the dungeon and here is a video of the monster continuing to mention the king. Maybe his resurrection will happen sooner than the hero thought. How hard can it be? Overall progress is faster than in his last life. He will deal with everything in front of him first, then he will think further. Now there was only one monster left. That captain, was he holding up well now? The monsters kept crawling up the wall and the Lick taunted, hanging in the air. He is difficult to resist, realized the captain, as his movements are unpredictable. He takes advantage of the weakness of a man in aerial combat. No matter, the primary task is not to shoot down the monster. You need to be careful that he cannot easily approach the soldiers. Soon the hero will come, but for now you need to hold out a little longer. Suddenly, the foul man hung in the air and realized that his friend was dead. He couldn't accept it. Why did this happen and how? His friend had been killed, the commander too. The man realized that that guy had killed the monster. That guy had finally done it. But the last monster just went wild. It was out of control. Suddenly a huge purple field appeared around the entire fortress. The soldiers had nothing to breathe. It was just impossible. What kind of antics are these? Ordinary soldiers wouldn't be able to withstand this level of spiritual power if his skillet continued like this. Suddenly, an attack flew from behind the man. It was a hero. He headed towards the monster. In flight, he hit it on the head. The foul thing flew straight into the wall. What is this guy doing? Did he defeat that monster? That's right, not a good state of affairs. If the man had come a little later, there would have been nothing here by now. It's good that it ended here. The ability of absorbing the deceased, it absorbs the energy of the dead and the living within reach. It's a magic that makes the dead stronger. If possible, you wouldn't kill anyone, of course, so here's the reason why. If the number of dead increased, the magic would be stronger than it is now. Despite being an apostle of the Lick King, he shouldn't be able to do such a thing alone. The monster looks like a subordinate of the Lick the guy recently defeated, but it's still incredibly powerful. The monster will never, ever forgive such a thing. It will kill, slaughter, and disembowel everyone else and never forgive. The Lick suddenly inhaled all the blood that was in the area. He became much stronger with it. His staff was emitting magic. This someone had driven a wedge with his staff to protect the magic circle. In that case, the ability to absorb the deceased would be used again. Before that, one must reach the Stone of Life. The hero rushed to attack. They started to fight. What a fool. He will never break the monster, because it's a spell with his life as collateral. If the guy wants to dispel the spell, he has no choice but to kill the monster. The hero kept trying to attack, but there was some kind of orb around the skeleton that protected him. What should he do? He can certainly grab the creep, but if he slows down a bit, a lot of soldiers will die. No need to worry, he told himself. It's his task to defeat the monster, the man told him. And the man's job, he tucked his weapon into the ground, was to protect all the soldiers. A friend from his sword upward magic poured out, it enveloped the castle and protected it. The energy pressing on his body disappeared as it happened. The soldiers were shocked. This is a holy place. Shield is a paladin's skill. It is his best and last skill. It boosts the morale of all allies in the spreading area and destroys the attribute of darkness. The problem is that this skill takes away his life energy. Well, even if it's his last breath, he will definitely do everything to protect his wards. So he asks to take care of the rest of the hero. He didn't hesitate and attacked the monster. Everyone around them is desperately struggling. They are risking their lives. The guy was watching them. The monster tried to pounce on him. But because of the little people who killed his friends, he pounces on him knowing that he will die soon. The monster called him names, but what other friends? It seems a horrible skeleton like him cares about friends, but knows that the thousands of people they killed and were about to kill, each one of them was someone's friend or family. They kept fighting. Now he realized what it was like to lose those who were dear. The guy gave him a crushing blow, keeping that feeling. He should go to the underworld to pass this on to his dead friends. The guy swung his weapon. He sliced the monster in half and hit its life stone. No one could believe that a mere man had killed it. He dropped his staff, which fell to the ground and splintered. The monsters disappeared as the soldiers fought them. The man was almost out of strength. Was it over? He let go of his sword and almost fell. He was caught by a hero. The man did a good job. All is well over. Before he gets intoxicated from the victory, he wants to rest for a while. Is this guy okay? He wouldn't mind a rest either, but if only a little. Next we see the agency for managing the awakened. After 3 months, the dungeon manifests in Anyang City and immediately causes an outbreak. The director of the Awakened Management Agency, Sung Kyung-di, asks, do they suggest he believe it? He asked Minister Lee Ju-ho. People cannot predict the appearance of a dungeon and the fact that the dungeon will immediately cause an outbreaking, causing the entire city to fall into chaos. Even when dungeons appear, they don't immediately cause an outbreak. At least a month must pass from the time they appear, the director said. And in the past, the process of dungeon appearance was beyond common sense. The minister said, whatever happens, this problem should not be overlooked. The population of the city is 600,000 people. Public safety is at risk. If they do nothing, the headmaster's head would fly from his shoulders. Otherwise, instead of so many people, 60 million will be exposed to fear. A man walked into their office and said to stop this conversation. There is no end to it. It was the agency's belonging, a rank awakened person, Kim Dowie. He heard the whole thing. What does he think about it on principle? There are no similar cases, but the minister's argument is also valid. The problem is how high the credibility of the information is. Unless he was influenced by the ogres who gave the information to the minister. The source is obvious. It's a name they've probably all heard. It's a message from Kim Soo-hyun. Changing ranks and causing a quiet commotion in the abyss, mysterious super rookie. Doesn't he know that guy? He knows that together capturing the Kwaju dungeon was a person named Kim Soo-hyun. However, he is C rank. Is that person right? Did he change his mind? Nothing has changed. There is no data to confirm his identity, and how can they trust him? The director asked. The minister was shocked that if the man believed him and evacuated all the citizens, but nothing happened. As the director, he would have to be responsible for all of this. On the other hand, a dungeon is a kind of natural disaster, isn't it? Even if a small number of citizens die, the principal won't be responsible for it. But is he going to pretend not to be aware of the situation just because he doesn't want to take responsibility? The decision still rests with him, and he is just as responsible. Man will assume this conversation didn't happen today, he said. The hero passed the 20th floor test with flying colors. He was rewarded with achievement points, his stats increased, his physical strength also increased, as did his agility and stamina. Indeed, it was crazy, difficult, as many as 3 apostle-class monsters. Only on the 20th floor and at the 10th level, nevertheless it was a significant achievement. A coefficient of 70 and a 7th level of magic power corresponding to the S rank level he was originally aiming for. There was an achievement count going on. Was it all or nothing? It meant that he could get help from so many people, didn't it? That was also the case in the initial leadership. That's why he was given 1 month. Whether it's because he's used to doing things alone, it feels like he's only been left at a disadvantage. The guy sitting upstairs, watching the knights and the commander, he told them what to do. Although this time the hero was not alone, he realized. Things in the fortress were almost settled, but the war with the kingdom and Odram was not over yet. The soldiers should take more time to repair the fortress walls and gates. The hero turned to the captain. Apparently he was very busy. But the man was just looking for him. He thought the man had left as soon as he was done and hadn't even healed his wounds. He had come here to catch his breath and get some breathing room. The man wanted to thank him in front of everyone for a job well done. In fact, that's the reason why the guy ran away. He gets embarrassed when he's praised. It was the same with the man, war hero Maxman. After contributing to the last war, people call him that. Of course, that title doesn't seem unpleasant. But the more time passes, the harder it is to bear, this time after he began to feel the pressure of it. Being a hero, does this man feel the same pressure as a hero in the past? However, he told the man that his job was to protect the soldiers here. Thanks to the guy, his mind came to normal. From the captain, it was obvious the answer was always closer than the man thought. That's right, life is always like that. The king has been killed and in the kingdom, now there's a lot to do. He's going to start from here right now. That's fine on this hero leave, but why does it look like all his business here is finished? He'll leave the rest to the captain. The man was silent in response, but boy did he say he was uncomfortable with receiving praise or trust. It seems rather rude to say something like that to him, but a hero for saving this fortress of soldiers and the man himself. The captain wished he could tell everyone that it was the guy. He thanked the hero and wished him a good journey. He achieved the highest achievement, got an additional award that is given according to achievements, and unlocked a new skillet. He is now a hero immortal. Yes, we see a girl practicing in the gym. She was saying to pick up the phone. She doesn't want to listen to that old-fashioned ringtone. Who calls in the middle of the night anyway? It was Soo Hyun, a guy answered. It's okay that it's so late. After all, the guy was waiting for his call. But suddenly the guy shouted, "What kind of hospital is this anyway?" The hospital said that he couldn't walk yet. Since he was awakened, everything would heal quickly. They should apply some medicine and wrap a bandage or something else if possible to give him painkillers. The guy walked out of the hospital. He said he was fine. Why make such a fuss over one arm? A guy flew up to him, asking if he was hurt bad. They got to the park. Everything was really fine straight up, but now his arm creaked when he turned it. Well, couldn't it be moved? He had cleared the 20th floor in a day, and the guy had thought the guy was badly hurt when he said he was in the hospital. Seeing his rank, he realized that he was incredible this time too. Is there any advice? What other advice does he have? No advice. He doesn't know much. That's why the boy got hurt. He doesn't have to worry about that kid. What about his request? The man failed him. Too bad, and his identity was revealed. The boy knew it. He had no hope for this principal from the beginning. Well, did he know him well? In his past life, he was the awakened one directly under the management of the agency. Anyway, the entreaties were not successful. There is information that the man learned from a close aide of Director Kim. They say that there is a green dungeon in Anson and they are planning to storm it. And some of the awakened are gathering there. It is slowly coming. In his past life, he was called there too. Because of this, he couldn't prepare for the sudden outbreak in Anyang. At that time, they were standing there and a bunch of birds flew at them. Director Song Kendi, a complete fool, was too busy dodging responsibility, so the belated response played a role. Director that only cares about himself, there's no need to bog him down with work. The time of the appearance of the dungeon is exactly the same as what he said. How did he know about it? The man wondered. They'd call it a premonition. He thanked the man for his diligence once, so he would proceed with Plan B. Henceforth, he would proceed alone. Why so? He'd gotten enough help from him already. The man scolded this was not enough now. He is in a position where he won't be able to wait for cooperation from the agency. Is that it? What then? His plan would surely be a case where the man would be able to help him. The hero agreed to tell him his plan. 2 months later, on December 17th, a week before Christmas, the guys were discussing something in the online abyss. More specifically, yesterday's post. Is it really true? There was a terrorist attack planned for the city of Anyang. The main terrorists will be the Domp Guild, the darkest group of horrible killers, those who dearly need to flee the city that day. This is just probably a show of aggression. The Domp Guild, who are they anyway? Next we see a journalist article that has been heating up various networks lately, including the online rabble. A prediction about this guild. Is it true? They have an awakened who has actually seen the Domp Guild. Is it a real organization? Asked by a journalist. That is what the minister answered. He had personally experienced it. He was the one who was given a very hard job. He almost suffered a lot of damage from the recent dungeon takeover. What this man was doing now, the director was very angry. After all, he was using the media. Because of the appearance of the dungeon and the city, his head is spinning. Well, nothing can be done about it. No matter what the agency is, they can't prevent the autonomous actions of every awakened person. The director was sure it was Suchin's doing. His identity must have already been established. Yes, but the man didn't immediately realize it a month ago. He had settled into the abyss. This guy doesn't understand why he's making such a fuss. What's he up to anyway? We see the hero. He drank something. When it got into his heart, all his veins and blood rattled. He can do it. A friend had a man come to him and talk about a month's rent knocking on his door. What's he even doing there? If the kid's going to die, let him pay first. So why is the door open? That guest is alive, so he didn't run away. What's all this monstrous energy around him? The guy apologized, he'll pay extra. The man understands, but if he's going to stay here any longer, the guy leaves. In a moment he disappeared and left a bag of money on the floor. Where did he go? December 23rd, it had been a month since he gave Lai Juoho a task and came to the tower. He had bought an excellent magic catalyst with the accumulated achievement points. When he bought it, he was asked by the salesman, is there someone looking for it on the 21st floor? It's worth an incredible amount of achievement points. Then locking himself in his room, he drank the catalyst and practiced taming the magical energy. The taste and smell were disgusting, but because of that he was able to get a super state like this. The guy was flying in the air above the city. Tomorrow is the final battle. Next we see the office. It is time for the guild head to move out. It is time. Hakjun, of course, agreed to the one. Terror, Domp Guild, isn't it a criminal guild in the shadows? Out of existence has surfaced. Maybe what does this guy think of it? Maybe only half. A terrorist attack will happen when a dungeon appears in the city, but is it worth going to that length? No, the man about who wrote the post, only a few people know about the existence of the guild. He investigated who it could be. Kim Suchin wrote the post. The guy was shocked. Familiar name. The man thinks to investigate further. What is the reason why the guy is framing the Domp Guild? They got into the car. Why would a writer who is only interested in himself care about this? Why would he care about the guild? Are the guild and the Domp Guild connected? Besides, he remembered the guy's check, a C-ranked hero. It was unlikely to be him. He gave the guy a card. If he needed help, he could contact him. In a strange way it was still rolling around in his head. Ants in Kingido, there were guys sitting around. Why is it so boring? They don't even have anyone to beat up on Christmas Day. Everyone's scattered. Maybe it's time for them to go. But why? Some guy made it all up and now they have to run away. The guy was telling the story and behind him was a masked man. He told him it wasn't a lie. Who was it? A prank. Maybe he was dressed up for Christmas. You don't wear a mask like that. Great, now there's someone to kick. But they didn't have time to do anything before he picked up the first guy by the scruff of the neck. What kind of crazy guy is that? Unfortunately, he's not crazy. The guy threw the boy on the ground and pulled out a knife, but a terrorist, a regular one. There was an explosion in the neighborhood. The guys rushed out. That's terror. He's a terrorist. The news has already published a breaking news. The explosion in Pyeongdong district, Anyang city. It seems the terrorism that has caused so much controversy online is not a joke. All residents are urgently evacuated. A man ran into the head. But he already knew everything. He thought it was just nonsense, but it seems not. According to eyewitness testimony, one person is responsible for the terror, but who can give one person? The headmaster resented. He realized it was Kim Suchin. He'd leave it up to the guy, to Dowie. We need to round up all the available awakened and catch the guy. He's a terrorist. The bombings were all happening. Now the hero was making a bit of a fuss. The city went up in flames. Now then it looks like a terrorist attack. Buildings and transportation seem to be engulfed in flames, but they are not. As his skills with the sacred flame increased, he was able to create the illusion of burning. Thanks to this and was able to put on a show. Up to this point 0 casualties, must give produced an evacuation. But this is not the end. It will go all the way to the center of the city. Anyway, the time came. Suddenly he was told to stop. It was a man, but it was scary to think about the awakened ones that came to overpower him. The man said they were from the agency of the awakened ones and would stop terrorism right now. He himself is an awakened man in the service of the state, and he is also the deputy director of the agency, Kim Dowie. Kim Suchin must obediently submit to arrest. All the awakened recognize the super rookie. They know that the guy conspired with Kim Juho to create this situation. If he agrees to cooperate, but the guy lied to the man. Too much talk. Let them attack at once without further ado. The guy has little time. The awakened got angry, and they rushed to attack. The hero fended off the attacks one by one. He should not be attacked blindly, but rather break through the gap. They are all below B rank. Why doesn't the man fight them? He is the strongest among them. He suspected something, but what is it? The guy kept attacking, but they failed. Most of the people who came here have a skill exceeding B rank. It won't work like that. The man used the page and wings on the hero. He saw 0 casualties and realized the flames weren't real since the buildings are in good condition. The man asked Kim Suchin why he wanted to evacuate the city under the guise of terrorism. Does he want to do it because of outbreaking? It turns out he's a sorcerer. Let him overpower first and ask later. The man slammed the book shut. Since that's the case, there's nothing left for him to do but he flew at the guy who was hanging in the air. He used the book, and 5 stars, lightning strikes. They hit the hero. There was an explosion, but they both ended up on the ground, though a building was damaged. He was attacked by so many awakened. The hero shouldn't have been able to dodge being in the air. Not a scratch on him. Not even a sorcerer can resist him. And this man must be at the top of the rank. Well as he is, he seems to have shown the boy enough, all his worthlessness. It's unbelievable. The awakened found them, ready to tear the hero apart. The man was asked if he was okay, but could the boys buy time? He must send a request for backup to the agency. All the forces of the awakened must be mobilized right at this point. The guys distracted the hero, he dodged and ran away. Isn't he going to fight normally? This man has a stronger hold on him than they thought. They heard that one had gotten past the first floor in 2 years. His partner was talking about it. This is the guy, him wielding a magic sword, specifically fighting only with it. The guy was walking away from them. This is an incredible skill. He probably hasn't fully shown himself yet, pondered the man. Despite such combat power, why hasn't he revealed his identity? Obviously a Hero S ranked player, the man recalled the guy's words, although it's possible that his abilities are much higher. We need to attack leisurely until the backup arrives, but they're the only ones who attack. It's Kim Dowie who is quite wise. He tells them not to waste their strength, but in a more serious situation. There are 2 reasons why the guy hid his identity and ran such a show. First is to determine the power of the current Awakened Ones. Right now it's to find out how much power the Awakened Ones can use in battle. And secondly, to attract a large number of fighters. If the guy didn't say he was a terrorist, the director wouldn't have sent any help. This person doesn't care what happens. But when the guy staged a terrorist attack that threatened national security, then the case immediately took another different turn, because everything reached the media. We just have to wait for backup until the outbreaking is 2 hours away. The man did not understand why the hero does not attack. The response to the request for support, we see people walking. This voice, everyone paid attention. They were standing on the roof, so they came. It seems the director is in a frenzy. This is an organization of state awakened who have been selected and raised by the agency to manage the awakened. Special forces act under the command of the agency. It's been a long time since the guys have seen each other. The male guys were startled. There stood Yun Jiao, the current captain of the act, S rank. Why did even S rankers arrive here? The guy was asking to make room for him. He is quite straightforward. This man was the strongest among the awakened ones of his rank in his previous life when Kim sung-in. The team was reported the situation. As the man sees, the opponent's strength is stronger. His name is Kim Suchin. He is registered as S rank. In fact, his level is so equated. He can give stronger than Captain Park Yun Jiao himself. What's the exuberant news from the leader? Hasn't he been on the battlefield for a long time? They say a guy named Kang Seung-chul, vice captain of the act, a rank. He's just a kid, not a terrorist, but they don't know how strong the enemy is, so they shouldn't be the first to attack. The captain will start the fight after his command. The guys jump down. This kid can't be caught easily. Even if they are the captain's apprentices, they are a rank. Maybe it sounds harsh, but can a man become a worthy opponent? It's alright, the axe fights are different from other awakened ones. The man stood in front of the hero. Nothing has changed. He's the same as he was then, just as grown up and angry. He still has the same methods of educating his students. Need to check once. Master, the students flew at the hero. All the team was going at the same time. Everyone was running. The team was crashing around the guy, drawing a circle. This was not at all in line with the expectations of the past fighters. Maybe they thought it was just a normal running in a circle, but as they run, strike with their weapons, and the guy is in the center of the attack. A scheme of different attacks put together in one acceleration, enough power so that there is a limit to blocking. Systematic tactics combining support, containment and powerful strikes. An attack from all sides designed to catch strong men or bosses. In other words, it's the perfect versatile attack. It's a feature of the Awakened Act. Kim Suchin, why is he dodging? Let him show his skill. He really managed to dodge well. Guys would miss. The moment the foot comes off the ground, naturally the center point would collapse, just like now the guy vice captain. The hero's hands were shackled. It's a chain attack, web binding. The team pulled the chain on 4 sides. The hero was in unbearable pain. The vice guy rushed at him with his weapon. There was a huge explosion. That's damage. Kang Seung-chul was told to go easy on him. But the hero tore everything apart and came out of the fire. It turns out the vice captain he had chained and attached to his own sword. Everyone watching was shocked, and so was the captain. How did the guy do it? How did their attack not work? Where was the mistake? He knew about this tactic from the beginning. The moment the hero was tied up, and as he swung his sword, he deviated from the sword's trajectory and broke the chains. He also used the chain in reverse, though this is disgraceful, so it's best to keep silent. Whatever his combat sense was, how in a split second? Of course the guy knew about it. A hero is someone who was a member of an act squad in a past life and was trained in all the smallest tactics of combat. The man was wrong. He should have attacked first. Aka Kim Soo-hyun, although he's young, he's good. If he had met the captain elsewhere, the man would have offered to work together, so that the hero's power wouldn't be misused. The man was approached by the deputy. The awakened were gathering. We need to be careful not to collapse all the power. The man would try his best. Everyone began to slowly gather as the hero thought about fighting him properly. However, now was not the time for that. The boy threw his weapon to the ground. He surrendered. The crowd and the captain were shocked and the hero's mask began to fade. At this point, our hero said that he was giving up, which left everyone standing in shock. Was that what he'd said? But our character just smiled at it. People still didn't know if he was sitting down or just accepting a challenge. But the man with glasses also asked what the words of our hero mean. But our protagonist just looked at his watch and said that there was no need to waste any more energy on pointless fights, because from that moment the real battle begins. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole city immediately became panic-stricken, and an earthquake began. Everyone immediately began to fall to the floor, and people looked up into the air and saw that a new portal was opening, a new dungeon. However, other people have noticed that there is something else going on. They realized that it was the beginning of an outbreak. What's going on anyway? But our main character said that they should have seen for themselves that the appearance of dungeons and the speed of the outbreak were just incredibly fast, and that things would become even more unpredictable in the future. Our hero immediately created a fire around him, which other people who had already seen this ability began to see. They realized that this was definitely the ability of the masked guy, but he only said that they might be confused and hate him for not telling them the truth in the first place, so as an awakened person, he would like to ask everyone for one favor. The mask was broken, and Kim asked everyone to fight together against the outbreak, together to protect Anyang. Everyone looked with incredible surprise at the man who was left without a mask, and someone even managed to see a friend, that is, Kim. Our protagonist immediately looked up at the sky and realized that this anomaly will continue to occur in the future. It is known that a flash is an event that occurs when a dungeon is not attacked for a certain period of time after its occurrence, but this is a special situation when the flash occurred simultaneously with the appearance of the dungeon. From now on, such things will definitely happen more and more often. It was at this point that Kim asked Dowie how much strength they had at all. That person said that there were more than 100 people gathered, to which our character only thanked them for their hard work, that they understood his intentions. But Dowie said it was all thanks to him making a fuss by pretending to be a terrorist, so Dowie was able to call for support. Many people couldn't understand what our main character was talking about with Dowie. They realized that most likely they all knew about the outbreak. But all discussions were interrupted by the fact that people began to notice that monsters were starting to come out of the portals. It was a real flash, so Dowie was just shocked. He couldn't quite believe that the green dungeon flash even existed. Monsters started crawling out of every crevice. They started to get close to the people who were very scared of the whole picture, but others began to command, saying that the monsters just need to be taken and killed. It was necessary to stop standing still, but people were so scared that they just couldn't start moving. One man who stood in front of an orc was so terrified that he was ready to accept death at the hands of an orc. He closed his eyes, but then noticed that Park Yoon-go had saved him. At the same time, Puck was in shock himself because he knew that every monster is at the level of the boss of a red or orange dungeon. He asked everyone to be careful or they would just die, so people immediately started calling for help, saying that they couldn't cope. But at the same time, he noticed that a blue flame was rising behind him. Who was it? But it was just Kim who said that you should look around, or rather just look at this position and inform everyone as much as possible. Kim said a lot of insulting words, so the guy was just confused. He couldn't understand what Kim was talking about, but it was too late because Kim had already gone to the portal. Why he was acting so strangely at all, the boy didn't understand. But our hero only took to the air and decided to use the sacred flame. A lot of monsters were defeated in one moment, so our protagonist decided to sit on one of the roofs. Of course, he knew that Puck should probably be able to deal with the monsters of the green dungeon, so once there, it would be easier and faster to evacuate the citizens. Thanks to this, Kim didn't have to worry about small monsters, so the main monster had to show up now. It was at this moment that a huge creature that had the name Half-Dragon Legolas flew out. Many also eclipsed this creature, but could not understand what it is in general. What happened to the evacuation of citizens in general? But the man with glasses said that they were only able to send half of them to the rescue. Of course, he knew that thanks to the advance evacuation, there were 0 casualties so far. But if he delayed with this, and with the monsters, then the number of victims could definitely increase. Not only will the city of Anyang suffer, but the entire country is in danger. At the same time, the attack of the monsters continued. Our protagonist continued to command everyone, asked the citizens to remain calm and follow instructions. Of course, many people believed that the only hope of salvation was Kim, but could he still handle the dragon in front of them? It was at this moment that an ogre came up behind the bespectacled man, which definitely caught him off guard. The bespectacled man knew it was bad, but Puck came running to his rescue, telling him that Dowie had lost his grip. Dowie was startled by this appearance, but Puck only said that there was no time to say anything right now, so he would speak clearly and quickly. He said that the extermination of monsters and the evacuation of citizens will be handled by him in the act. Second in command, Dowie would have to summon the awakened, and finally, could he trust anything at all to the kid behind him? Of course, at this point, Kim said that everything can be trusted to him, so Park made the only right decision, just trusted our hero, who was clearly confident in himself and his abilities. At that moment, Kim released his phoenix, which immediately flew towards the dragon that was just flying in the air. Our feet could climb up the building in front of our protagonist. The monster was trying to hit him, but it was too slow, so Kim decided to just attack it. The dragon looked up and could only see that our character was flying at him, so I decided to block his blow with my tail. This defense was a great demon because our character simply could not break through the scales. But when he tried again, he still managed to graze the scales a little. Kim couldn't think of anything better to do than call out to Phoenix now. Phoenix once again helped our Kim jump off the dais and then disappeared again. Kim, after his attack, only realized that the dragon is too strong, so it was clearly clear that this creature is not so easy to defeat. At the same time, the dragon used its fire breath. It was huge, but still the phoenix was faster. It immediately picked up our protagonist to the side. With the phoenix fire, the dragon was blinded from its side, but the dragon's tail strike would also be worth preventing. This duel still hit Kim, who flew into the building, breaking the walls, but was fine with the help of a barrier. He also realized that the dragon in front of him was able to withstand 2 full blows, so the battle was definitely worth it. He understood that in his previous life, the outbreak in Anyang was recorded as a disaster. Losses amounted to 150,000 people, about half just died because of the dragon. In general, due to an unexpected dungeon anomaly, the number of awakened ones was insufficient. After conquering the dungeon, he also joined the battle, but he did not have the strength to defeat this reptile. The dragon let out its flames again, and Kim just watched it and knew that it wouldn't be easy for whoever its flames hit. But still, he decided to just go into the flame battle. He believed that he had already decided to cut the dragon in half. Gracefully, he cut through the flames, then remembered that after the eruption of the flame, there is a short break. A jump was used, and Kim realized that it was time to use the dragon's spear, a weapon made with the motif of the mythical spear Gungnir. It is sold in the Abyss store. It is quite expensive. The disadvantage is that it is disposable. However, it is famous for being incredibly powerful in battle. As soon as the spear was taken out of the inventory, our hero decided to start his attack. He realized that now everything will be over because no one will die because of the dragon now. The spear flew at an incredible speed in the direction of the dragon, or rather in its neck. The dragon couldn't see anything, but as soon as he raised his head, it was too late as his entire body was riddled with spears. A huge amount of blood splattered all over the houses. All the windows were covered in the dragon's blood, and the dragon in turn took its last breath and began to fall down. The dragon fell, and a huge cloud of dust rose over the city. Phoenix and Kim looked down on this picture. They saw the dragon's dead body just lying on the asphalt. But did they succeed? It seems that everything went well. However, now began what our hero was waiting for. He was waiting for the very creature that only appears after inflicting fatal wounds on a dragon. Part of Legola's soul was born into the world. It got up and started asking who dared to disturb it. But at the same time, our hero told him that before you ask him, you should first think about who he is. At the same time, Kim said that before asking such a question to him, you should first understand who he is. As soon as the monster tried to ask itself this question, it immediately started the poster. He pressed his hands to his face and then felt an incredible pain. The dragon rose, and on top of it sat this creature, which continued to cry, which is very painful for him. The dragon's blood that was in the air immediately turned into needles, sharp as a blade, and flew towards our main character. The creature began to shout to the whole of Anyang that it was suffering, that it was incredibly hard for him, while Kim tried to defend himself from these arrows of blood. The dragon raised its paw and tried to strike at the standing Kim. Kim immediately flew to the side. The dragon hovered over the body, which had flown quite far away. Many who were below couldn't figure out where Kim had gone, but others could only guess what was going on there. They saw the dragon taking Kim's body in its mouth. The man immediately started shouting at Kim, but it was too late. At one point, the system started talking about the fact that a certain level of health was now reached, so the skill was activated, which said that the hero is an immortal. As soon as this inscription appeared, Kim just smiled and said that it was good that such a stupid dragon took it in his mouth. His strength was at its limit. He immediately regained his stamina and then told the dragon that he was the one who had made him so strong. At that moment, the same creature that couldn't figure out where he was again appeared in front of us. Who is this guy that was in the dragon's mouth? What kind of dragon was in front of him anyway? Of course, he probably thought it was an opponent. However, as soon as he looked at the whole picture, this guy reminded him of someone. Had he become one with the voice? By that time, our hero continued his attack, having perfectly managed to stun the dragon from above. He knew that he was in better condition. His body was so light in flight. Is this the effect of the immortal hero? So even if the wind in front of him was so strong that it wasn't easy to aim, you had to find a weak point, but where could it be? As soon as our protagonist thought about this, he immediately decided to go to one place, which was located on the dragon's tail. There was already a cut, so Kim immediately decided to hit him, after which the tail immediately flew off to the side. The dragon screamed in pain at being hurt, but our protagonist knew that now Falcon would have time to recover. At this moment, the creature that was inside remembers, and Tichoni heard the name of Falcon, that people believed in him, that he would stop the dragon plague. They said he was the only one they could trust. But the eternal years passed, nothing could be decided, how long would it even be? So Falcon realized that the only way to solve something was to find a way to control this thing. What was in front of him. At one point, Mr. Falcon was approached and made to understand that there is such a method. We can see that Falcon simply grew to the dragon, became one with it. Our protagonist was already dealing the final blow to Darken. He noticed that the dragon was injured again, so he decided to continue communicating with it again, or rather, with Falcon. He said that the people he protected, the people he saved. Did he think they all wanted him to look as creepy as he did now? The creature at this point began to say that the people he sewed up and could not protect, is it really about those people that he is talking? The dragon had woken up again, so our protagonist had no choice but to use the same divine fire on it. Sure enough, at this point, Falcon kept saying that he had fought the voice, and still hadn't been able to defeat the creature. As soon as Falcon thought that, Draco screamed in pain, and Falcon started tearing at his chest, telling him that the person in front of him had to finish everything in one blow. Of course, the dragon realized that he was probably finished, because Kim took out a spear, so he decided that the best solution would be to just take off and fly straight into the sky. But our main character just took aim and threw his spear. This spear flew right after Darken, who was aiming at the figure on the dragon. At one point, the spear reached its target and pierced Falcon. The dragon screamed in pain as it immediately began to fall to the ground. All the people watched as that dragon that was considered invincible just fell down. As soon as this carcass fell to the ground, you could see that Falcon's body was simply crushed. He had no stomach, no emotions on his face. Our main character came down and asked if his memories had returned. But Falcon only said that all the forgotten things had passed, with all the mistakes and failures. He was now a knight of the Testaram Empire, Falcon, who had opposed the dragon Iguazu, who had been threatening his homeland for a long time, so because of the prolonged war, the damage to the homeland was getting bigger and bigger every day. As a result, he used magic to lure him and himself to another dimension. But in an endless battle, he and Nicholas merged into one being. Even after leaving Toronto, they fought fiercely inside one summer to kill each other. However, each time Falcon killed innocent people. Tears welled up on Falcon's face, but our hero told him that too much time had passed to regret anything, so it was worth thinking about what he could protect, not what he could lose. Kim told him that if he hadn't saved his empire, more people would have died. Falcon couldn't understand at that moment, was he being leaked now? Was it really that clumsy? But our character said that he has no skills in this area. However, at the same time, Falcon said that if he lied by saying that he didn't regret it, even if he went back in time, he would have made the same choice. Coming back, it was these words that echoed in the table of contents of our main character. He understood that he was in this situation right now. However, Falcon interrupted him and said that it was thanks to our hero Kim that he was able to finish a long battle that he could not finish for a long time. So now Falcon would like to give our hero one thing. He said that the Tessarama Empire had made the best armor for him to resist the voice. It was at this point that Falcon's holy shoulder pads were obtained. Our Kim looked at it all without a drop of emotion, but Falcon was already connecting with another world. The sun was shining on him. He understood that this battle had dragged on for a long time, but in reality, he would be able to rest in peace now. As soon as these words were said, the appearance of Falcon that he had in the past showed up. He immediately crumbled to ash in the air, and Kim saw him off, calling him the real warrior of Tessaram. At this point, people immediately started running to our protagonist, asking if he was injured or not. But Kim said at first that he was fine, but still the dragon was much stronger than he thought, even almost died. However, at this moment, the man began to worry even more. He understood that if only a little more, then Kim would definitely die. Of course, the bespectacled man himself came up and said that thanks to Kim, there were no casualties, that the head of the department might not accept such behavior, but on behalf of the institution, he asks for forgiveness and thanks to the person in front of him. Of course, Kim smiled. He was glad that everything went well, and also said that he was glad that everything went without victims. As soon as these words were spoken, we can see that he immediately fell. His assistant ran to his aid to grab him and prevent him from falling on the rocks. Of course, the boss said that most likely it wasn't an injury, but just a huge amount of pain accumulated during the entire fight with the dragon. Fortunately, everything went without injuries, because when the situation is resolved, a storm will rage around the guy, but he was the main character of the event. Only thanks to him the world can sleep calmly. That's exactly what the boss was thinking. At this point, we can see the news that said that the citizens were evacuated from the city of Enia. Because of the danger, that experts on this occasion said a lot of people, that someone even predicted this incident. All of this has happened and is suppressed thanks to Kim. We can see the hospital where our hero is resting. He immediately gets up from the bunk and can't understand anything, because where is he anyway? But as soon as he looked around more closely, he realized that he was in a hospital. But when did he lose consciousness? He looked up the date on his watch, realizing that he had been asleep for 3 whole days, and also noticed the note. This note was from Ju-ho, and it said that he came and created this note because our protagonist was asleep. Because of the whole situation, the world was very excited. It looks like they will need to put everything in order. So, he was even able to introduce him as a representative, so he deals with annoying laws and requests. Of course, he understood that this was spontaneous, but he hopes that our protagonist will understand it. To all this, our main character responded with a smile on his face. He could not understand why his phone did not ring. But now it was clear that it was all thanks to Lee Ju-ho. He was asked to rest and not think about anything because he was able to save an incredible number of lives. However, it was clear that after the Gwangju dungeon, the outbreak in Anyang was not successfully prevented. His efforts were not in vain. Everything is radically different from his previous life. But he had too much to do in the future, so he must remain vigilant. First, you had to figure out what to do at the same minute. Just as Kim was thinking that, there was a knock on his door. Choi Hae-jun stepped inside. He looked strange. What happened to his face? But Choi Hak just wanted to ask one question. He immediately leaned on one of the walls and asked if our protagonist would like to join their guild. Kim was simply shocked by the suggestion. By then, we could see the man sitting in his tower again. He said that the evaluation of upgrading from an average guild to a large guild is very necessary, because becoming a large guild will allow them to gain many advantages. But isn't the biggest advantage that they will increase support from the institution? Each of the people who were nearby had to make sure of their own preparation for the promotion, because if even one of them messed up, they would all immediately die. Rose has explained everything, then we can leave. But as soon as everyone started coming out, the person asked Hak-jun to wait. At the same time, the chief switched to Hak-jun and asked him if he should have a few words with him. Galva was clearly upset about something. At this moment, several guards blocked the entrance to their room, where the sounds of blows could be heard. The head beat up Hak-jun, asking him how many times Hak-jun had even told him that he didn't care about cowards, scoundrels, and cruel bastards. But he will never forgive someone who betrays him. Hak-jun grabbed his hair again and the head started asking him why he had lied to him. But Hak-jun only said that it was all a lie, that he didn't know anything. But of course, Hak-jun didn't believe the head. He made a thoughtful face and said that they had already met in the abyss, and even held a rating assessment together, but Hak-jun didn't know anything. Does he mean to say that he really didn't know what Kim was like? The head had beaten Hak-jun up a lot by then, saying that he forgave him a lot already, so this was his last chance to bring Kim Soo-hyun in because having him in the guild would give them an advantage. Hak-jun recovered and asked, but how does the head even imagine Hak-jun would lead him to him? After all, they had met by chance several times and never interacted with each other again. He couldn't even use force. The head must have known exactly how strong Kim was. But the head only bought his own cigarette and asked why Hak-jun was so stupid. After all, the head of state should not worry at all. If he said to bring someone, then this means that this person must appear in his office sooner or later. However, if someone fails to complete this task, they should probably show Yoon-sung what real pain is. The words were etched into Hak-jun's mind, and his eyes filled with rage. But the head raised his bowl over his head and said that before the start of the evaluation for promotion, they needed to see Kim in their ranks. Of course, at this point, we can see Hak-jun walking away from the beating next to the girl. She asked if Yoon Dong-young did it. But as Jun said, that's not the case. It's just that the monsters in the dungeon have been strong lately. Yoon-sung knew that they probably weren't monsters, since no monster could turn a face like Jun's into such meat. But as she spoke, she coughed again. Hak-jun approaches her, asking where is the medicine. He found her medicine and immediately gave it to her. Clearly, he knew it was bad. After all, the disease that the girl suffered from is a disease that modern medicine is not able to cure. Maybe it's just as well to have a brother around. He can just give you painkillers. They only told him not to let him down, but Yoon-sung asked him to be careful, and Hak-jun knew that Yoon-sung wasn't okay. He said that if she wasn't okay, then neither was he. So therefore, until she gets better, there is no way he will give up. He is generally ready to go to her for any adventure. So that's why he was standing in our main character's room right now, saying that his guild doesn't have such similar conditions. He will definitely receive a lot of calls from different guilds and associations, but if he joins their guild, then nothing will happen. There was only one condition, to join them. At the same time, our character asked to wait for him. He asked if he understands how strange everything looks. After all, before you offer to join his guild, you need to tell what happened, because apparently something really happened. Hak-jun immediately recalled how Kim had given him his contact number, asking him to call him if something happened, so Hak-jun said that if he really wanted to know what happened, then he needed to fight him. Hak-jun immediately took out his sword and said that if the person in front of him defeated him, he would tell everything, and if he lost, he would join the Ares Guild. Of course, we understand that Hakjun is the youngest rank awakened member of the Ares world-class guild. They called him a genius, predicted a promising future. The night before the evaluation of promotion to S rank, he destroyed all the members of the Ares guild. Back in Kim So-eun's time, they had run into him several times. He kept saying that becoming a hero and saving the world wasn't for him, because why would he risk it for anyone else? That person had a completely different image than he does now, but today's Hakjun is different from that time, and Kim thinks of him as a good person. Even when they met in front of the institution, it seems that he had something to say, but in front of young Dong-young, he tried to pretend that he didn't know Kim. But in Anyang, Kim had seen him fight to save people. Why is a guy like that even acting like this now? At the same time, Hakjun threw his punch and said that he would take Kim's silence as consent. Kim in turn understood that the man in front of him wasn't a coward, he was fighting against him when he was so injured. That's right, it will definitely be for the best, because he needs to find out the reason why he has changed so much. The whole hospital thought that there was an earthquake, the doctors shouted that there was trouble, but only later did they realize that the awakened ones were just fighting. Kim was able to use his hands to bounce off the walls. He knew that if there was chaos in the hospital, it would be very bad, and he needed to calm the whole situation as soon as possible. But where are Kim's weapons anyway? Our protagonist noticed his weapon in the corner of the room, but only then realized that he was already flying headlong like Jun. So there was nothing better than stopping him with a blanket. As soon as Hakjun's gaze moved away, Kim decided that it was time to go get his sword. Hakjun was not surprised by this action, and then asked him to forgive him for such a cowardly fight, but he still won't let him take the weapon because he is much weaker than Kim. At the same time, a huge charge of a wave of energy began to float across the floor in the direction of our character. He noticed that it was bad, and then a second later the wall, as well as our Kim, just flew out. Fortunately, our main character managed to avoid the attack, but the wind pressure is simply unimaginable. Of course, he knew Hakjun was strong, but not that strong. Our protagonist got a dagger in his hands. He understood that there were civilians below him, so it would be worth luring the enemy to the roof. After summoning the holy flame, he immediately decided to fly together with the phoenix to the roof. Hakjun just stood there and watched. After landing on the roof, our main character understood that even if he fought him with his bare hands, he would hardly lose, but this is if he was in a normal state. But he's not even grown up yet, he doesn't have as much of the tolerance he had in Anyang. But at the same time, Hakjun showed up and noticed the fruit-peeling knife in our main character's hands and asked if it would be a weapon for him. Kyuyum immediately realizes that this will happen, but he still knows that this is definitely not a suitable weapon for an awakened person, because in fact, all he had in his hands was a climb. Magic resonance will lag behind, and so on. Even so, our character was confident in his mana control. In an instant, Hakjun's body took a hit. He shouted that he couldn't take it anymore and raised his sword above him, saying that he would use the full moon explosion. At one point, a huge charge of air and energy rose skyward. Kim also understood the futility of this strike. At one point, police cars pulled up and a lot of people came to watch. The roof was reduced to rubble, and Hakjun just laughed and looked at the fact that our character was still standing on his feet. He knew that Kim couldn't be defeated from the start, so Kim just asked me to tell him how Hakjun was doing. At that moment, Gwak Yoon-sung, the person Hakjun wants to make happy, appeared in front of us. Yoon-sung and he spent their childhood together and also a childhood friend that he can't leave behind. But she is not an ordinary person for him, she is his girlfriend. After graduating from high school, Yoon-sung inherited her parents' flower shop, and she helped him a lot during the time when he was unemployed. Always cheered and supported him at any time and at any time. And after he became an awakened one, he was very happy. But still, a strange thing happened. At one point, he went into the store and noticed that all the flowers had wilted. He saw that Yoon-sung was sitting on the floor and couldn't breathe. The guild leader, who Hakjun didn't know at the time, also entered. The head said that judging by the girl's condition, it is likely that she was very badly poisoned. He knows a little about poisons and antidotes, but still he thought that it was luck because he could help them. Kim, after listening to all this, realized that most likely because of the 0Z medication that you need to take it. Why was he still being blackmailed by Dong-young? But Hajin only said that that person is the only one who can make this medicine. However, at the same time, Hakjin got up from his feet and asked if Kim remembered the words he said to him that time about helping. After all, to help him, he needed to get him out of Dong-young's clutches and also help Yoon-sung. But then again, if he gets help from others, he won't be able to rely on them all the time. He will also be tricked like Dong-young. So if he couldn't protect anything with his own strength, it would be the same as in the future. There is nothing else, he will go and finish everything himself. By then, we might have noticed a person who was clearly buying information from a man with a mustache. The man with the mustache said that he earns money from such information, so he is sure of its authenticity and asked not to drag him along. At the same time, he called Kim and asked how he was doing. but Kim only said that he was assaulted at the hospital, but he didn't make any. Of course, he called because he was interested in some information. However, at the same time, the person said that there was information about the Aries Guild. As soon as these words were spoken, Hak-jun appeared in the doorway of the chapter. Hak-jun certainly made it clear that he was serious, and there was a strange aura about him. He wanted to ask a question. After all, when an awakened person uses their powers on someone, and if that awakened person dies, do their powers disappear? Hak-jun was holding a blood sword at this moment. There were corpses behind him, and Dong-yeon just asked, why would such a person need such information? By then, Song-yoon was sitting at home, making phone calls, but she couldn't get through. She watched the news that said that an awakened person attacked another awakened person in the hospital, and my suspect was Hak-jun. Yoon-sung couldn't figure out what Hak-jun was doing. At that moment, there was a knock on Yoon-sung's door. She was very afraid, but she still went to the door and Kim was standing behind it. He apologized for coming so unexpectedly. However, Yoon-sung said it wasn't a big deal. She had heard about Kim earlier from Hak-jun. He always said he wanted to be like him. But the strange thing was that she had heard that Hak-jun had attacked him, so what had happened? However, at this point, our protagonist started saying that he had heard about one very strange thing. He had heard that Dong-yeon was giving them medicine, which was blackmailing them both. This was the reason why Hak-jun came to see him at the hospital. Hak-jun looked very depressed at the time, but still refused to help. So since he said he would do it all by himself, there was no way to hold him back. But since it came to that, it was up to Yoon-sung herself to give her opinion. At that moment, she remembered her lover's words that if she was fine, then he was fine. However, at this moment, Yoon-sung was recalling all the moments with her lover. She started crying and said that she could never help him, so she asks him not to leave Hak-jun alone. Kim said that was what he wanted to hear. At this moment, the fight between Hak-jun and Dong-yeon continued. Dong-yeon laughed as he said that this was one of the worst choices he had ever made, that he acted like the weakest person. Sure enough, Hak-jun couldn't move at this moment. His entire body felt like it was being held down by vines. But Dong-yeon kept sneering and asking if Hak-jun now felt the difference in their abilities. Sure enough, Hak-jun said at this point that he now understands that it all started because of Dong-yeon, that he started all the trouble. The crime he went to in order to drag Hak-jun into his guild. Dong-yeon scratched his head at first, and as ATM clearly said that it was him, even though he didn't even remember it. Hak-jun realized this a long time ago, but there was nothing he could do because he was weak. He wanted to get ready, because now everything is different. He thought that all he had to do was get together, die together with Dong-yeon. But the head only said that this was the reason why he said that the person in front of him was very arrogant. As soon as that sentence was said, Dong-yeon snapped his fingers, causing Hak-jun to feel extremely hurt. He told him that there was more than one type of poison in his body right now. There are poisons that deal continuous damage to the enemy, like the current that is used on the girl, but there is also an explosive poison that is injected unnoticed and accumulates for a long time. Dong-yeon kept thinking that Hak-jun would try to kill him one day, so for that reason, he poisoned him time after time. Didn't he usually watch his facial expressions? Dong-yeon kicked his opponent again, but Hak-jun knew that he couldn't do anything, that he couldn't change anything. He knew that even if he failed, his girlfriend would be left alone, but even so, he didn't do anything because he is reckless. Was he trying to escape through death? As soon as Hak-jun's face made contact with the ground, the wall was broken, and Kim walked through it, saying that all the guild members he wanted to ask for directions had left work for some reason. It was at this point that Kim said that he had finally come to apply for Aries membership. Dong-yeon immediately gave the application form. He said that he had nothing to say except to express his surprise. It seems that he didn't want to join the guild so much. However, why did our Kim come up with it? Dong-yeon was wondering, don't you know that he's a very bad guy? But our main character said that he was also wrong about our protagonist because he is not such a good boy. Being a hero or something like that can't do things like that anymore. He can join hands with anyone as long as he sees the benefit of it. Dong-yeon said that he was glad to hear that, but still asked me to get to the point. He said that they would talk about the conditions after joining the guild and distributing the profits later, but he still didn't trust the person in front of him. After all, he needed to sign the application first, and then Dong-yeon had to adjust the best conditions for him. The pencil immediately began to sign the right places. Dong-yeon just couldn't believe that the matter could be resolved so easily, so now it was time to talk about business. But what does Kim want now, as a member of Guild Aries? Our character immediately said that he wanted the poison to come out of Hak-jun's body first. Dong-yeon couldn't understand it, and our protagonist said that as soon as he said it. But the guild is a business. Leaving Jun like this doesn't seem like the ability to run a business. After all, whether Dong-yeon knows or not, Kim has a personal motive for blurting out to him. Dong-yeon said that it was possible, But even if you remove the poison from his body, it would definitely not be in a suitable state because the poison would leave traces in his body. Of course, Dong-young decided to do it. He touched Hak-jun's body and immediately began to absorb the poison into his body. Since that was the case, Dong-yeon decided to talk about the distribution of profits and the relationship in the guild. Kim immediately went to the body and whispered that he had come to meet Yoon-sung. Hak-jun couldn't figure out why, but our protagonist only asked Dong-young to keep quiet. By then, Dong-young had said that the profit from the dungeon was 70%, and what did he think of becoming a deputy in this Golia? Of course, our hero asked, is this really true? After all, as he said earlier, he is not very good at doing business. After all, if he calls all this a business, then the person in front of him is not engaged in an unprofitable business. Dong-yeon asked at that moment, so how does he want to catch? Our protagonist said that he wants the guild head's mezzo and a 100% paycheck. He wanted his own guild. He was asking Dong-yeon to completely hand over the guild to him. Dong-yeon laughed at the same time and then started shouting, saying that you can't get full membership by joining a guild. Does the protagonist laugh at him? Our staff didn't see anything funny in his words, but Dong-yeon said that he takes advantage of those who are weaker than himself and exploit their vulnerabilities. This is how he built his businesses. However, Kim only replied that it was exactly the same way to take over a business, for that matter. Of course, Dong-yeon asked him not to be so presumptuous. He asked if he felt like a herbivore being eaten by predators. After all, in any case, you should not feel sorry for them because they are just stupid and weak. This was the reason why Dong-yeon prided himself on using the weak wherever possible. He said that the awakened world is just like that. But if Dong-yeon was talking about the jungle world, it might be correct, but he was being one-humped because sometimes even the best thing is that a herbivore sometimes bites a predator to protect itself. At that moment, Hak-jun appeared from behind with his sword. And Kim said that this is what is called the evil of a weak person. Dong-yeon had to feel it all for himself. At the same time, Dong-yeon complained about being stabbed in the back. Hak-jun asked if this was the end, how did it all work out? After all, he was definitely lying down and dying from Dong-yeon's poison. Even when he was detoxified, he only stopped being poisoned and his ruined body wasn't restored. He had a premonition that his whole body was numb and his eyes were blurry. But how did it happen that after the touch of our main character, his body returned to normal? What did he do with it? Why? Just like when they first met, and even now, why was he helping him? But Kim only said that now is not the best time to hold a dialogue, because nothing is finished. As the poison mist rose into the air, Dong-yeon started to rise from his knees. Dong-yeon said that he didn't teach Hak-jun such mesky things for nothing. Donna was currently using the hemostasis skill, which allowed her to heal her body. This was amazing, because the ability to handle poisons, as well as healing skills, was beyond the realm of possibility. I immediately told my opponent that he would explain that in a 2-in-1 flotation, you couldn't just get away with it. But Dong-yeon only started to dream, saying that he wasn't interested in special mercy. Dong-yeon immediately began to spew out a certain liquid. He called it the death zone. Kim didn't know what it was until Hak-jin asked him to run or dodge. Hak-jin said that this is Dong-yeon's strongest skill. Spread the poisonous substance throughout the area to create a swamp of poison. It was a large-scale radius skill. At this point, Dong-yeon said that it seemed like he mentioned that he had created a guild by exploiting the weak. Dong-yeon said that this is true, but he must also know that exploitation is a privilege for the strongest people. At that moment, Dong-yeon waved his hand and the liquid immediately fell onto the table. It became clear that most likely Balto moves under his feet in accordance with his will. Hak-jun tried to dodge as well, but Dong-yeon kicked him out of the way. Kim realized that it was likely that Dong-yeon's poison only worked on living things, so in that case, you could just take the furniture and use it as a means of transportation. Many people were shocked by this behavior, but Dong-yeon only said that there were no loopholes in his skills and then changed another zone to make a zone out of acid. He fired a round at the table, destroying it. Our protagonist jumped to the side and realized that 2 zones serve as an attack and defense. Definitely a good ability. Dong-yeon was shouting at that moment that such a great hero of all Anyang was probably just stupid, that he was lucky enough to crush the dragon at that moment. Our character said that he actually made one mistake. At this point, blood began to ooze from our protagonist's finger. Hak-jun thought that this skill was somewhat similar to the one in Anyang. It was at this point that our main character gave his roof the property of kappas. He asked Dong-yeon to dodge all of them since he was a strong man. Dong-yeon was definitely scared. He started trying to dodge them, constantly sliding on his poison. At that moment, Hak-jun also ran up, cutting a path for them and asking them to lean on him. Kim understood his request, so both characters then launched their offensive. Hak-jun attacked from one side, asking Dong-yeon to stop trying. He of course blocked another attack, which upset Kim. Dong-yeon could feel the beads of sweat on his body. He stood up and said that the people in front of him just can't do anything because his poison has perfect attacks and defense. Kim said at this point that it was actually a bit of a hassle, so it was worth using a secret skill. The same flame whose color Dong-yeon recognized. There was fear in his eyes, so there was nothing left but to launch this flame at Dong-yeon. At one point, he immediately started to feel incredible pain, and then Dong-yeon was pinned to the ground. Sure enough, the poison immediately began to collect on Dong-yeon's body. Hak-jun knew that after being mortally wounded, he simply couldn't maintain his skill. This was definitely the time to end it. But Dong-yeon pressed himself against the wall and started saying that he would make a medicine, that if they killed him, the poison wouldn't disappear from Song-yoon, so if he wanted to bet that if he died, the poison would stop working, then he would bet Yoon-sun's life. Or she could spare him and save Song-yoon's life at the same time. Hak-jun was at a loss, but Kim asked him to stop. He asked not to succumb to the provocations of the trash that stood in front of him. Kim immediately went to see Dong-yeon-woo. He went into his poison. The poison immediately began to make its way through the body of our main character. Dong-yeon shouted that he had entered his poison by himself, that no matter how strong it was nothing in front of his poison. But at one point, a certain skill was activated. Dong-yeon couldn't believe his eyes because the poison from Kim's entire body just evaporated. All the people couldn't believe it. Hak-jun even noticed that this was probably what he felt when he was lying on the floor. Our main character at this point was telling Dong-yeon-woo that such a pathetic poison from such a pathetic person just wouldn't work on him. Of course, this man was shocked by this crown. In his eyes you could read the horror of everything that was happening. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. In front of him stood our main character, who exuded an incredible aura, an incredible light. It scared the villain so much that he began to stumble. Kim at one point decided to open his mouth and said that it was the poison of his opponent that simply could not work on him, because the immunity of our protagonist is much stronger than the pathetic poison of the enemy. It just won't be able to work on it. Next, we can see the same necklace of the Charles family, a certain glowing stone hung on it, and Kim said that it was thanks to the second floor of the test that he was able to receive this reward for being able to clear not just a good dungeon, but completely. This item restores all ailments and injuries, but it also had a disadvantage. It could only be used 5 times. Our main character stood with this artifact and smiled in the face of his opponent, letting him know that he simply could not do it even if he wanted it very much. Our character even remembered that he only used it once, or rather on the 10th floor of the tower when it was really important. He used it again on the 15th floor when he almost died as well. The third use was on Hak-jun, and also when he was able to heal from the attack of his opponent in front of him. Kim started looking into Hak-jun's eyes and saying that if you put all your thought processes into action, you'd realize that the necklace had only been used 4 times, so if that was the case, you could guess before our main character's next action. As soon as he said that, he immediately launched the same necklace into the air, or rather directly into the hands of his partner. Hak-jun caught the necklace, but at first he didn't understand. But then he asked, "Is this all for Soo-hyun's sake?" As soon as this name was said, our protagonist only had to smile. Hak-jun thought of his dear man, and the image of him glowed in his mind. He was already imagining his girlfriend being there for him, whole, alive, without any illnesses. Then he looked at the necklace once again, and our main character once again said that Hak-jun himself should understand what to do with this necklace. Hak-jun couldn't stop holding the necklace in his hand at this moment, and tears immediately began to fall from his eyes. He was holding this necklace with only one hand, and then he just took and crumpled this necklace in his hands with the words that our main character was actually right, that in fact he knows what to do. With these words, Hak-jun immediately decided to go to his beloved, leaving the opponent to continue to be nailed to the floor. The enemy immediately started praising Hak-jun, shouting that he should stop, that he was a Ubblebudak. But as soon as he began to call him to himself, our protagonist pressed the snake further against the wall. His opponent's throat was tight and he couldn't breathe or speak. The hand of our main character pressed him even harder. There was only anger, and aggression in Kim's face. His emotions were all mixed up with how much he had endured with his enemy. His patience was over. Snake tried to keep his calm. He asked if our main protagonist really wants to kill him. Is he really capable of such a crime? Snake thought that because he was the head of an average guild, they wouldn't be able to touch him. Kim listened to all this, and Snake continued, saying that even if fighting between awakened ones was a written rule, it couldn't be any other way. Serpent began to say that he has an incredible number of connections where it is difficult to think only. No matter how much recognition a person has received in their entire career, but connections decide everything. The snake thought that our main character's hands would be released from that death grip immediately, but Kim only replied that no one knows the truth, does not know what will happen. After all, if it's just killing a mid-level guild head, Then just like Snake said, it won't be easy to avoid responsibility. At the same time, our character asked, after all, what would happen if it turns out that the head of this guild is associated with the Gold Leaf, a notorious criminal group. At the same time, the Snake was simply shocked. He could not believe the words he heard, but our main character said that he had already completed the investigation and everything turned out very well, although he wanted to say something about it. He began to remember that he had once received a phone call about the Ares Guild, that they were the ones who were with the guild. But since the guild and the base itself is located abroad, they still haven't revealed the route they're taking to make their way to Korea. In addition, it is the guild arts who use the guild's information network and abilities and say that they get rid of anyone who knows or suspects the existence of. And it was then, at that moment, that the guild turned its gaze on Su Hyan, doing dirty deeds by finding the weak points of the guild members and them. Ubbledok, who killed innocent people while holding hands with the guild. It was he who was now in front of our main character. But would it be a problem to kill such a person now? What is the project anyway? Of course, our main character was smiling while the Snake looked at him in horror. Kim knew that he was already being targeted, that he would be the next target for those people, that this is the chance to catch by the tail those who try to invade it. To be more precise, the Snake is no more to him than a bait. It must be used. The Snake started shouting that he just couldn't believe it, that our main character couldn't do something like that we shouldn't joke around like that. But as soon as the Snake started to scream, its throat tightened even more, and it started to scream. He thought that now was the best chance to release some more poison, which he did. The Snake shouted that they would kill us, that he would take our protagonist with him, that he would not succeed. The poison began to flow down his arm, slowly spreading through our Kim's veins. But Kim only looked at it with his usual face. He wasn't scared. He immediately took and threw off all the poison from his body. He looked even better until the Snake couldn't figure out what had happened. There was a look of surprise in the man's eyes, and he couldn't believe that his poison had just evaporated before his eyes. Didn't anything work out? But our protagonist only said that last time he succumbed, that he needed it specifically for the performance, which he could not help but do. What he was saying was that originally, this poison simply couldn't do anything to him, so he was only interested in one thing. Once again, Kim's face was the face of a maniac, the face of someone who was about to take his revenge. He asked if the poison that the Snake missed didn't work on him. But what happens if the Snake itself uses it on itself? Snake couldn't understand what our character was talking about. However, Kim didn't care. He only used his transform skill, chose the poison attribute, and immediately started to release the same poison into the Snake's body. Veins have appeared on the Snake's face, and venom is spreading throughout its body. The Snake screamed in pain, and blood began to pour out of its mouth. His throat was released, and he fell to the ground. His whole body was suffering incredible pain. He was screaming about it. He was asking for an antidote. He started rummaging in his pocket for an antidote. He found it, began to open it, which clearly did not please our main character. At the same time, he took out his sword from his dimension and slashed his opponent's arm. The Snake started screaming again in pain and surprise, but Kim just kept saying that it was wrong, that it wasn't fair to use the antidote. He was so bullied by people with this antidote that now he just can't use poison. The Snake immediately began to scream. In his head were spinning the very words from our character that he must be punished. Kim decided that it was better to die than to suffer such pain and torment. The Snake immediately stood up with a cry and started to run. He ran in and disappeared. Turning around, our protagonist decided to go to the window, where the Snake decided to jump out. Kim thought it was just a shame that he couldn't take so much pain and chose to die. But now it was definitely over, so Kim had no choice but to summon his Phoenix and push it forward. He will ask Phoenix to erase all the things that Snake did wrong. The Phoenix immediately flew into the building and exploded with it. By that point, we can spot the girl who is finally being stung by the necklace. She looked very exhausted, as if nothing would help her. She gave off the same glow as our heroes. The guy looked at her. He couldn't wait for the moment when the girl will return to normal. He was scared, but he didn't show anything. At one point, the girl was still able to open her eyes. She couldn't understand anything at first. But then her cheeks were filled with a blush that hadn't been on her cheeks in a long time. There were tears in her eyes. The guy also could not stand such a state. He shouted something happily and immediately rushed to his beloved in his arms. He hugged her and told her that he had received a lot of help recently, not just from his girlfriend, but from others as well, so he's going to put all regrets aside. Yoon-sung listened to what her boyfriend was promising her right in front of her, that he would be able to repay them all. However, just as Hak-jun was able to pull away from his girlfriend, you could see that there were tears in his eyes as well, that he also had that same blush. The girl asked him if he remembered her words, which she repeated to him all the time. Does he remember to never carry a burden alone? He smiled and said that she could not always fight with her beloved, but she would always be there, would support not only him, but also his chosen path in life. We flash back to that guy. He is talking to someone on the phone. Most likely our main character was on the phone. It was getting late, and the conversation was about how nothing important had happened, except that Hak Jun and Yoon Sung were perfectly fine. But was there anything special worth saying? After all, if so, then the man, remembering the very picture that he saw that both beloved people were finally able to find peace and tranquility, said that at the moment the weather is not just beautiful on the street, but also a great time to do things. That was what he wanted to say, even though he was a little envious of the relationship. According to the news, the Aries Guild was destroyed and many cars were gathered around it, but it was already very late. In the morning, all the people were talking about it. They said that there was an accident in the tower, but no injuries were reported. The body of an awakened Aries Guild leader was found right outside the building, and the police were investigating. It turned out that the exact cause of death was a fall from a height, but there were still signs of a struggle on the body. Someone watched this program on the TV, but for the most important information turned it off. It was a certain man who was sitting in his chair. He asked the person in front of him to tell him what had happened there. Mr. Soo Hyun, who had been familiar to us for a long time, was sitting in front of him. He immediately turned around and said that he had already told Kim Do-woo everything, so there was no need to demand anything from him. He also said that he was only doing what he had to do. The head didn't understand what he was talking about. He said that not only did he enter the guild headquarters without permission, but he also killed the guild head and destroyed the building. He said that this crime is comparable to terrorism. But our main character immediately looked at everyone around him and said that Young Do-young not only used his abilities, intimidated people, blackmailed them, but also many worse things. Most likely, the guild that had just appeared in front of him was simply not aware of Aries' actions, but the agency clearly understood the whole point. But it couldn't do anything, as if it was in the agency's favor on the contrary, so wasn't it all a bit troublesome? Kim was able to calm everyone down with his gaze, asking if everyone understood his hint. The people who were nearby actually clenched their teeth right away. They said that just like the last time with the Anyang incident, he was preparing good loopholes with leaving, but still, at this moment, it was too much. So the head immediately asked if everything was right about the Domp Guild. Is there any evidence to this effect? The headman was clearly worried, which was clear from his face. He asked how anyone can be judged for something that no one can prove. Our hero sat in his chair and was silent while the head continued to bombard our protagonist with questions. He asked him if he really thought that because people were cheering because of the Anyang incident, he could really call himself a hero. The man who was standing next to the head of state began to stop him because his words were really rude, thoughtless. However, our main character only made his usual face, not showing any emotions. He asked again, was he being called a hero again? He pressed a hand to his head as if in a gesture of inevitability and said that he had never even asked to be called a hero, that all the people around him were just hopeless, that all the people were boring him, but still his words were said with a smile on his face. At the same time, the secretary spoke to Kim, but Kim interrupted him again, saying that there is one thing that people just don't know. It was just that Kim was far from a hero. After all, risk your life to save the world and help others. Is all this happening out of a desire to help people? But what if it's all wrong? After all that our protagonist wants is to do what he can do. Kim said that's exactly what he thinks. He had already started to get up from his chair, and then he placed his hand on the table towards the head and asked the two of them to be careful. A killing intent appeared on his face, and his words could burn through anyone's soul. He said that even if he wanted to kill a person, no one would be able to stop him. Everyone was horrified by these words. The head could only laugh. He started saying that he wouldn't be picky just because of a joke, but isn't being a hero a good thing? Why does he think it's all so offensive? It will be very difficult to get out of this case, but still the agency can and will help our main protagonist. But there was only one condition, then they would deal with this matter completely. Our Kim thought about it, and he asked if it meant becoming an awakened member of an organization or something like that. The head couldn't believe it. After all, how did the person in front of him know about his plan? But our Kim only understood that the soul of the person in front of him could be seen through. Kim began to ask, is this really the way they want to enroll in the organization and use it as they want? After all, if everything is so, then our character will simply refuse to do it. The head immediately jumped up from his seat and began shouting that our character should not take everything so lightly because he had committed a terrible and great crime. They began to point their finger at Kim, saying that whatever he was, but without the help of the state and other awakenings, he would not be able to do anything. However, while the head was trying to prove something, our Kim just started looking at his phone. He just called his friend. The head started listening to this conversation, but left only about the fact that the lives of 600,000 people are in danger. This stung him. He couldn't understand, because was this exactly what Kim was talking about with Lee Joo-ho? The phone again said about the sudden flash that they couldn't handle it. He was asked, of course, not to talk nonsense and so on, but our main character just stood his ground. He said that the behavior of the head was the same as now. In fact, it was not a call, it was a recording of a conversation that the head did not want to accept this fact, that he said that even if a few people died, it would not be his responsibility. The head could not understand what our hero wanted to say to all of them, what he meant. But Kim only said that he was an awakened one who had committed various crimes up to the murder of the guild head, as well as the director of the organization who was careless about the safety of citizens. Which of these will attract more criticism? Would it really be a director who couldn't fulfill his role? In the face of our hero read victory, disdain. He said that he couldn't think that he could get help from such a person. The head began to knock on the table, but our main character said that the threat only needs to be answered with a threat. At the same time, Kim just turned around, smiled, and said that he was joking about not being so picky about a person. But the director was already clearly enraged. He was banging on the table and kept shouting. As soon as Kim left the building, all that remained in his mind were the director's words that they should keep all the information between them. It was all infuriating for our character. Did he really provoke the director so much that he got so wound up? Kim even had a vein come out on his face. But then I realized that he had done everything that he wanted and had to do. He understood that the bastard simply couldn't take as big a bite as possible now that he was talking a lot and even trying to make various threats. However, it was still going well, and even so, Kim just didn't want to create as many problems as possible. He even considered hiding in the tower for a while. However, the name of the hero's title kept popping up in his mind. He understood that at one time he was so annoyed by this title that he just wants to run away from it. He remembered the image of his mother telling him to be a hero. However, the faces he saw back then, the faces that asked for his help. Now he was able to get enough help. He was able to save, to be saved, to become an idol for someone, to live this cruel life. Hak Jun was the last person he saved. But still, the most important person he saved was his mother. So if what he wants is the hero's path, then he must not look back. He will become the hero that others want him to be. He will gladly accept this title. This was exactly what he was thinking as he entered the dungeon. As soon as he entered this dungeon, we can notice a certain meeting. Some chandeliers hang on the ceiling. The whole thing takes place in a cave. People, or rather the shape of people, say that the snake is dead. Many people say it's a good thing that the snake just gave them a hard time. Someone said that there was nothing good in this, that one way of promotion to Korea was now blocked. But the man who was most likely in charge said that even if there was one less, it wouldn't ruin the plan. He immediately took out a photo of our main character and said that this particular greenhouse annoys them. Of course, they knew that the person's location was unknown until a certain guy walked in. He said that they saw him at the last moment near the tower. This guy was ordered to tie a spy to our main character and then report back as soon as he leaves the tower. As soon as these words were said, a knife was thrown at Kim's photo that flew up. The man thought that the guy would be easy to deal with next time. We, in turn, understand that immediately after the fall and collapse of the Ares Guild, Masa did not give Kim the same opinion. Was he really a hero, or was he just an evil who was showing off his power? Many people on TV said that he was a hero who saved the city of Anyang. That without Kim, as many as 600,000 people could have suffered, that they would have been in the worst situation. They said that Kim's ability to cope with difficulties on his own saved the citizens. It was because of such judgments that there were disputes between people on television. Others shouted that Kim was just an arrogant guy who was busy showing off his powers. A man who was bigger than his colleague shouted that the Ares Guild was one of the most important guilds that controlled the entire dungeon. But it was this man who destroyed the guild just because he didn't like it. Now, apparently, they really couldn't fall in love with our main character. They understood that there was no trial and the C-rank awakened were allowed to clear the dungeon. Obviously, he was colluding with the agency. He started to say that there were already more than 10 entrances that he had passed alone after clearing Anyang City. The defense has already said that if he really wanted power, he would have climbed the Tower of Trials long ago, so why should these raids be carried out? Of course, there was a lot of discussion at this point. They talked about how even after Kim's disappearance, they could continue to talk, but still, the heated debate didn't stop. However, no one knew that all of this was untrue. Public rumors and ratings didn't bother him at all. Kim was in the tower at that moment and cut all his opponents in half. This time he was in the exact spot where he had been attacked by a mob of mummies. Our hero only continued to cut down everyone and understood that he was only doing what he wanted. At the same time, he was able to overcome this dungeon and said that he only does what he wants to do. Kim was sitting on top of a crowd of corpses and saying that he was only doing what he wanted, so as soon as he was done, it flashed twice the news that Kim had come back. Ju-ho was currently sitting at his computer in the cafe. A guy immediately approached him. He couldn't understand, was Ju-ho sitting there all the time? But did he really come to meet you halfway to work? The guy said that they haven't seen each other like this in a while. Does Ju-ho know about this? How was the old man? But Ju-ho was talking about not asking him about it, because even if he had 10 clones, it wouldn't be enough since he still had to keep going to the Awakened Management Agency. Going to the Challenge Tower and clearing the dungeon is also problematic. The kid said that Ju-ho was still chasing Kim, but Ju-ho didn't deny it. Ju-ho said that he was really afraid that they would only give him a salary for this. At the same time, Ju-ho continued to drink his coffee until the boy decided to say something that he had already said many times. But for that incident with the guild, Aries is very grateful to Ju-ho for putting in a good word for him. Thanks to him, he was able to avoid being blamed and stay close to Yoon-sung. Ju-ho smiled. The two of them started saying thank you to each other as the door to the cafe opened. It was our Kim who came up behind the guy, who told him that they were together with his girlfriend all the time, that now she was trying to persuade him to go to the tower. Kim appeared rather unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. Ju-ho couldn't believe that his friend had approached them so quietly. But still, what does he do that makes him so late every time? Of course, Kim said that he just wanted to meet his mother. Ju-ho asked, is it really with mom? Had he decided to return to the real world anyway? Our character said that he had a case to attend to, and then picked up a coffee that definitely belonged to the guy who was asking about the case that our main character was talking about. And no matter how much friends they were, it was very unpleasant and unfair to take someone else's coffee. By then, Kim had asked everyone to turn around to look at something. They all looked at what was in our protagonist's hand. Both boys immediately noticed a strange egg in his hands. Immediately, the boys realized that it was the egg of a mythical beast. Ju-ho was just shocked by the sight. They couldn't understand how anyone could even get the egg of a mythical beast. Kim decided not to hide anything and said that he got it after clearing the 10th floor. They started telling him that it was a very valuable item, that the guy had heard that there was a mysterious power in it. However, Ju-ho decided to ask, is this really his business that they were called for? Our protagonist started saying that from the moment he received any reaction there was no reaction. But as soon as he started clearing the 20th floor, it suddenly started reacting. After that, there was simply no reaction again. He turned to his friends and said that in any case, he only realized that there was a living object in front of him, so he was going to ask the expert about it. He wanted to ask the S-rank awakened one, Song Hyan Gi, about this item. No one knows anything about mythical beasts other than him. Ju-ho knew who he was talking about, but would that person help? After all, Song Hyan-gi is one of the 3rd generation keyballs, so he won't act for money. The guy also turned to our character and said that he had heard that the person was S-rank, but he still heard that he was good at cooperating because he didn't belong to any guilds or agency. But is there a way that our Kim thought of? Our main protagonist immediately said that he had a plan. He knows that Song Hyan-gi is a special fan of mythical beasts. At the same time, we realize that Kim actually texted that guy about having a mythical beast egg, asking him to contact him. And also the fact that now you need to attract a person. That guy will definitely come to them on his own. At the same time, we can see Song Hyan-gi checking his email messages. Next to him lies his dragon, which sensed that a certain person came to their door. So it was in fact. At the door, a man came up to give a report. The dragon couldn't seem to calm down, but Sleep asked it to calm down and then asked the human to come in. The man walked in and then said that he had found out everything about the man named Soo Hyan that his master had mentioned. The master asked me to tell him, so the man started by saying that the guy was an awakened one who could use a sword and magic. Many people say that he is from the rank, which made the master very angry. He said that the guy contacted him on the computer and told him about the mythical beast. Dream had red eyes that glowed with malice, as well as blonde hair that looked like snow. The guy asked to be forgiven. But still, the official data said that he was also able to upgrade his current ranking to the 29th floor of the Challenge Tower. He was the main participant in the outbreak in the city of Anyang. The actual rank was comparable to the S rank. Song immediately put his tablet down on the table and said with a rather strange timbre of voice that rumors always hide the truth. As soon as that was said, Song snuggled up to his pet again. Song said that the guy they were talking about was the same, that the guy was just bluffing. But the guy just started touching his glasses in the sweat of his face. He said that since his master thought so, it should be said that the guy himself thought about it. But according to reports, Kim Soo Hyan was able to visit agencies to complete the S-rank assessment. This interested Sun quite a bit. We had all our heroes in front of us, but Song was definitely able to get interested in passing the S-rank test from Kim, who was holding the very egg of the mythical beast in his hand. By that time, quite a large number of people had gathered in front of some buildings. Most likely it was paparazzi. But why so many people? Of course, Ju-ho had said that there was going to be an S-rank re-examination, and he knew that it would be, so he kept his mouth shut, but it seemed like a waste since they were standing here. By that time, the guy looked at our character and asked, is he really going to hold this egg in his hands for the entire exam? Our protagonist asked if he really meant the egg in his hands. but Kim only said that he had already said that Song Hyun-gi would come for him. As soon as this phrase was said, all the people who were on the square immediately noticed the most popular star of their city, or rather Kim. They decided to take their cameras in hand and immediately began filming our main character. They started asking him a lot of questions, blinding Joo-ho, putting him in a stupor. They were asking about the reason for taking the S-rank exam, and if there was a guild they wanted to join. Of course, there was nothing else for Joo-ho, as well as the guy, to do to melt down the people who had surrounded them all. At the same time, one of the reporters decided to ask something that the others didn't ask, but rather about the egg that was in the hand of our main protagonist. Another reporter who also noticed it realized that it was a mythical face, but our main character said that they were all right about it. Everyone immediately started taking pictures of this egg, and our main character just said that there was something that he would like to ask something about. He would like someone with experience to contact him. Many kept asking how he found such value. Would he really get it from Song Hyun-gi? But our Kim only decided to ignore every question that came his way. He decided to just go on to the exam while Joo-ho tried to stop all the reporters from following our protagonist. He also understood what our main character's plan was, and Kim, who was happy with what he had done, knew that what he had achieved now was more than enough. All he had to do was show the egg so that Song could find it for himself. By then, the guy and Joo-ho had been approached by a reporter who asked them to answer just one question. He asked about the terrorist actions against the Aries Guild. He started saying that the public already believes that Kim is a terrorist who is breaking up the Aries Guild. The reporter asked me to say a few words about it. Kim started to say nothing, but then stopped. It is clear that he wanted to come up with the best answer in this situation. He turned to the whole group of people's faces and said that they were definitely brave, because if they really wanted to hear something special, then he decided to say that he was actually a terrorist. There was a threat on his face, and every spectator was hurt by his words. He asked what people would do if it turned out that he was a terrorist. Immediately, the reporters decided to move away, and the guy said that it was really powerful. Joo-ho, in turn, asked to relax his power because there were no good rumors about him, but almost all of them were bad. Kyuyum had his usual expression at the time, saying that it didn't matter anymore because if they started worrying, it wouldn't do any good. Of course, they couldn't believe it. Had he really achieved his goal? But our character only replied that in fact his bait worked, so this will definitely be enough. By that time, our heroes were going further to the building and decided to wait only for a large catch. By that time, some people were standing and waiting for our characters. They were asked to go inside, but before entering the examination hall, there were many observers present to attend the S-rank exam, and their observation could be denied. Of course, our protagonist also asked that there be only 2 observers. A man in a dressing gown asked everyone to leave the square. No one could understand the reason for this expense. After all, the refusal to attend the S-rank exam. Does Kim really not want to join the guild? Many grieved that they would miss the super report, that they would not be able to say anything to their boss, and so on, while a certain person near the car told them that this was actually the case. But still, this person, who had a yellow eye color, a certain scar near his face, said that he would constantly watch that person. It was Kim Seok-jin, who was a master from the Reaper Guild. First of all, as soon as our heroes went further, they were told that there would be certain conditions for passing the S-rank exam. First, an S-rank awakened gets a certain amount of money on the first day of each month. Instead, you will periodically alternate with other S-rank awakened ones, performing special dungeon raid duties. Further, since everyone did not ask questions, he wanted to tell us about the exam itself. However, just as the professor wanted to start talking about him, Kim Do-woo came down to them. But what was he doing there? Kim Do-woo looked down at the professor and said that he was a member of the institution. He has the right to freely observe all the exams, and more importantly, he just couldn't pass up the chance to learn the real strength of our main character. Kim just let out a sigh of relief, apparently just remembering that it's Kim Do-woo's style. So as soon as our protagonist was a little distracted, Kim Do-woo asked us to start the exam process and go to the platform in front of them. He said that the S-rank assessment is different in that it is evaluated according to the same structure as in the test tower. Our Kim, as he climbed the stairs, thought about the fact that the rating was used to determine the coefficient of physical and magical abilities. So if the ability to control magic is evaluated, then the general statistics are checked and various qualities associated with battles are checked. In addition, it was understood that the system created and the stages of this test are the ability of another awakened, regardless of location and time, but an ability that creates a field where multiple S-rank awakened ones can unleash their abilities. By that point, we realized that the highest rated awakened in the US, known for his illusion-making skills, was definitely the power of Johnny Brad. Our main character has already stepped into this capsule, and Dewey said that on the device it was not necessary to push away the magic that he feels, but simply to let it in. Kim immediately listened to everything and closed his eyes, making it clear that he was ready. All the viewers climbed to the second floor to get a better look at our main character. The screens showed how he began to sink into the abyss. A few seconds later, we noticed Kim lying on the ground. He realized that it had been a long time since he had felt such a feeling. Was he in an illusion now? He decided to start getting up slowly and then noticed that a fist was flying towards his face. Our main protagonist immediately reacted to this attack. He was able to dodge, and a crater remained in the place where the monster hit. Our protagonist knew that, if anything, he probably wouldn't be given enough time to explore. The monsters will only continue to attack. As soon as this sentence was said, even more monsters began to appear from the ground. Kim drew his sword at the same time, his eyes lighting up. He realized that it was time to stretch his body. By that time, our main character continued to cut down countless monsters. He understood that all that was needed to survive was his physical strength, his ability to use tools, and his psychological ability, endurance, determination, self-control, vision, foresight, and courage. It was also necessary to keep in mind that one should not be intoxicated by one's own power, nor should one give in to the created fear. There are more than 100 heroes who died because of pride and weakness. Our main character has already finished dealing with small-scale monsters, so at the same time, a real boss came out to meet him. He realized that his main task was to survive, to break through the future, which could not be overcome so easily. Kim immediately took out his sword, pressed his face to it, and realized that he simply had to prove that he deserved the title of hero. By that time, the entire department was watching his actions. They were shocked by this power that the first stage of the trial was completed in just a measly 15 minutes. The guy was just shocked by the strength of his friend. He knew Kim was incredible. Juho also stood with his mouth closed, unable to utter a single word. The examiner, in turn, clutched his head. He thought that there wasn't much difference between clearing time with other S-rank awakened ones. The first floor, which was more like a monster wave rather than a floor, is to test survival abilities. However, the examiner understood that there were not many people who were able to pass the first stage at all. The examiner just got into his confident stance and realized that Kim R made the spell so easy that it was like hitting a toy. So now all that remained was to hope for the best and wait for the second stage. Kim just looked up at the sky, closed his eyes, and finally exhaled. He wanted to catch his breath for a bit, but he couldn't do it because the system had already announced that the second stage was starting. As soon as this was said, our hero noticed that something began to appear in the distance from him. They gave off an ominous and dark aura. The second stage of the exam was mana control using experience and talent. Of course, this wave was more like an army of knights, fallen knights. Apparently, they were spirits, so they could only be killed by magic. As soon as our protagonist thought about this, he immediately decided to put a certain charge in the spirit. At first, the outline of the spirit disappeared a little, but then it reappeared. Kim understood that even if they could be attacked, they would recover quickly because they had a core. The key to passing this exam was only to find the hidden core and destroy it in one hit. Kim began to draw magic power into his hand, his steps instilling confidence in himself. He was walking towards the crowd of monsters in front of him. He knew that holding on to magic power, attack speed, accuracy, and concentration would be his key to victory. He knew that he simply didn't have the right to make a mistake. Kim immediately extended his hand forward, letting the monsters know that he was ready to attack. The first monster that was standing very first decided to instantly attack our character. It was incredibly fast, but even that wasn't enough to even touch a patch of Woo Kim. Kim was able to reach his hand right through the spirit's body by then. He was able to take out a certain core, which he immediately clenched in his hand. The spirit immediately fell, it turned into dust. Kim also knew that there was simply no time, it was necessary to finish as quickly as possible. Everyone at this moment who was watching over the entire situation was surprised. They couldn't understand how the guy even thought to fight a man like Kim. Was the guy that confident? Of course, the guy said that he didn't think our protagonist was capable of such a thing, so he called him. Juho had already said that you can't underestimate someone like Kim, so it's likely that the guy is actually seen. Juho doesn't even think that he just came there to look at the skills. He understood that all the people who were there definitely wanted to fuck something with our main character. The director sends him to find Kim's weaknesses. But will you be able to find them at all? One of the scientists said that it would take them a little time to assess the first Reaper's overall ability scores, but 15 minutes of clearing time was pretty fast. The scientist's face showed surprise and shock. He said that the second test was completed in just 1 minute, not counting the time to create monsters. The scientist said that he broke the record of Park Jin-young, who was able to solve this problem in just 40 minutes. The scholar simply couldn't believe that he was seeing such a huge gap with S rank. The examiner also couldn't believe it, because it really happened in Korea. Is this the future hero of the whole world? But at the same time, the scientist simply could not believe his eyes. It was overshadowed by the fact that the image on the device was missing. He immediately started asking what had happened, but the colleague just said that he didn't know yet because suddenly the connection just broke. Ju-ho was also asking a question about it, and the guy was looking at the fact that Kim looked strange for some reason. A strange purple glow appeared around Kim, growing bigger and bigger time after time. At this moment, our main character was looking at how exactly the same boss appeared in front of him, against which he could not do anything. Kim just hoped it was a very bad joke that someone was trying to pull on him. This monster immediately screamed, throwing our main character back with this sound wave. Our main character understood that something went exactly wrong. He tried to shield himself from this attack with his own hands, while all the scientists shouted at each other, saying that it was worth contacting the technical department, doing something. The scientists knew there was nothing they could do. They asked to get in touch with John Brad, but others said that they were currently trying to contact the Awakened USA agency, but it would take too long. The examiner knew that all this was very problematic, because no matter what abilities were shown during the tests, Johnny Brad's abilities were never interrupted. If the system didn't accept abilities, then Kim Soo-hyun's spirit should have bounced back. The examiner couldn't figure out what was blocking Kim's way out of this state. Sweat broke out on the inspector's body, and he gritted his teeth. And at this moment, our main character continued to suffer blows from the boss. He throws our character from side to side. Kim couldn't do anything at all. He understood that the S-rank test should have ended at the second stage. Had he just encountered a mistake or a phenomenon? This definitely hadn't happened in his previous life, and he didn't know where the creature in front of him had come from. The monster again tried to drive our protagonist into the ground. However, as soon as he tried to strike, our main character just dodged such a blow and began to climb right up the monster's arm. Kim was sure that the monster had met exactly the wrong opponent. The monster's arm was rendered harmless with a single light blow. She started to fall to the ground, and Kim wrapped his own aura around himself and continued on his way straight to the monster's head. Kim rose into the air, he swung a punch over his head and then delivered a similar one directly at the monster. The monster seemed to cry out in pain, but then, looking at his hand that would be torn off, he came to his senses. Kim was sure that everything would work out for him now that he would finish this competition. But just as he thought that, for some reason, the monster's severed arm grabbed Kim's body, stopping him in mid-flight. Our character knew that now the monster was coming right at him. He knew that it was a magical energy augmentation device that allowed him to instantly focus power outside of his body and release all of his mana. Kim decided that he was going to release all of his mana in one go. A huge amount of energy gathered around, our hero took a sword in his hand and then swung it. The mana charge flew straight ahead while the monster itself launched its eruption from its mouth. Both charges collided in mid-air, but Kim's strength exceeded the monster's, so all the monster could do was watch as the charge of energy flew straight at its face. Kim noticed at one point that the hand that was holding him was gone. Was it really over? Kim looked ahead and then noticed that his friends had appeared in front of them. They immediately started shouting at him, asking him questions. Is everything all right? Kim was a little scared, but was he okay? Of course, Kim asked to be released from this place, the published capsule. As soon as our main protagonist came out of his capsule, his friend immediately took him and started shaking him, and our hero asked to let him go. The examiner asked if everything was all right, if Kim was all right. The examiner immediately put down and lowered his head, saying that he was very sorry because they had a technical failure. Kim, in turn, said that everything is fine, but are there any exam results? The examiner and the scientists were shocked by this answer, and they immediately started whispering and asking each other if it was strange that he wasn't afraid. But the examiner just exhaled and smiled. Of course, it seemed strange to him that Kim was taking care of the assessment for the exam and so on. But it was still necessary to understand that Kim definitely passed, and to tell the truth, the inspector himself made the certificate in advance. Our protagonist couldn't understand what that meant, but the examiner asked the scientist to get the same box that was behind them. The inspector immediately opened the box, which contained only 2 items. It said that from now on, Kim is considered the most powerful S-ranked umbrella, and that there is no need to be afraid of anything. This way, the player will be able to have priority access only to registered dungeons, and will also be able to get a loan from the bank against the received income. By that time, Kim was looking for everything that was written on his certificate. He read carefully, listened. He understood that with his new rank, there was an incredible amount of benefits to be gained. There is only one reason why he was able to obtain this rank. Now he can participate in all the dungeons that are generally located in the world. Future threats will not be limited to Korea. However, did his CCAO end there? Of course not. The only thing our character was doing right now was smiling. He understood that now the real preparation for becoming a hero begins. By then, there was a dream in the air, riding its dragon directly towards them. This approach was noticed by everyone who was in the building, especially Kim. Everyone started to fall to the ground from the huge amount of magic energy, unable to get up from the floor. Their legs wouldn't hold them up. Dream descended to the roof, jumping off his dragon as if he had come home. The examiner couldn't figure out what kind of magic it was. Who was it? Only Kim continued to stare at the ceiling and couldn't believe that the bait had succeeded, that his very target had come to him. Dream was actually standing on the roof and asking our main character to come out directly to him. At the same time, our main character decided to go up to the roof directly to the guy. Kim came out with a smile, saying that Song was quite a brave guy to come out to him so spectacularly, even though there were so many eyes right next to him. Song didn't understand what the other person was talking about, so he continued to stare at him like he didn't understand what the other person was talking about. But Kim only realized what he was driving at, so he decided to suggest that the guy himself take a look at the egg that our main protagonist had. Our main character immediately took that egg out of his bag and handed it to Sun, who had come just for him. Sung was surprised that our character took out such an item so easily, but Kim only responded by saying that he was a little surprised because he would never have thought that it would come so quickly. Song decided to smile by then. He said that he was only responding to his provocation, and then said that he should leave him. Our main character thought that he was talking about him, but at the same moment the dream said that he was talking about the egg, but our protagonist should only run away in fear. The dragon that had just disappeared appeared right in front of Kim's face. Dream looked like a madman. He was probably just crazy about mythical animals. Kim, who was still able to dodge this blow, couldn't have imagined that the person in front of him would be able to attack him without warning. Is he going to take the egg by force? If that was the case, it would definitely be a disaster that needed to be dealt with. In that exam, he actually spent almost all of his mana, and besides, this battle is for safekeeping. Constantly the dragon that flew behind Kim tried to attack him, tried to beat him in all sorts of ways. As soon as the egg is taken away, he immediately loses. Kim knew that his main mission and surrender at this moment was to protect the egg. Song was about to put this egg directly into his inventory, but Song grabbed his hand and told him that he should have kept this egg. Both men were thinking. It was a win for everyone who was nervous, but the only thing neither of them could have expected was that the egg would start making strange noises. After a few seconds, one thing happened, or rather, the shell began to crack. Both people were looking at this case. The shell fell to the floor. A small red creature crawled out. Kim realized it was a dragon. The dragon started making strange noises and then tried to sniff out what was happening around it. Kim, in turn, understood that although the dragon was small in size, but it was only obvious that the dragons had lured the highest position among the mythical beasts. Kim was definitely lucky. By that time, the dragon was already able to open its eyes. As soon as he did, the dragon decided to look at his dad. The dragon's eyes lit up, and it immediately pounced on its dad, plastering him to the face. The dragon that belonged to his son was looking at this whole situation with incredible malice. Kim asked his new friend to get off his face, because there was definitely no time for this. However, the dragon that was approaching them both immediately stopped, which surprised our character very much. The dragon immediately approached its master, who was shocked by his dragon's behavior. Why did he behave like that? However, our protagonist also couldn't understand this state of his opponent. Did the enemy hero just say hello? Droken finally asked to feel sorry for his son, and he just continued to stroke him and look around at our hero, asking him to change the whole situation, because this situation was actually strange. We could see the building where Dream most likely lived. Song and Kim immediately sat down at the table to drink tea. Song asked if he got a dragon after passing the 10th floor. Kim also replied that he was only telling the truth, that the Dragon Zero was a reward for completing 100% of a given floor. Dream tried to feed the dragon of our protagonist, but he constantly squalosea. Song said that his dragon told him that there was a higher level creature in front of him than himself. Kim knew that if he said that, then the dragons actually had a class division that he was hearing about for the first time. Kim, watching his dragon play with Sung, asked him what he wanted to do. Does the dream want to take him still? But Song, still amused, said that he had changed his mind completely, that there was no need to worry about it. Our protagonist immediately looked at him and asked, so why did he then try to take him away? Dream interrupted our protagonist at the same time and asked if he knew how long dragons live. Kim said he didn't know, so Song told him that dragons grow up in 3 years just by eating dew and then live for another 1,000 years. Dragons are creatures of supernatural origin. Unlike humans, they have great integrity, gratuitous faith and devotion, and give their own love. From the very moment of reviving, they choose their own master. The next morning, or the actions of the host affect the essence of the creation. If the host is a villain, then the dragon will become a monster. Even if they don't become monsters, there are people who use such creatures as weapons, so this is the reason why Song collected these eggs so that those creatures wouldn't go down that path. All this is for their happiness and well-being. Kim was completely shocked by this information, but still decided to exhale with a smile on his face. At the same time, the two of them started discussing their pets. Song explained that his dragon is about 5 years old, but still, if you think about it, the dragon is still a lot of fun. Song knew that he himself could live for 100 years, but the dragon had to live in Odentute for another 900 years, so it would be better if he could forget his master. Kim, looking at all this, could not accept the fact that this is not an immature rich man who just collects magical things, but a surprisingly young man with Wednesday to Wednesday thoughts. Our protagonist at this point noticed that his dragon was running towards him, and the dream tells him that his dragon chose him. Dream said that the creature doesn't hatch if it doesn't like the person or their magic, so for this reason, Dream will now keep an eye on it, and if it doesn't raise it properly, it will immediately take it away. Sun gave off a very scary aura, making it clear that if the dragon didn't grow like this, he would just take it away. Our protagonist was a little scared, but still calmed down after watching his dragon devour even more food. Kim was asked if he had chosen a name, but Kim smiled and gave him the name Mir. It was already evening outside, and our hero was returning from Sun's apartment. All he could think about was that it wasn't as strange as it looked. In his previous life, he had a bad temper due to selfishness and so on, but it was even unexpected to see a different side of such a person. He couldn't believe that such a person cared so much about someone. Kim was looking at his pet, who was sleeping at the time. He even started drooling from being very comfortable. Our character decided to exhale and then began to give up, asking what is the origin of the world. But while Kim was returning home, we could see that he was being followed. The person asked if we need to report further from our protagonist, but his boss only said that they should keep an eye on that target. The scout said that he understood his boss and then decided that it was worth leaving, or rather going to start following our main character. At this point, we noticed a man who was wearing a certain necklace, and then a picture where it was clear that the scout could not even notice that a certain killer appeared behind his body, which eliminated him in a split second. Our protagonist was still there by then. He thought that he was going to see what was going on, but that person's presence completely disappeared after a few seconds. Kim turned around and wondered if the man had just walked away. Kim could only hope that no one had broken into his house. We see that our character was already approaching his door, the key was already inserted, so we just had to watch as our protagonist's feet made their way further and further across the room. He exhaled, touched the door, and then realized that something was definitely wrong. And so it turned out, in fact, because a strange man appeared above Kim, who decided to attack him. Kim dodged and looked at the man in question. Of course, he said that it would be problematic to fight inside the house because then the destruction will begin. It will be scattered all over the room. But the man did not listen to him. He continued to jump around the room and strike, or rather try to strike. Kim kept dodging, so the bandit just had to keep trying. Kim, having exchanged many blows, realized that the man could not take up speed, that he could keep up with the blows of our hero. This was a very strong opponent, and the main thing was that the figure now definitely could tell that the opponent was female. At this point, Kim turned to his rival and said that he understood that he broke into his house and all that, but still it is not necessary to disturb the sleeping child, meaning his dragon. The bandit didn't listen, so he immediately started his Nova. He launched an attack and then jumped out of the way. Kim staggered, knowing that his magic had partially recovered, so there wouldn't be any problems in a fight. It will be hard not to leave the world without knowing that person's goals. But the bandit at that moment again asked him to attack with a certain movement of the hand. Of course, it was understandable why the bandit was now fighting only with his bare hands. Our Kim noticed a long time ago that he had intentions to take the world, but the opponent only wanted to compete with him. Our main character immediately smiled incredibly slyly and aggressively. He put his clothes along with the sleeping world to the side and said that he used to think that the bandit had a different goal, but did the bandit actually invade the house to fight? Our character immediately decided to accept the challenge and went into battle. The enemy's eyes glowed as the girl threw blow after blow, gradually inflicting more and more injuries in one place. Kim was also disappointed by this situation, but he didn't give up. He decided to strike back at the girl directly in her shoulder. The girl writhed in pain, but she didn't turn off, so now two of our heroes decided to make their last attacks. After a while, both were exhausted. The girl took off her mask and started laughing loudly, then addressed Kim. She took off her cap, revealing her long hair. She only asked to join their Reaper Guild, which was the guild master, Park Jae-young. He had been waiting for an answer all this time, but Kim didn't understand anything. He was still shocked by this appearance. He couldn't figure out if she was offering to recruit him to the guild through a tough attack. The girl asked why he was talking to her so informally, but this made Kim even more upset, and he made a face to let her know that it was all Park's fault that they didn't have such a big age difference. However, at that moment, our hero was only thinking that Park was not such a simple person who would come just to compete, In old age, or rather in the future, this particular girl, who has a beautiful appearance, great strength, has always attracted the attention of people, and she was appreciated as a leader leading humanity. However, before this flower fully bloomed, in an all-out war with the Domp Guild, she lost her life. Based on this experience, it is likely that the pack, or rather the Reaper Guild, has a hostile relationship with the Domp Guild. Kim looked into the eyes of the same girl, and he knew that he was the person who, even if only briefly, used the name of the Domp Guild on himself. So he decided to ask the real reason for Park's appearance at his house. She needed a clear goal, so even now, Park was beginning to ask that she didn't know why she was here. They both fell into a strange silence, neither of them understanding anything. This situation caused a In her previous life, it seems that Park was also an oddball, but not so much. Kim asked her to leave, since there was no other reason, since he had no intentions of joining any guild, but Park immediately said that it was all a shame. Our character knew that it was a pity to let her go like this, so he even decided to try something out a little, just once. He immediately asked her if she had come because she was interested in the Domp Guild. Immediately, Park fell silent, and a strange aura began to emanate from her. The incredible malice began to drain from her aura. Kim realized that he had hit the target, but then he began to feel all the anger around him. Park said that now they could talk. Our main character, looking at how the girl entered his apartment, was surprised. He soiled all his floors. So, the two heroes were already seated, and Park started asking if he was pretending to be the Domp Guild in Anyang City just to bring them to the surface. Kim replied that when he introduced himself to them, it was true. He said that the guild works in the shadows, so that's the reason why it will be very difficult to find the First of all, since this is a divided organization, so even if they can grab the tail, it will be impossible to completely get rid of the root. Park was surprised by this information. She couldn't believe that the person in front of her knew the whole situation so well. But was this the reason why Kim wanted to destroy the Ares Guild? Kim thought for a moment, then said there was more than one reason. He remembered Hak Jun and decided to say that there was just a guy that he wanted to save, and anyway, he destroyed this guild, because it was destined to collapse anyway, because it hits all Korean guilds that are connected with the Domp Park Guild. Puck then stopped sipping his drink. He smiled and said that it was true, that she was the one who killed everyone, and also that she was sure that she would destroy the entire Domp Guild. Its goal is to destroy everything associated with those scum. Kim listened to her carefully, understanding all the anger that was hidden in Park now and before in a previous life. In relation to the Domp Guild, emotions run high, and she sublimates these heightened emotions into magical power. Impulse and magic were simply too unreliable. Our protagonist could see right through her. How mana was spreading through her body at an incredible speed, and in front of him was an incredibly capable person. Park continued by saying that just like our hero said before, but she killed all the bastards hiding in Korea. But they were just tails, no torsos, no heads, no clues. However, that number, those individuals were not known to anyone. All that remained was to wait for them to start moving. Kim understood what Park was getting at, so he said that most likely all the movements were related to the fact that he showed up. Park confirmed his guesses, saying that for this reason, some actions began. She just can't miss this chance. Kim looked at her with a smile on his face, and then asked if that meant she would use him. Puck didn't deny it. But T said it wasn't a big deal because an enemy of an enemy is considered an ally. As for the Domp Guild, it plans to actively support our character. Kim didn't deny anything or refuse the offers, but decided to ask just one thing. He asked her why she was so obsessed with the guild. Park put her mug down on the table and then fell back into her memories. She remembered her own eyes that had blood on them, remembered the man named Jae-yeon. She remembered those bruising last hugs with this man. She remembered what he'd said about her running away. However, all she said was that she had a minor grudge against that guild, so that was why the head of that guild would be and become her property. His head would be hers. Kim stared at her with his mouth open until Park just smiled. She immediately said that they would see each other again, and then her face and body began to evaporate into thin air. Her spirit flew away, saying that she wished him good luck in the future, calling Kim her business partner. Im, watching and listening to this, could not believe that it was the Wada that caused such hatred. He understood why, in a previous life, the Reaper Guild had chased the Domp. The simpler the goal, the clearer it is. At the same time, the phone on the floor started ringing. As he opened it, he noticed that Park had already entered her phone number in his contact book. By the time we could see the tall building, Han-jun and his girlfriend came to our Kim. They couldn't believe that our main character has such a huge house. They were all glowing with happiness, for whatever reason. Hak-jun was glad that he was now able to visit our character's house while standing in the kitchen. The girl was also standing in the corner, holding a flower bouquet. Kim, in turn, said that he was just busy climbing the tower and passing the tests, but what were the fates of Hak-jun and his girlfriend? But as Jun only said that there was nothing wrong with their visit, it was just that Yoon-sung wanted to give a small gift in return. At the same time, Yoon-sung took out a huge bouquet of flowers, which just amazed our character. He opened his eyes wide and didn't know how to respond, but Hak-jun kept saying that they just couldn't thank him enough last time. Yoon-sung immediately started looking at the floor and then at the flowers and saying that it was Kim who was able to save their deaths. She begged, even begged, for Kim to accept this small gift. The couple immediately started scratching their heads, saying that Hak-jun was too shy to tell them how grateful he was. Kim watched the kids scolding, and then smiled. He looked at the bouquet that had been given to him, took the rose in his hand, and began to wonder if they really called him a hero. He immediately put his nose to the rose, took a deep breath of its fragrance, and thanked his guests for such a gift. Yoon-sung, who was still standing to the side, asked, "Does Kim have a pet?" Or something like that. Kim didn't know how to answer that, so he said something like that. But Yoon-sung was happy for any animal. She couldn't believe that Kim had a little dragon with her. Kim said that most likely his world is asleep because he is still a child. But as soon as this phrase was said, the dragon already flew to the head of our protagonist. Yoon-sung immediately couldn't help but smile, and Hak-jun clearly wanted to touch the baby who had just woken up. At that moment, the little dragon decided not to even open its eyes and headed straight for the girl. She didn't know what was going on, but it was too late, and now the world was sleeping on her shoulder. The girl couldn't get over the fact that he was so cute, and Kim couldn't believe that the little dragon was getting so close to someone. It seems that he liked Yoon-sung very much. At this point, Hak-jun was talking to Mir, saying that his shoulders were much wider and more comfortable. It was obvious that he also wanted to keep it. But as soon as Hak-jun raised his finger to the dragon immediately began to hiss at him. Many people were scared, but Yoon-sung only laughed at the situation. At that moment, Pak called our hero's phone. This surprised him, but he still had no choice but to take the call. Kim got up from his chair, but Hak-jun was asking, "Is this really the S-ranked Park?" Our protagonist said that this is all true, and also that he will return soon. Yoon-sung had also heard the given name. She thought it was a very great and famous person since it was shown on TV. Hak-jun told her that the girl was a superhero that was usually shown on TV. The two lovers immediately started arguing and talking, laughing at each other, while our protagonist went to the second floor to talk to Park. He asked what had happened, but the girl only replied that a green dungeon was about to open in Busan, so up until now, no dungeons had appeared in such a short period of time. She thought it would be very difficult to imagine in the future. Of course, our main protagonist understood that in his previous life, there were no cases where green dungeons appeared consecutively. There might be exceptions, but definitely not now. Of course, he could sense the presence of some kind of aura during the S-rank trial, but was the future really changing? Kim asked who was appointed as the leader of the group, but Park only said that Sung refused, so Park was nominated. Our protagonist said that this situation is worth checking out, so he asked us to leave everything to him, but instead there is probably something that Park wants, so what is it? Park said that the person she was talking to probably wasn't that, so she said that it was like those from the guild would arrive in Korea on the exact day that he indicated. Park said that from now on, the guild should be left to her. Kim couldn't believe that such a girl was saying all this, because in a previous life, the guild had organized simultaneous terrorist attacks in the United States, China, South Korea, the United Kingdom, and France. Suddenly revealed her true identity. Earlier this year, the first blue dungeon appeared in the United States. During a dungeon raid, they killed a few S-rank cast iron players, causing the raid to fail and lead to a flash. As a result, countless people died. Kim knew that he could entrust everything to Park, who would arrive in Korea, and he would start his own investigation in the dungeon. Our protagonist immediately leaned on his bed and decided to entrust the case to Park, which he told her. However, he advised her to be careful, asked her not to go too recklessly, or she might die. Park, who was holding the phone to her ear, asked her not to worry, and he also warned her that he would send all the detailed information in a text message. As soon as the phone was put away, a drop of blood appeared on Park's face. She thought he was talking nonsense. We could see that there were a lot of bodies from the guild near Pak Dump. She knew that even if she was going to die, she would have done so long ago. By that time, the names of the groups that will go on the raid were sent to telephone. But will they listen to Kim? At that time, one of the heads was approached by a certain person who could not understand and believed that the institution was nominating a recruit who had only recently passed the test. He couldn't believe that their boys' lives would be entrusted to such a lowly and maniacal. It was the Papalan Guild Master, Lee Gang HWE. The person in front of him said that it wasn't appropriate to call Kim a rookie since he was also an S rank like the others who might have been in his place. Are there really no problems with the rules? But the head immediately asked to summon other S rankers instead of our Kim. He even said that if it wasn't a dream or something, he wouldn't recognize anyone. At the same time, the guy said that since the head says so, he will tell them that their Papalan Guild will not participate. The head immediately pricked up his ears, and veins appeared on his face. He couldn't understand if his workman was joking with him. How dare he say that? But his workman just made a face and started laughing. The head couldn't understand why his worker was laughing so much at all, because there were lives at stake. But he just started wiping away his tears and wondering why everyone had the same reaction. After all, the stories that he was the best in the test are useless. The head will have to work with Kim for a very long time, because Kim was appointed on Park's recommendation. Roughly speaking, the rank that the head was simply couldn't do anything. The head started to get angry, but the guy asked to calm down because first you should see what happens next. However, will his attitude towards our main character change when he sees it in action? At this point, we can see the beach of Busan, or rather Kwanli. There, a green portal appeared and Joo-ho went there as well as Kim and the world. Joo-ho dragged on. Apparently he didn't get enough sleep, or else he stayed up too long in the car. Kim said that even if that was the case, Joo-ho himself had followed him. But Joo-ho said that he didn't understand what Kim was talking about because Joo-ho just can't miss the day when our hero becomes the team captain on his own. Kim said that he thanked him for his kindness, but still he knew how to follow and give orders. But Joo-ho immediately got his face and said that as the eldest of them all, he just couldn't leave Hak-jun and our protagonist alone, they just needed to get stronger together. Kim decided to smile at these words, while Mir, who was sleeping peacefully on the shoulder of our main character, continued to yawn. Joo-ho and our character were already approaching the square by that time, and they saw that about 50 or 60 people had come. Everyone was wearing suits, but one thing was clear, or rather, the scale of the first raid was simply amazing. Many people continued to look around. They saw that our main character was coming. They turned around and looked at him with a look of despair and disdain. Joo-ho also noticed that no one was happy about them. Kim knew that in the eyes of those people, he was just a newbie with no dungeon experience. While the two friends were standing there discussing the whole situation, they were accosted by a certain person who introduced himself as the head of the Papillon Guild, Lee Gang HWE. He looked quite nice and immediately extended his hand, which is what our protagonist tried to do. Kim was about to say that he was very happy that he was offered the lead in this raid, but Lee interrupted him, starting to say that our character probably has a lot of pressure on himself since he had no experience in raids. Kim didn't understand what he was talking about, but then he realized that this cute face was suspecting him of not being able to handle it, that all the people behind him had no opinions of their own, or turned against him by Lee's words. Joo-ho started shouting about how it was all an impertinence on the part of the guild head and so on, but then Lee immediately patted our main character on the shoulder, saying that he was just joking, that if you need help, you should contact him, because he is better than anyone another one. On the hand of our protagonist left a trace of this handshake. Kim smiled for some reason, and then said that it was just enough for them to do as they were told. Of course, the head and the audience were very angry. Their foreheads were covered with protruding veins and so on, and Lee asked them to stop talking to him like that. But then another person appeared behind Lee. It was the head of the Red Devils, Kim Tae-hyun, who was clearly positive towards Kim. He said he was counting on a young man. Tak said that since Lee was gone, he probably had already finished his performance, but still warned that Lee was quite careless in raids and rude. Tak then asked to introduce himself to Mon, the head of the gambling guild. The girl asked for cooperation, and our main character understood that it would definitely not be easy because each chapter used something that was invisible to ordinary eyes. Lee, for example, uses magic in the opposite way with her smile, while Mon is good at hiding it. But even if she hid the smell of magic, or something similar, Mon simply couldn't and would never be able to hide the smell of blood that was coming from her. Moyoung then asked Kim if there was something on her face that he was looking at her like that. But our main character just turned away and said that there was nothing there, while thinking only that now he will have to keep his eyes open all the time. Immediately, people began to ask if they were ready to leave, because if everything is so, then you need to go. At the same time, Kim turned to the portal and said that they should not prepare anything grandiose, so at the same time he stepped into the portal. After a few moments, we started to see that all the Leeli who entered the portal started killing all the monsters that were in their way. The monsters screamed in pain, Kim, Teak, Lee, all of them coping with their task. Lee even said that he had heard that the Green Dungeon was notorious, but nothing was so strange. At this moment, the people who were near Teak began to behave strangely. Someone continued to beat the monsters until they were blue in the face, despite the fact that they were already dead. Someone just couldn't find a place. Only our character and the world understood that something was definitely not clean. The world snarled at the ground. Joo-ho asked if it could all be a trap. Kim replied that it was true, and also added that there was not only a trap, but also something more. Joo-ho turned to the squad and asked everyone not to let their guard down, because there might be a trap next. Lee, who was standing next to him, just smiled and asked, did Joo-ho get on a rank this time? Joo-ho didn't understand what the question was about, so at the same time, Lee made it clear that Joo-ho probably received S-rank support. At this point, our main character didn't do anything else. He immediately went to meet Lee and threw him to the side. Lee thought that he was the one who got it for his words towards Ju-ho, but in reality, Kim just saved him from death because a huge drop flew to the place where Lee was standing, which was clearly deadly. Kim asked everyone who was nearby to try to dodge these charges. Everyone immediately started dodging as Lee stared open-mouthed at the sight that now enveloped them. They saw a strange blue flame. Lee only had to invest while others realized that they were learning where they couldn't even think of being. They were trapped in an underwater city. Many people thought that this place was similar to Atlantis, but what kind of dungeon could be luxurious? Many people thought that this was just incredibly amazing, because they did not have any problems with breathing as such, they could not even feel that they were underwater. Kim said that the entire dungeon remained underground, and Tak thought that this place was suspicious, because instead of the brilliantly luxurious Atlantis, it was like a creepy ghost town. The girl immediately started shouting and saying that there was something strange in that particular direction. As soon as the people turned in that direction, they noticed a strange destroyed ship, which seemed to be moving right in the water. After a few seconds, we were able to see the ship closer, but the world clearly began to growl at it. People who were in the squads also began to notice something strange, or rather that it was getting colder. Tak said that recently something very strange began to happen. For starters, Soo Hyun and now others. At the same time, people noticed someone's presence. Kim stood gaping as Lee told everyone to get ready for battle, and they could see that the ship itself was heading towards them. On this ship, the outlines of certain creatures were noticeable, and as soon as the ship got even closer, it became noticeable that the whole ship was covered in skeletons. The ship's commander said it was time for a hunt. As soon as he said this, the skeletons immediately began to fall off the ship. Kim had already started to give out his aura a little bit and then launch airstrikes to deal with all of his enemies. The skeletons were rushing towards him, but they were immediately cut down. Kim had said that since they were ghost-type monsters, it was likely that sacred-type fire would work on them, but magic power could also be dealt with. Others can also fight. This was exactly what Lee was talking about when he was trying to deal with magic powers. He shouted that there was nothing to worry about, and the skeletons were nothing, and he would kill the cowards who were running away personally. Kim knew at that moment that the chief was reacting coolly. Our hero said that it would be difficult to expect the same coordinated work as from the guild. He was looking at what each group was trying to do differently, but he still knew that it was worth believing in the outstanding organizational power of each guild, which is centered on the leader of the guild group itself. Kim thought it was possible to make up the whole brawl on them. At the same time, our staff called out to Ju-ho, who couldn't understand why our hero was calling him. But as soon as Ju-ho looked to the side and saw that Kim was just flying away from the place on his phoenix. At the same time, we began to see Kim approaching the ship. As soon as he got a little closer, he noticed that many guns were pointed at him as well as revolvers. Our protagonist was able to dodge this attack and then jump to the stern of the ship. Right in front of him was a skeleton that was different from all the others. It had a hat, a huge hat, intelligent eyes, and also a revolver in its hand. Most likely, it was the boss of this dungeon or just events. But Kim couldn't think because it was already time to cut off the enemy's head. The sword of our main character did just that. It went through the cartilage of the skeleton. All the skeletons started to watch as their boss head fell off their shoulders. But at the same time, the captain did not die. He took and absorbed the souls of his companions. The head returned to its place and more skulls appeared in its place. Most likely, the ability to recover and become stronger through the absorption of souls. The battle will definitely be long. However, it was at this moment that Kim started to hear something strange. He started to hear that all the skeleton souls were begging for mercy. All these voices reminded our protagonist of how his take asked people to help them. Kim lost his temper and started yelling about how he owned a body that he hated so much. The skeleton immediately stood over our main character and began to draw his sword. The skeleton immediately started smearing with its sword, trying to hit the skeleton. The skeleton also tried to dodge this attack, but it didn't succeed. The skeleton's sword was knocked out of his hand. The skeleton watched as his weapon flew out of his hands, and our protagonist was already heading for one of the ship's masts. He leaned on his sword and began to peer at his opponent. He couldn't figure out what to do with his opponent. His power doesn't pose any threat, but now it's recovered, it's a bit of a hassle. Prolonged combat and full concentration of magic are still ineffective. He knew that if this continued, it would definitely be dangerous. He knew that everything he saw was dangerous. Doesn't this guy have the sacred power of being trapped in fire? His attacks were accurate, and his magic power was also running out. At the same time, the skeleton realized that it was time to finish. It immediately began to suck the power out of its skeletons. The skeleton, having absorbed everyone who was on the battlefield, began to say that it was getting boring, so he asked Kim's permission to devour him. The skeleton, which had many other faces on its face, began to say that it was overflowing with souls. Its body began to transform. Our protagonist decided to launch his attack. He immediately rushed at the skeleton, but Kim's magic didn't work at all. His magic power was just at the limit. The skeleton screamed, laughed, and then asked if our main character was getting hotter. As soon as this was said, a huge charge flew straight at our main character. There was a huge explosion on the ship, silence. But in reality, the skeleton continued its attacks, the ship exuding incredible energy. Juho was looking over there and didn't know if our character was going to be okay. The skeleton continued to launch attacks that our character couldn't take anymore. It was at this moment that the dragon showed its power. It started to glow, which scared the skeleton, so at the same time, a charge flew at the skeleton, which burned it. The skeleton started screaming that it was in a lot of pain, started grabbing. Kim, in turn, noticed that his abilities, both physical and magical, had increased. Is this the ability of the world? The world immediately began to smile, and the skeleton was looking for a place to go. He understood that the person he was fighting before didn't have any magic power. But is the skeleton itself still alive? Kim suggested that if that was the case, he should spend the night with him. Kim took his sword in his hands and asked the skeleton to prepare for death. He will suffer until our hero stops. A few moments later, the ship was blown up. Juho, who was downstairs looking at the situation, realized that there was no need to worry. He knew that Kim could handle everything with SLG Bone. Who was he even worried about? At the same time, our protagonist continued to deliver the final blows to the skeleton, which realized that all the souls had already been spent, that it was just a little bit more and it would die, so the only suggestion he had was to ask our main character to wait a little longer. The skeleton began to cry, saying that it was the Lich King who ordered him to kill all those who approached the king, and also said that there is a pet on this ship that the Lich King is raising. The skeleton was happy at this point. He thought that Kim was scared by this information, so the skeleton decided to continue talking about how he was just a servant who feeds the animal. But it was too late. Our character took off the skeleton's head, thanking him for the hint, and then realized that now everything can be cleaned up without any problems. By then, Lee, who was still in charge, was saying that they would need to clean up the ship, and also asked no one to wait for Kim to perform the feat alone. Teak said at the same time that they can't, because they're still treating the injured, so judging by the fact that Kim doesn't make any signals, they wanted to help him. Lee said that they shouldn't beat around the bush, but Teak was clearly annoyed by the whole thing. He said that he knew that he didn't like doing the feat, but didn't Teak realize the situation that even after putting them in all this danger in the beginning, he couldn't understand how Lai could hold such a position as a guild head at all. Lee was getting a little annoyed, and Tak thought he was telling the right story. Juho was looking at the air, so they asked him what he thought. But Juho was thinking of something else. He was only thinking that it had been a long time since people had seen Moyen. Immediately, everyone began to look around, because even the group of excitement is not visible. Did they decide to move out as quickly as possible? Did they go to the same ship for the sake of a feat? But if they went to such a conspicuous place, someone would definitely see them, so Juho suggested something else. He suggested finding the right squad. It was already evening, and the ship was being searched. Our character, who made his way inside the ship, noticed a strange thing that gave off a very strange and intimidating aura. Was this creature still a cub? He remembered what the skeleton had said about it being just a pet, but was it really a kraken? Although it was a weak creature, it was still the Lich King's pet. The dragon kept growling at the thing, but he had to fight his fear. Thanks to the holy forces that surround our protagonist, magic will not affect him in any way. But most of the awakened ones can die without being able to resist. This ship is actually the cradle of the Lich King to raise the kraken. The very aura around it says so. The ghost captain and his crew killed people and then sent them to the ship. So the spirit and faith of the people became food for Kreen and he grew. Even if you go inside the ship to kill the kraken, but because of the dark powers of the Lich King, it is impossible to escape from death. This must be done in order for the kraken to become much stronger. Everything was prepared pretty thoroughly. But right now the egg was dormant, in a sealed state, so you had to kill the egg while it was sealed, putting all your strength into your attack. Kim expressed great gratitude to the Lich. He took his sword, decided to attack the target, but at the same time two people decided to attack our main character from the back. They thought they had pierced his back, but the shield that was behind our main character protected him. The world looked at it all with a very strange expression on his face, but our hero decided to attack the two who attacked him as well. He tossed them aside, then decided to settle them. A few seconds later, the targets were hit. Kim knew it wasn't going to be that easy, but it wasn't that easy. It's a good thing that he prepared the Iron Turtle attribute obtained on the 21st floor, so just asked the one who was hiding in the darkness to come out with a look full of malice. At the same time, Moan and a squad of her eyes went to meet our main character. She knew that our protagonist would be able to guess, but not so quickly. Kim said that he guessed from the first time they met, when the girl reeked of someone else's blood. Was she advertising for the Domp Guild? Of course, the people in her squad immediately started shouting that Kim was worthy of being their opponent since he could see their ability to hide. Our hero just held his neck and said that their ambush was obvious, that there was nothing special about it. But aren't they tired of killing the awakened ones in the dungeon and causing outbreaks? Of course they can kill him, disguise themselves. But what will happen next? Are they causing a Flash of the Blue Dungeon to appear in the US and then putting all the blame on Kim? Everyone was shocked at how the person in front of them knew everything at all. They knew that information was controlled even in the US, so they know very little about it. Then the others began to laugh, saying that he was right, but that the day would finally come when they would all be revealed to the world. The same bloody holiday that will appear in every country. It was hard to imagine how many people would die. They all thought it would be a great plan to blame Kim for everything. On the faces of the people appeared incredible cruelty, rage, bloodlust, and murder. But Kim just exhaled and said that he didn't know anything about this plan, but would it be possible only by killing him? Will they be able to touch him at all, or will they be able to kill him? The man at the head of the group immediately frowned. He couldn't afford to let his opponent be so impudent, so he took up his battle stance and asked him to chat as much as he wanted, because he really will die in a few seconds. Kim also picked up his sword. He said it was obvious that all the guys weren't the only ones who came to Korea. The management team could also come, so everything else was definitely on Park's shoulders. A black man appeared in front of us, saying that all the people they were waiting for had arrived, that the whole squad had gone to the dungeon. They said that even if Kim survived, he would be dealt with. But who was sitting in front of the man now? It was Cancer, who said that unlike all the put down, the man in front of her looked stronger. The man said nothing and then asked if this was all the girls doing. But Park just said that the guy seems to understand everything himself. The man immediately began to take off his jacket, saying that he did not believe that his people lost to such a woman. Park, who got up from the mat, said that everyone was saying the same thing, not knowing what the future would hold. The man who had red eyes said that there are annoying insects in Korea that get in the way besides Kim, so he will have to deal with another bush kayaki to complete the whole plan. Park, as well as the man, clashed in battle as Kim also fought a fierce battle. It was noticeable that the world was trying its best to help its master. It improved his attacks, which passed through the enemy's defense. The enemies also couldn't land a single blow on our protagonist's body. All of them looked to the side, shouting that it was worth attacking covertly. As soon as the order was given, all the people who were around disappeared. It was clear that it was no longer necessary to go into battle so completely, but there was still a world that could smell danger. Who would have thought that the Lich King's spirit could hide its presence? There was no choice at all but to rely on the world. Our character asked him if he could smell the enemy. The world made a sound, so Kim put it on his head and asked him to warn about the danger. Our main character immediately closed his eyes, but the dragon began to point out the places where there will be enemies. At one point, it did. The little dragon just kept pointing its paws at the place where there would be danger, and our protagonist pierced them with his sword. Many people even thought about running away from this place, disguising themselves as someone else, but then they thought that nothing would work out. Even the Ghost King fell to Kim's attacks. They realized that the person in front of them was too strong, and it was not known if they would go crazy because of the smell of that very core. As soon as the man thought about it, he knew that this was what victory was all about. Immediately, the enemies showed up. Kim prepared to attack, asking if they could defeat him. However, it wasn't until later that he realized that the humans weren't attacking him, but the Kraken. He knew he couldn't let that happen. He was rushing at full speed towards the core, but it was too late. First, he was surrounded, and then he noticed that in a few seconds the core will be broken and the dragon will wake up. So it happened in fact. The core exploded, the ship was hit by an explosion, many people began to fall from it, while laughing that the victory was for them. The dragon's torso was visible as it grabbed that person with its tentacle and simply squeezed. Kim also tried to get out of the whole situation by looking at the Kraken. He knew they hadn't seen each other in a very long time. Kim asked the world to help him, so as soon as our protagonist's sword was loaded, it immediately went straight into the Kraken's eye. Kim knew better than to throw as many punches as possible, because he couldn't let the Kraken recover. But there was also a problem. Buffs disappeared from his weapon. It was all because the world wasn't so mature, its abilities just opened up. What should I do in this situation? Kim, too, was exhausted and realized that he had no choice but to fight because of his hero's immortality. However, just as he started to think about it, Ju-ho showed up and asked him not to scare him like that again. The three of them dodged the punch, and Ju-ho started saying that our character just doesn't appreciate how important life is, so he asks Kim to correct this habit. Kim didn't pay much attention to it, because he was more interested in why Ju-ho was even with him. But he only replied that the Azart Guild was gone, so there was no other choice but to go to the ship. He was just worried, so that's why he went there. Kim thanked Ju-ho for such an act, saying that he shouldn't have left their team, but Ju-ho didn't blame our hero. He just continued to carry him and run as far away from the Kraken as possible. Ju-ho was afraid that the Kraken would run after them, but the hero said that he would not be able to do anything for a long time because his eyesight was gone. All the people below couldn't believe it. Where did this monster even come from? But it was Kim who volunteered for the hug. Our protagonist immediately told about everything that he saw. Joo-ho realized that the Gamble Guild is together with the Domp Guild. Lee asked why their captain was acting alone, and Tak also asked questions, so our hero decided to say that if they came up with a common plan, it would be easier for them to hunt the Kraken. He decided to explain the plan while the Kraken regained its sight. After a few seconds, the squads were formed, many preparing magic attacks. They immediately launched their attack. The Kraken tried to defend itself with its tentacles, and everyone knew that our hero was right about their plan. Kim revealed that the Kraken's weakness is its speed, so if they attack it with magic attacks from all fronts, it won't be able to get close to them. Joo-ho knew that there was really nothing the Kraken could do to them, that his stamina was at a high level, but still, the main task was for Kim to be able to recover while the Kraken was standing still. Many people thought that they were doing well, but then they started saying that some people were running towards the Kraken. Joo-ho thought that it was our protagonist who had recovered, but it was just Lee's squad that decided to disobey orders as usual. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.